In the winter of 1935-36, Matsutaro Shoriki, the chairman of the Yomiuri Shimbun, set out to start a professional baseball league for his team, the Dai Nippon Tokyo Yaku Club, to play once they got back from a North American tour. To do this, he largely courted major railway and newspaper companies in Japan's three largest cities, Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. While Nagoya's railways didn't show much interest, their two rival newspapers did, the Shin Aichi Shimbun and the Nagoya Shimbun. Both papers would start teams, with the Shin Aichi Shimbun's team confusingly being named the Nagoya Baseball Club, while the Nagoya Shimbun would found the Nagoya Golden Dolphins. The Nagoya Baseball Club would later become the Chunichi Dragons. While the team was officially based out of Nagoya, the Nagoya Baseball Club would bounce around several ballparks in the early days, fitting the traveling circus nature of early Japanese professional baseball. In those early years, the Nagoya Shimbun would distinguish themselves from the JPBL with their willingness to sign foreign players. The first non-Japanese players in what is now NPB were pitcher Herbert North and catcher Andrew Bucky Harris. Japanese Americans George Matsuura and Sam Takahashi would also join them. This actually caused the Nagoya Baseball Club to be quite unpopular with fans, as they were seen as a team of mercenaries rather than a homegrown Japanese team. All four would be gone in 1937, with Harris and Takahashi joining the expansion Rakuten Eagles, along with the club's first general manager, Yasumichi Kono. The other major influence on the Nagoya Baseball Club was Meiji University, the alma mater of most of the Shin Aichi Shimbun's higher-ups. Many of the team's players would be recruited from the ranks of their baseball team, and that would continue until the draft came around in 1965. The early core was largely formed by first baseman Kiyoshi Osawa, ace Kozo Matsuo, and two-way phenom Michio Nishizawa, who was signed at 15 years old in 1937. The team was also pretty bad. While they would have their first winning season in 1940, in 1941 they got the distinction of being the only team in professional baseball to get no-hit 4 times in a single season. Their first no-hitter would not come until a year later, when Michio Nishizawa no-hit the Hankyu Baseball Club at Korakuen Stadium on July 18, 1942. After that season, the Shin Aichi Shimbun would be forced to merge with the Nagoya Shimbun as part of the Wartime Newspaper Consolidation Act, creating the Chibu Nippon or Chunichi Shimbun. Although the name Nagoya Baseball Club would stick until 1944, financial issues would cause Chunichi to hand over control of the club to Riken, who renamed the team the Sangyo Baseball Club for the shortened 1944 season. While Chunichi would get the team back in 1946, they would lose 2 things. First, their superstar, as Michio Nishizawa had defected to the Gold Star Baseball Club, and second, their home. The team would be forced to spend 3 years in Tokyo to simplify the organization of the JPBL post-war, as well as give Chunichi time to build them a new ballpark in Nagoya. What they did gain was a name. After the 1946 season, the JPBL decreed that teams would have to have nicknames, and the decision of what that nickname would be would fall onto the shoulders of the paper's chairman, Toranosuke Sugiyama. While Sugiyama initially wanted the name Chunichi Tigers because the Tora in his name means tiger, the Osaka Tigers already had it, so he chose to name the club after his Chinese zodiac symbol, the dragon. Amusingly, the team would misspell the word on their 1947 uniforms, which said Dragons, but those would be fixed by 1948. Their first year under their new name would be their most successful so far, as they would have their best season yet, finishing second in the JPBL. But Sugiyama would still fire the club's general manager, Masashi Akimine, following this, because they didn't finish first. He would go to the Dai Stars and take most of the Dragons' talent with him, including a young phenom named Makoto Kozuru. This has been remembered in history as the Akimine Whirlwind. The team would immediately fall to last place, but for 1949, they would finally get to move to their hometown, moving into the brand new Chunichi Stadium. They would also get Michio Nishizawa back and signed a 23-year-old kid out of Meiji University named Shigeru Sugishita. After joining the Central League in 1950, Sugishita and Nishizawa would immediately make the club a force to be reckoned with. Nishizawa would club 46 homers, and Sugishita would lead NPB in strikeouts as the Dragons finished second in the CL. With a lot of their core still incredibly young, it looked like they'd be in first place in no time. But the Giants and Tigers had a little something to say about that. In 1951, the Nagoya Railway would buy a stake into the team and take over management, renaming the team the Nagoya Dragons, a name that's sometimes still used to refer to them in the West. Then, on August 19th, 1951, their stadium burned down. A cigarette butt had fallen onto trash that had collected underneath the outfield bleachers, and quickly the fire had gotten out of control, engulfing both the stadium and the surrounding area. The resulting crowd crush killed 4 and injured over 300. Some Chunichi Dragons players who'd experienced air raids during the war had their PTSD triggered by the event, and the team would move into Narumi Stadium until Chunichi Stadium was rebuilt for the 1952 season. To avoid any future fires, the grandstands would instead be made out of concrete. Still, the Dragons never finished lower than 3rd as the Central League stabilized itself, and while the Nagoya Railway would sell their shares back to Chunichi in 1954, the Dragons would go on to win their first Central League pennant that year. They'd take on the Fukuoka-based Nishitetsu Lions in that year's Japan Series, making it the first Japan Series to not take place in either Tokyo or Osaka. The Dragons would eventually prevail in 7 games, thanks in large part to Shigeru Sugishita throwing 4 complete games in games 1, 4, 5, and 7, while also pitching 3 2/3 innings in relief in Game 2. Immediately after winning that Japan Series, the club was almost bought by Toyota, who had a plan to rename the team the Crowns after their flagship model. However, Toyota's board refused to sign off on the deal, worrying that success would hurt sales in Osaka and Tokyo as angry baseball fans would buy cars from other brands. Instead, Toyota elected to merely sponsor the team, something they continue to do to this day. Sugishita would continue to be the ace for much of the mid-50s, but as you can imagine, running your ace into the ground like that wasn't exactly good for his health. And while the Dragons would remain an A-class team for much of the rest of the decade, they had a habit of shooting themselves in the foot, because they had a policy. They would cut everyone on the team who was over 30 years old. I kid you not. This didn't really affect the hitting core that much, but it did lead to the retirement of Shigeru Sugishita and other key veteran pieces on the team, as the team fell to 5th that year. But in 1961, the Dragons came incredibly close to the pennant, fighting the early Nagashima Giants all the way to the finish before losing that pennant on the last day of the season. A big part of this was 22-year-old ace Hiroshi Gondo, who put up the best season by a Dragon ever on either side of the ball. He did this thanks in large part to throwing 429 innings. He was backed up by 21-year-old Eiji Bando and 20-year-old Yasuhiko Kawamura. None of these pitchers' careers would survive the decade. Sure would be nice to have a veteran arm to back up the kids, huh? Especially because Shigeru Sugishita had briefly come out of retirement and been solid for the Daimai Orions. The Dragons of the 1960s ended up sharing a lot in common with the Dragons of the 1950s. Good, but not good enough. In 1962, they would take the big step of hiring Hall of Famer Larry Doby and former Cy Young winner Don Newcombe as a bit of a publicity stunt, making them the first black players to play in the Central League. The mid-60s Dragons would develop into an offensive juggernaut. Shinichi Eto, Jim Marshall, Morimichi Takagi, and Toshio Naka helped form a core that is still arguably the best in Dragons history. But again, the Giants existed, and they had finished second behind them in 3 consecutive seasons from 1965 to 1967. Then, in 1968, the Dragons shocked everyone, not with their play, but with a complete rebrand, ditching the team colors of maroon to red and black and a vest-style jersey with an undershirt. These uniforms were not popular, and a massive collapse in May led to the Dragons finishing last for the first time in their history. Their quick recovery and their new Dodgers-inspired blue uniform ensured the blue would be their team color from here on out. But the problem remained the same. They couldn't displace the Giants on top. In fact, no one could, as the Giants won 9 Japan Series titles in a row. But the Dragons looked like they were building a core that could do it. While they'd circumvented the draft to sign their catcher, Tatsuhiko Kimata, they'd also drafted incredibly well, grabbing Kinji Shimatani and young ace Senichi Hoshino in 1968 and Kenichi Yazawa in 1969. They'd also used their American connections to get Gene Martin, who was being held down in AAA despite his excellent hitting. Add in more young pitchers in Yukitsura Matsumoto and Hidetaka Hoshino, and they finally built a team that could take on the Giants. And they would be the ones to finally get it done, as on October 12, 1974, Hoshino got Wales rookie Daisuke Yamashita to hit a line drive into Kinji Shimatani's glove, breaking up the V9 and clinching the first Dragons pennant in 20 years. I wish I could say it ended in a championship, but it didn't. After kicking up a big stink about not wanting to go play games in Sendai and forcing the opposing Lotte Orions to play their home games in Tokyo, the Dragons would lose the Japan Series in 6 thanks to a 10th inning RBI double from Sumio Hirota and a Herculean 10-inning performance from Joji Murata. Despite this high, and despite keeping most of their core around for the 70s, they could never get above 3rd place, much to the frustration of their players, many of whom would age out and retire before the end of the decade. Then, it all collapsed, as in 1980 the Dragons fell to last place for the first time since 1968. But just 2 years later, the Dragons would be back on top. They did this thanks to their young core, based around catcher Takayoshi Nakao, Ichiro's childhood hero Yasushi Tao, slugging shortstop Masaru Uno, and defensive wizard Ken Hirano, joined by young pitchers Tatsuo Komatsu, Kazuhiko Ushijima, Yujiro Miyako, and a young Taiwanese phenom named Yuan Chie-kuo, who Japanglish says his name is Genji Kaku. Once again, they fought the Giants tooth and nail to the pennant. But this time, thanks to an unusually high amount of rainouts and a new ties rule, the Dragons had several games in hand to try and close out the pennant. Ace Tatsuo Komatsu would toss a complete game shutout against the Yokohama Toyo Whales to win the pennant. Giants fans would immediately complain that the Whales had just laid down for their opponents to ensure that the Giants wouldn't win the pennant, but whatever happened, the Dragons were going to the Japan Series for a 3rd time. Their opponents? Another young, hungry team in the recently moved Seibu Lions. While the Dragons would put up a valiant effort, their pitching issues would come back to haunt them, especially against the offensive juggernaut that was the 82 Lions. It would all come crashing down after that. The Dragons would spend most of the mid-80s barely staying out of the basement. But then they took a bold step. They hired Shinichi Hoshino. Their former ace was a man who did everything in his power to win. Wa, or fighting spirit, was the mantra he lived and died by, and it was a mantra he instilled in his players day in and day out by working them to the bone. But it would take more than that to win games. Fortunately, there was a disgruntled superstar who wanted out of his team, and the Dragons pounced. 3-time Triple Crown winner Hiromitsu Yochii publicly demanded a trade, and the Dragons put on a full-court press to get him. They traded Seiji Kamikawa and 3 pitchers, Kazuhiko Ushijima, Shigeru Kuwata, and Sadaharu Hionuma. If you're wondering who won the trade, the Orions, now the Marines, would only have 1 winning season in the next 10 years. The Dragons immediately became contenders again. And they did so with a new look. With permission from the Dodgers, they transitioned from jerseys that were merely an homage to their cousins in LA to basically a 1-to-1 copy. This led to opposing fans mocking the team as the Dragons, but there's a reason why the Dragons keep coming back to these jerseys. They immediately became really, really good. After finishing 2nd place in 1987, the Dragons had arguably their best season in the modern era in 1988, thanks to Ochiai, Kuo, Komatsu, Gary Rasich, and a cavalcade of youth. They scratched and clawed and brawled their way to the pennant, and stepping up to face them was, once again, the Seibu Lions. While the Dragons had been scratching and clawing their way to get back, the Lions had dominated the Pacific League in the 80s. This was their 6th PL pennant in 7 years. It wasn't even close. The Lions won it in 5. Eventually, Hoshino's hard-nosed style caught up with him. After several abuse scandals from high school managers started to hit the headlines, Hoshino, who employed similar tactics at a professional level, began to face more and more scrutiny, so he stepped down in favor of Morimichi Takagi. Takagi managed to salvage the core and turn the team back into a winner, and Alonso Powell would distinguish himself by winning the CL batting title 3 years in a row. But the Swallows and Giants were just too good, and a turbulent 1995 saw the team return to 5th place under 3 different managers. So, they brought back Hoshino. This time, Hoshino promised to manage with a lighter touch, and the team also had a bold new strategy: hiring Koreans. With the KBO establishing itself as a stable league, many of its biggest stars wanted to prove that their league was just as good as NPB, so they consistently tried to make the jump. The Dragons would grab 3 of the best of them: Dong Yeol-sun, arguably the greatest Korean pitcher of all time, fellow Hanshin Tigers legend Jung Bom-lee, and LG Twins ace Sang-hoon Lee. Add in Leo Gomez, Kazuyoshi Tatsunami, Masahiro Yamamoto, Kosuke Fukudome, Koichi Sekikawa, Shigeki Noguchi, and Takeshi Yamazaki, and the Dragons would crawl their way back into the A-class in their brand new cathedral, the Nagoya Dome. Eventually, in 1999, everything would break right, and Takeshi Yamazaki hit one of the most iconic home runs in NPB history to clinch the Central League pennant. This time, they'd be facing another team with a lengthy championship drought, the Fukuoka Daiei Hawks. The Hawks had not won a title since 1964, and the city of Fukuoka hadn't won a title since 1958. The Hawks were also riding a wave of youth and were managed by none other than Sadaharu Oh, who turned the team from a joke to a juggernaut in less than 5 years. Fun fact, this was also the first Japan series that was played entirely indoors. Again, it wasn't even close. The Hawks shut out the Dragons 3 times while taking the series in 5. This would essentially spell the end of Senichi Hoshino's time in charge. He would leave to manage the Hanshin Tigers, and Hankyu Braves legend Hisashi Yamada would briefly take over. But the boys club in the front office and Chunichi's ownership didn't particularly like having an outsider at the helm. So despite 2 winning seasons under him, he would be unceremoniously forced out in favor of none other than Hiromitsu Ochiai. This also coincided with 2 things. 1, the mid-2000s rejection of retro, the scourge of baseball jerseys everywhere, and Frank McCourt buying the Dodgers and reportedly threatening legal action against the Dragons unless they opted to rebrand. These were the results. Oh well, at least they're the right color. While these jerseys were basic and pretty ugly, they also coincided with the most successful period in team history. While Fukudome, Inoue, Tatsunami, and Yamamoto were still around, they'd be joined by Hirokazu Ibata, Alex Ochoa, Kenshin Kawakami, and superstar closer Hitoki Iwase, backed up by Hall of Fame catcher Motonobu Tanishige. Pitching, contact, and defense were the name of the game for the 2004 Dragons, and they'd rocket to a pennant that everyone thought was going to go to the Yomiuri Giants. For the 4th time in club history, they'd be facing the Lions in the Japan series. This time, it was much closer. Thanks to the 2000s Rabbit Ball, the 2004 Japan series was a knockdown, drag-out slugfest. But unfortunately, the Lions rallied to take games 6 and 7 in Nagoya, and for the second time in its short history, a visiting team was celebrating a Japan series victory at the Nagoya Dome. The Dragons would remedy this by signing Tyrone Woods, and while they would fall to second behind the Hanshin Tigers in 2005, they'd rally back to the pennant in 2006. This was thanks to both Kosuke Fukudome having the greatest offensive season in Dragons history, and Tyrone Woods breaking the Dragons' single-season home run record by hitting 47 homers. Their opponents would be the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters, making their first Japan series in 25 years. While Kenshin Kawakami would outduel Yu Darvish in Game 1, the Dragons could only muster 4 runs in the final 4 games of the series. The Fighters won their first Japan series since 1962 in 5. 2007 looked like it would be another setback, as their face of the franchise Kosuke Fukudome suffered a season-ending elbow injury. But the team was so deep that they would still manage to rally and finish second. But they would catch a break. Following 3 consecutive demolitions in the Japan series, the Central League had finally decided to adopt the playoffs as well, so their teams would actually have momentum going into the Japan series. The Dragons would cruise through the playoffs, not losing a single game to either the 3rd place Tigers or 1st place Giants, and reach the Japan series where they'd be playing the Fighters again. This time, the Dragons would pull an Uno reverse card. They'd drop Game 1, then lay down a beating, outscoring the Fighters 22-4 in the final 4 games of the series. And it would all end with Daisuke Yamai and Hitoki Iwase throwing the only combined perfect game in Major Pro Baseball history. And after 53 years, the Dragons finally had their 2nd Japan Series title. However, the championship task came calling. Kosuke Fukudome left for MLB, and after failing to repeat in 2008, Kenshin Kawakami would leave too. Tyrone Woods also wouldn't be re-signed, as the official banning of steroids and the implementation of testing led the Dragons to back off from a player who'd had rumors of PED use circling around him for years. They did, however, have Kazuhiro Wada, who they'd signed over from the Seibu Lions, to lead the charge, and star third baseman Masahiko Morino was also entering his prime. So, after 2 CLCS exits at the hands of the Giants, the Dragons finally got their revenge and made the Japan Series again. This one was supposed to be easy. They were facing a Chiba Lotte Marine squad that had become the first third-place team to make the Japan Series. It was, in fact, not easy. It was a knockdown, drag-out brawl. Games 5, 6, and 7 all went to extras, and after a 15-inning tie in Game 6, Game 7 would end thanks to a 12th-inning RBI triple from Yoshifumi Okada, a man with an OPS under 500 that year. And thus, the Miracle Marines would be born. The Dragons still had stuff left in the tank, though. After finishing first in the regular season and dispatching the Swallows in the CLCS, they'd be facing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks in the 2011 Japan Series. The Dragons were old and battle-tested. The Hawks were young, skilled, and smart. And it would be one of the best Japan Series finals of all time. Games 1 and 2 went 10 innings. Every other game was equally close. But in the end, the Dragons ran out of gas, as Toshiya Sugiyuchi and Tadashi Setsu held them scoreless in Game 7. That was their last shot. Although, thanks to Frank McCourt selling the Dodgers in 2012, the Dragons were once again able to adopt the Dodgers-esque wordmark that they'd been using for most of their history. And while they would win the CL wildcard in 2012 thanks to Tony Blanco, and come within a game of winning the CLCS, they were too old to take it over the finish line. They haven't made the playoffs since. There's a lot of reasons for this. Misplaced offensive scouting philosophy, truly inept management, and tactically inept managers, but probably the biggest thing is money. Chunichi are one of, if not the, poorest owners in Major Pro Baseball, and that harms them more than anything. They will occasionally try and splurge, but it's often on over-the-hill veterans like Sho Nakata who do absolutely nothing to turn the tide. What's worse is that the team itself is not that bad on paper, and has been that way for pretty much most of their playoff drought. But they've always lacked in-house developed high-end talent, and has failed to surround any high-end talent they sign with a deep supporting cast. Teams like this need to be smart and analytically minded to win, and unfortunately, the Dragons have been the opposite. While it's not fun to think about, the one solution that would probably stop this slide is selling the team. However, that is something that Chunichi will probably never accept. This team is their baby, their pride and joy. They started it, and they will see it through to the bitter end. That end will probably be selling the team to Toyota, who've gotten over their fears and currently own 2 of Nagoya's other sporting institutions, Nagoya Grampus and the Nagoya Fighting Eagles. Time will tell what happens to the Chunichi Dragons in the future, but there is one thing that remains certain. The Dragons are the pride of Nagoya, and their fans will pack the Nagoya Dome come hell or high water. The Dragons will continue to burn as brightly as they possibly can.
The year is 1949. After struggling through the wartime years, Japanese baseball has never been more back. Fans in Tokyo and Osaka were packing their local stadiums to watch the Japanese Professional Baseball League, and the buzz around the sport was at an all-time high. It seemed like it wouldn't be a case of if the JPBL would expand, but when. There had already been an attempted breakaway league in 1947 and 1948, but it had failed, not due to lack of interest, but lack of money. A lack of money was not something the Mainichi Shimbun had to worry about. They had other issues. See, the Mainichi Shimbun had liked to style itself as a centrist newspaper. This helped grow their reader base, but it also did a brilliant job of upsetting 2 of the largest newspapers in Japan, the center-right Yomiuri and the center-left Chunichi. I think we're beginning to see the problem here. So, when Mainichi had tried to apply for a JPBL expansion slot for their semi-pro team, the Mainichi Stars, it got rejected wholesale. Mainichi weren't the only ones. Several other companies wanted to start pro teams, but the JPBL had been slow to react. Mainichi reasoned that, well, the JPBL was started by a newspaper mogul. Why can't we start our own league? So they did exactly that, announcing that they would be creating the Pacific Baseball League in October of 1949. They found allies in the JPBL's 4 railway clubs, the Osaka Tigers, Nankai Hawks, Hankyu Braves, and Tokyu Flyers, who'd long grown sick of their lack of coverage compared to the teams owned by newspapers and film studios. The Osaka Tigers were all set to become the flagship club of this new breakaway league, until Yomiuri convinced them to back out. Upset by this, Mainichi elected to get revenge for this betrayal by taking advantage of the rift between Tigers management and several of their top players. They thus poached 4 of their best players, Kaoru Betsu, Takeshi Toigaki, Shosei Go, and Tadashi Henry Wakabayashi. They would also raid Japan's corporate ball scene for players, outbidding many existing JPBL clubs in the process. This drove a deep wedge between the new league and those who'd elected to remain with Yomiuri and Chunichi to form the Central League, and it is why, to this day, NPB operates as more of an oversight body than as a league, with the CL and PL largely being independent. Now, with that sorted, Mainichi's new team needed a name. They originally wanted to keep using Stars, but the DeNA Stars had already been using that name in some form or another since 1946. DeNA had also elected to join the Pacific League, so Mainichi figured that if they couldn't use a star, they would use a constellation. They would become the Mainichi Orions, named after the constellation Orion. Okay, so quick thing here. While the name of the constellation in English is Orion, Mainichi decided to one-to-one transliterate the name into katakana, so they called themselves the Orions. My pronunciation of this has fluctuated throughout the years. I'm gonna try and pronounce it the Japanese way, but if my pronunciation slips a bit, you know why. Anyways, Mainichi immediately set out to prove their new league had teeth. Thanks in large part to the players they'd poached from the Tigers, as well as Yasuji Hondo, Takuji Kochi, and rookie ace Atsushi Aramaki, the Orions would absolutely destroy their new league, winning the first Pacific League pennant by 15 games over the more established Nankai Hawks, and they would reach the first ever Japan Series, or Japan World Series as it was known then. Their opponents would be the similarly dominant Shochiku Robins, who sported an offense so explosive they were literally called the H-Bomb offense. The first ever Japan Series was an instant classic. The two teams toured the largest stadiums in the country and put on an absolute show, with games 1, 3, 5, and 6 all being decided by a lone run, and it would end in equally dramatic fashion. In Game 6, with the score tied 7-7 in the bottom of the 11th, Robins ace Juzo Sanada, who'd been put into the game at third base for some reason, made 2 crucial errors. The first allowed leadoff man Takuji Kochi to reach base, the second allowed him to score. Orions win 8-7 and would take the first Japan Series in 6. While Mainichi had tried to build on this momentum, what they didn't count on was the Nankai Hawks being one of the most well-run teams in Japanese pro baseball. It would be the Hawks that would win the next 3 pennants in a row, while the Orions tried desperately to fight back. They would come within a game of the pennant in 1952, thanks to winning 11 of 13 to close out the season. But the Hawks managed to clutch it with a win over the DeNA Stars on the final day of the season. This was the last chance the Orions had with their original core. That doesn't mean they didn't try, however. In 1953, they signed their first foreign players, Charlie Hood and Leo Keeley. Both had been stationed in Japan during the Korean War and had impressed when their unit played against the Orions minor league squad. Keeley, having pitched for the Boston Red Sox in 1951, became the first player with MLB experience in NPB. While starts were limited to when he could get leave from the Army, he still went 6-0 with a 1.80 ERA and 45 innings of work. The fact that he was still technically under contract with the Red Sox led to NPB both banning part-time contracts and working out their first preliminary agreement with MLB to avoid that happening in the future. Eventually, the Orions would get back in the saddle thanks to, of all people, Masaichi Nagata, the head of DeNA Film. See, Nagata had been unable to get his team, the DeNA Stars, out of the basement, and the Pacific League had decided to contract down from 8 teams to 6. He took care of that pretty much by himself. He would buy the struggling expansion Takahashi Unions and merge them with his team to create the DeNA Unions. and a year after that, he would enter into a deal with Mainichi to merge into the Orients. Since the Orients were the better team and had actually won a championship, the unions would be contracted into them. Now, with Nagata's money and ambition, the Daimai Orients began to fight back. Before Nagata had took over, the Orients had already signed 2 young future Hall of Famers, Kihachi Enomoto and Kazuhiro Yamauchi, who had put up the best season in franchise history in 1956. Nagata would immediately add on to that by signing another future Hall of Famer, Kenjiro Tamiya. Add in young ace Shoichi Ono, and the Orients were back to being one of the best teams in Japan. Small problem. The Nishitetsu lines had a core that consisted of 4 of the best players of all time in a deep supporting cast, and the Hawks were also flush with Hall of Fame talent. The Orients essentially had to fight tooth and nail just to keep pace, in order to pounce when both of them faltered. That finally happened in 1960. The Orients had one of the best seasons in franchise history, winning 82 games for a second consecutive season, but this time they won the pennant by 4 games. It looked like for all intents and purposes they would win their second Japan Series championship. Their opponents were the Toyo Whales, a team they had unwittingly created by poaching some of their parent company's best corporate ball players in 1949. The Whales had been a joke for most of the decade and were coming off 5 consecutive last place seasons, only to rocket to what looked to be a fluke pennant. Yeah, that didn't happen. The Whales swept them. What made the sweep more painful was that every game was decided by a single run. The Orients would immediately fall back to the beat class and would remain there for the rest of the decade. That doesn't mean things weren't happening though. In 1962, the Orients moved into the brand new state-of-the-art Tokyo Stadium, which Nagata had built himself at great expense, and in the 1963-64 offseason, 2 massive things happened. First, the team would change its name to the Tokyo Orients. While this was mainly a publicity stunt to try and make the team stand out, the other thing they did had massive implications. They traded the face of the franchise, Kazuhiro Yamauchi, as well as young pitcher Tomo Owako, to the Hanshin Tigers in exchange for their co-ace, Masaaki Koyama, and outfielder Mike Solomko. This is not only the only incident in which 2 NPB Hall of Famers were traded for each other, but Solomko was also the first foreign player to be traded. It didn't really fix their issues. Despite Koyama playing excellently, the Orients wouldn't make it back to the Japan Series until 1970. By then, the team looked very different, both figuratively and literally. Korean-Japanese confectionery giants Lotte had bought sponsorship rights to the team in 1969 and the team itself in 1970, because Daiei had run out of money, and the team would surge to their first pennant in 10 years. Masaaki Koyama would still be their ace, but by now he also had the help of fellow future Hall of Famer Choji Murata. They'd be joined by Fumio Narita, who'd thrown the team's first no-hitter the year prior, and Masaaki Kitaru on top of that. On the offensive front, young superstar Michio Arito had solidified himself as the face of the franchise, and he'd be backed up by fellow young gun Hiroyuki Yamazaki. Veterans George Altman and Shinichi Eito added protection in the lineup, and there was also Puerto Rican power bat Art Lopez, who the Orients had accidentally signed earlier in the decade. However, I don't think any amount of skill could have prepared them for what they were up against, because they were staring down the V9 Giants, who won the last 5 Japan Series titles in a row. As expected, they really had no answer for the Kyojin. While a Game 4 victory would see them avoid getting swept, they still lost the series in 5. By 1972, Lotte was fed up with their lot at Tokyo Stadium, and were actively looking to move the team. Almost as soon as they started looking, they got an interesting offer from Sendai. Sendai, looking to put their city on the map, offered the Orients use of Miyagi Prefectural Baseball Stadium for 45 games a year, or about 2/3 of the club's home games. Lotte, eager to get out of the crowded Tokyo market, accepted. During their 5 years in Sendai, the team would earn the derogatory nickname Gypsy Lotte. This ended up costing them early on, as the prospect of moving caused them to lose both Koyama and Lopez. While Koyama was over the hill by this point, they'd need to replace Lopez, and they did so by signing former NL Rookie of the Year Jim Lefevre. The Orients would stay competitive in the early 70s, and despite the slapdash nature of their move, Sendai rewarded them with some of the biggest crowds in the Pacific League. While they'd finished second in 1973 thanks to new manager Masaichi Kaneda, they'd miss out on the convoluted new PL playoffs. But in 1974, they'd rally to finish first in the PL over the Hankyu Braves. They would then beat the Braves in the playoffs to advance to the Japan Series for a fourth time. Only they wouldn't be allowed to play those Japan Series games in Sendai. The opposing Chunichi Dragons complained about the cold and the travel and the facilities and anything else they could think of, and the Orions would instead play their home games at Rakuten Stadium in Tokyo. If Chunichi thought this would affect their opponents, they were wrong. The Orions would take the series in 6. Then they made probably the most boneheaded move ever. Lotte would choose to have their Japan Series parade not in Sendai, the city that had showered them with love and praise nonstop for 2 years, but in Tokyo, the city who really couldn't care less about them. This laid bare to the denizens of Sendai that the team didn't care about them, and the crowds vanished overnight. Some say the locals even put a curse on the team, as 1974 is still the last time Lotte has finished first overall in the PL. Unlike their 1974 playoff games, which were packed to the brim, their home games in the 1977 playoffs only saw Miyagi Stadium reach 50% capacity, and even then only barely. That year, they also suffered the biggest loss in NPB postseason history, dropping Game 1 18-1 to the Hankyu Braves. They ended up losing the series in 5. With that, this now toxic relationship would run its course, and in 1978, the Orions would move back to the greater Tokyo area, taking over Kawasaki Stadium from the Whales. They were still decent on paper, being led by Arito and brothers Leon and Liron Lee, but they still had a hard time attracting fans. About the only thing that generated national headlines was the signing of the over-the-hill Isao Harimoto to ensure that he would get 500 home runs and 3,000 hits in their uniform. That and the Lee brothers, who became so popular that they began to surpass their own team in terms of headline space. Literally, when a team beat the Orions, the headlines wouldn't say something like, "The Lions beat the Orions," it was, "The Lions beat the Lee brothers." Despite this, the Orions would make another appearance in the PL playoffs in 1980, but their run of making the Japan Series to start every new decade died at the hands of a sweep from the Kintetsu Buffaloes. The Nippon-Ham Fighters would dispatch them in the Pacific League playoffs in 1981, and that would be Lotte's last taste of postseason baseball for 24 years. As the 1980s dawned, a new face of the franchise emerged in the form of Hiromitsu Ochiai. Ochiai, who the Orions had taken a flyer on in the 1978 draft, had his breakout season in 1981 and never looked back. In 1982, he'd become just the third player in NPB history to put up an offensive triple crown, batting .325 with 32 homers and 99 RBI. Despite the Orions finishing 5th in the PL, Ochiai would still be named MVP. The Orions would proceed to shoot themselves in the foot by trading Liron Lee to the Whales, right after Choji Murata finally decided to get Tommy John surgery. This led to the Orions putting up the worst season in franchise history in 1983. Still, they still had Ochiai, and he would drag the team back to relevance with a triple crown in 1985 and another one in 1986. Unfortunately, the Orions couldn't secure themselves the pennant in either year, as despite Murata returning and once again fronting the staff, they would finish 2nd in 1985 and 4th in 1986. So Ochiai, known for doing things his own way, forced himself out by demanding a trade. While the Orions got 4 players back from the Dragons in return, not one could hold a candle to Ochiai. With their best player gone, thus began the darkest period in franchise history. Liron Lee would openly feud with manager Michio Arito and be cut. His replacement, Bill Madlock, was going to be re-signed until he slagged off NPB on national television in the US. And about the only thing that made them relevant was Choji Murata getting his 200th win and winning the ERA title at 40 years old. They were last to end the Showa era and last to begin the Heisei era. The team was bad, the stadium was seemingly coming apart at the seams, and no one wanted to play for them if they could help it. So they needed a solution. And fortunately, that solution had been built across the bay in Chiba, Marine Stadium, a brand new 30,000 seat ballpark. It might not have been state of the art, but it was a hell of a lot better than Kawasaki Stadium, so Lotte would elect to move them there in 1992. With a new city would come a new name, The Orions name had long lost its significance, and the team wanted to make a splash in their brand new home. However, they couldn't decide on a name. The most popular suggestions were Dolphins and Pirates, but both had problems. The name Dolphins was rejected because it shared both a Latin and katakana initial with the Chunichi Dragons, and they feared they wouldn't be able to get the Dragons to agree to a compromise a la Buffaloes and Blue Wave. The other one was Pirates, thanks in large part to the popular comedic baseball manga Susume Pirates. This was rejected by the higher-ups both because of potential copyright issues and the fact that the fictional team was terrible. While the real team was also terrible, it wasn't exactly what they wanted to draw attention to. So they ended up taking the name of their new stadium and became the Chiba Lotte Marines. Since Marines has no one-to-one translation in Japanese, the team said that it meant Heroes of the Sea, which if you know anything about 20th century Japanese history is just a bit ironic. Despite ace Hideki Irabu striking out batters left and right and the wave of youth on the squad, the early years in Chiba were not met with any success. Until 1995. That year, they hired former Texas Rangers manager Bobby Valentine. It was originally dreamed up by general manager Tatsuro Hirooka as a publicity stunt, but then the Marines had their first winning season in a decade, finishing second to Ichiro's Orix Blue Wave. With Valentine also came a new look, as the Marines ditched their pink highlighted uniforms for a black and white pinstripe look that evoked both the Chicago White Sox and their original Mainichi Orions jerseys. While the jerseys would be kept, Valentine would not be, as he and Hirooka had a falling out and he would be let go at the end of the year. The team immediately returned to the basement. Hirooka would also get into hot water for doing a backdoor deal with the San Diego Padres for Hideki Irabu's MLB rights, something that not only upset Irabu, but the New York Yankees and MLB and NPB as a whole, leading to such practices being banned. In 1998, the Marines would set an NPB record with an 18-game losing streak, and finish last place in back-to-back years. After Koji Yamamoto, no, not that one, the other one, couldn't get them out of 4th place, the Marines decided to swallow their pride and bring back Bobby. He immediately got them back to 500. Then he'd take it one step further. 2005 was the best season in franchise history, buoyed by the best offensive unit in franchise history. Saburo Omura, Matt Franco, Benny Agbayani, and Sung-Yup Lee were helped by the brilliant defense and contact hitting from the likes of Tsuyoshi Nishioka, Makoto Kosaka, and Toshiaki Imai, as well as Tomoyo Satozaki behind the plate. Put that all together, and you've got an offensive unit that put up a 117 WRC+ and 40 WAR. In fact, it's the 10th best offensive unit in NPB history. And they finished second to the newly renamed Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. No matter, they would easily beat the Lions in the PL wildcard and then beat the Hawks in the PLCS. For absolutely slaughtering the Hanshin Tigers in the most lopsided Japan series in history. (10-1, 10-0, 10-1, 3-2), an aggregate score of 33-4, thus ensuring that Bobby Valentine would never have to buy a drink in Chiba again. The rest of Bobby's tenure didn't go to plan. While he would get them back to the playoffs in 2007, they lost to the Fighters in the PLCS, and after back-to-back losing seasons, he would be fired, causing a massive split in the fan base, many of whom felt that the team's performance wasn't Bobby's fault. Half of the Marines' Owen Don was banned by the club after they wouldn't stop chanting obscenities directed at management to start the 2010 season. But Norifumi Nishimura would manage to drag the Marines back to the playoffs that year, and they would shock absolutely everyone. After once again dispatching the Lions in the wildcard, they managed to scratch and claw to a PLCS win over the first place Hawks. They'd become just the third place team to make the Japan series, and would be the first to win it, as they scratched and clawed and beat the Chunichi Dragons in the 12th inning of Game 7 to take the series 4-2. The Miracle Marines would be born. What grew the legend of the Miracle Marines was the team's immediate drop back into the Pacific League's basement, While Hall of Fame Lions catcher Tsutomu Ito would lead them back to 3 third-place finishes in the 2010s, they couldn't repeat their 2010 feat, as they got curb-stomped twice in the PLCS by the Eagles and Hawks. After getting back to second place in 2020, they draft the player who should have been their savior, Roki Sasaki. As a rookie, he helped them make the playoffs in back-to-back years before throwing the best game ever pitched in 2022. A perfect game with 19 strikeouts against the eventual Japan Series champion Orix Buffaloes. That would be the lone highlight of the Marines' season as they finished 5th that year, but they would follow it up with back-to-back playoff appearances. Unfortunately, they would fall in the PLCS to the Buffaloes in 2023 and would choke away the 2024 PL wildcard to the Fighters. Still, it was clear that Roki was the piece they'd build around, and they still had a couple years to try and get all the way before they posted him at peak value. Or so they thought, because Roki would then stab them in the back. His camp had gotten into bed with Dentsu, a massive Japanese advertising company who also owns the rights to negotiate MLB's Japanese TV deals. Dentsu would effectively blackmail Lotte, whose Japanese operations rely a lot on consumer goods and thus need positive PR, so Roki got posted for peanuts. To put it bluntly, this pissed pretty much everyone off. Well, everyone but Dodgers fans. If Roki doesn't return to the Marines during the seemingly inevitable 2027 lockout, I don't want to think about what will happen. The Marines would immediately fall back to last place in the PL. However, they are riding a tidal wave of youth. The youth that was supposed to surround Sasaki, with the likes of Yuto Kimura, Ryusei Tarachi, Haruya Tanaka, Daito Yamamoto, Koiki Yamaguchi, and Kyota Fujiwara, and Rookie of the Year Misho Nishikawa. Things are always darkest before the dawn, and the Marines' future is looking particularly bright.
The year is 1935, and after starting his own professional team, Yomiuri chairman Matsutaro Shiriki is looking for other teams to try and create a new Japanese professional baseball league. And there was perhaps no company more equipped to start one than the Hanshin Electric Railway Company. You see, they already owned Koshien Stadium, one of the largest baseball stadiums in the world, and thus would have the stability needed to navigate the inevitably choppy waters that a new baseball league would create. So, in December of 1935, Hanshin would officially create the Osaka Baseball Club and become the second official member of the Japanese Professional Baseball League. They would also become the second Japanese team to adopt a nickname. See, after the Tokyo Giants had taken on a nickname, Hanshin thought, wow, that's a good idea, and put out a poll within the company to select a nickname. The overwhelming choice was Tigers. The name is often credited to Hanshin executive Saburo Matsubara, who cited the similarities between the Hanshin Sprawl and Detroit as his reasoning. However, most believe it's because the Detroit Tigers had just won the World Series. Others reject this theory, with contemporary league representative Zenpei Kojima stating it was named after a tiger relief on the main keep of Osaka Castle. However, that theory itself has been widely disputed. See, the relief was only completed in 1931, and ironically has become more famous thanks to the baseball team. Regardless of the reasons why, the Osaka Tigers would be born. The first player they'd ever sign would be two-way phenom Masaru Kageyura. Thanks to getting started earlier, the Tigers were able to surround him with gobs of university and corporate ball talent and would immediately become one of the new league's premier franchises. And they'd prove it almost immediately. The first JPBL season was actually a series of tournaments, and while in the spring, the Tokyo Senators had taken the tournament, the summer and fall seasons were looped together into 2 tournaments with a points system. The Tigers finished the season with 2.5 points thanks to their finishing position in said tournaments. Problem: the Giants also had 2.5 points. So the teams would face off in Japan's first ever postseason final to determine a champion. This Proto-Japan series was a best-of-3 series held at Susaki Stadium in Tokyo that December. After the teams traded 5-3 victories in the first 2 games, the Giants would take Game 3 4-2, and with it, the series. There wouldn't be any more games like that until 1950, as following that, the JPBL would adopt a split-season system with a championship going to the team with the best record at the end of each half season. Still, that Proto-Japan series laid the groundwork for one of the best rivalries in baseball. The Tigers would also keep up their momentum. After finishing second in the spring of 1937, they would take home back-to-back championships in the fall of 1937 and the spring of 1938. With the seasons being unified in 1939, the Tigers remained a dominant force, but they just couldn't unseat the Giants to the top. In 1940, Hachiro Miwa would throw the team's first no-hitter against the Giants, but that was about as close to a victory as they could get that year. Furthermore, since the team was so young, they would be hit incredibly hard by the war, and would lose a majority of their core and fall to 5th place in 1941. That same year, they had been forced to change their name to just the Hanshin Baseball Club, thanks to the banning of English by the Tojo government. However, Hanshin would have one advantage above their fellow teams. Their ace and manager, Tadashi Henry Wakabayashi, was American, as was their catcher, Yoshio Tanaka. Also, being a railway company, they'd been able to protect several of their young players by giving them positions deemed critical for wartime logistics. That both protected them from being drafted and allowed them to keep playing baseball. Even then, it took the shortened 1944 season for Hanshin to win their 3rd championship, and just because they've been able to protect some of their stars, doesn't mean they've been able to protect all of them. The first face of the franchise, Masaru Kageyara, was killed in action in the Battle of Leyte, and their other superstar, Fumio Fujimura, had nearly been killed 3 times, and had come home rattled by PTSD. But they still had a good core, and Wakabayashi, Fujimura, Takeshi Doigaki, and Masayasu Kaneda would form the core of what became known as the Dynamite-era Osaka Tigers. 1947 is still the best season in franchise history by winning percentage, and would result in their 4th JPBL title. They would immediately sign power-hitting phenom Karo Beto in the offseason. It seemed like the Tigers would finally be able to take the step forward and become the dominant team in Japanese pro baseball. So, that didn't happen. In 1949, the Tigers fell down to 6th place thanks to a massive amount of bickering with management and toxicity in the locker room. The Tigers were also having problems with the Giants poaching several star prospects that the Tigers had felt they had locked down. This led to the Tigers nearly breaking away and joining the Pacific League in 1950. However, Yomiuri would eventually convince them to stay, but it still didn't stop a majority of the Dynamite core from jumping ship to the Mainichi Orients. This turn of events would gut the Hanshin Tigers, and despite Fumio Fujimura putting up the greatest season by a position player in the history of Japanese pro baseball in 1950, the Tigers could only finish 4th, last among the non-expansion franchises. They would steady themselves by 1952. By that time, the Giants had well and truly taken over as the kings of the Central League, and the Tigers could only watch with gritted teeth as they finished 2nd again and again and again. What didn't help this was Tigers management. They not only kept Fumio Fujimura around far too long, but they also made a couple of truly boneheaded decisions. One, they had tried to sign future Hall of Famer Tetsuya Yoneda despite him already signing a contract with the Hankyu Braves. They arrogantly thought that Yoneda would just back out of his contract. That's not how contracts work. Yoneda would be a Brave, and the Tigers would get reprimanded by NPB. 2. They decided to lowball their best player, Kenjiro Tamiya, leading him to declare free agency and sign with the Orients. This jackknifed their offensive unit almost overnight, while giving Daimai the final piece of the puzzle they needed. Even the good things that happened to the team seemingly happened at random. Masaaki Koyama, who'd emerged as their ace in the mid-1950s, was signed by the Tigers as a batting practice pitcher, and only because his father had written a beautifully composed letter begging someone to sign his son. Koyama would wear his minor league number, 47, as a point of pride for the rest of his career. They had also signed their starting shortstop, Yoshio Yoshida, on a flyer, as many teams felt he was too short to be a professional baseball player. He would become one of the greatest defenders of all time. In 1958, the Tigers charged hard after both the best high school and best university pitchers available. They would almost get both, but the high schooler signed with the Giants. The pitcher they did sign was Minoru Murayama. He'd only, put up a 1.19 ERA as a rookie. No big deal. With Koyama and Murayama forming the greatest 1-2 punch in NPB history, the Tigers finished 2nd. Again. For a 4th year in a row. Well, they wouldn't finish 2nd the next year. They'd finish 3rd, as the Toyo Whales became the 4th Central League team to win a pennant. In 1961, the team would change its name from the Osaka Tigers to the Hanshin Tigers. There were a plethora of reasons as to why they did it, including a desire to represent more of the Kansai area, but it's also because, despite their name, they don't play in Osaka, or even Osaka Prefecture. And I've left the logos of certain gridiron and association football teams on screen for no particular reason. That year, the Tigers finished 4th, but it could have been even worse. Because after a dreadful start to the season, they fired Masayasu Kaneda as manager and brought in Sadayoshi Fujimoto. Fujimoto had previously led the Giants to 5 titles in a row, but that was back in the early 1940s, and he hadn't done much since then. That wasn't really his fault, as he'd spent most of the intervening years at the head of the hapless BayStars. Fujimoto would get the Tigers back on their feet, and they tore through the league in the second half. They'd carry that momentum into 1962, when they finally won their first Central League pennant by 4 games over the Whales. But the team still had massive flaws, namely their offense, which was one of the worst in NPB that year. While their pitching excelled, they'd be playing a Toei Flyer squad that was flush with offensive talent, fronted by young superstar Isao Harimoto. They were also managed by another former Giants manager, Shigeru Mizuhara. While the Tigers would take games 1 and 2 of the series, a tie in game 3 would shift momentum firmly into the Flyers' hands, and they'd win out, taking the series in 7. While the Tigers originally looked to be in a strong position to bounce back, 1963 would be plagued by poor offensive performance and infighting between their dueling aces, Koyama and Murayama. The year prior, Koyama had won the Sawamura Award, while Murayama had won CL MVP. Both pitchers felt they deserved both awards. And while when they were winning, it was manageable, when they weren't, it was a problem. So before the 1964 season, they decided to remedy both their offense problem and their dueling ace problem. They traded Koyama and their first true foreign player, Mike Solamko, to the Tokyo Orions for Tomoe Wakao and their offensive Hall of Fame outfielder Kazuhiro Yamauchi. It is still, to this day, the biggest trade in NPB history. It would almost immediately bear fruit, as the replacement for Koyama would emerge in Gene Bach, affectionately known as Bucky. Bach had been with the Tigers since 1962, but had struggled early on, but with his feet now planted firmly under him, he had the best season by a foreign pitcher in NPB history. In any other year, this would have won him MVP. However, the writers had a pickle. Joe Stanka was the popular choice for PL MVP. Having 2 foreign MVPs didn't sit right with a lot of people. Thankfully, that high school pitcher the Tigers had failed to sign had just broken the single-season home run record, so Sadaharu Oh took home Central League MVP that year. And in case you're wondering, yes, in the years since, there have been 2 foreign MVPs in NPB. Warren Cromartie and Ralph Bryant in 1989, and Tuffy Rhodes and Roberto Perugini in 2001. Bach would instead become the first foreign player to win the Sawamura Award. Only one foreign pitcher, Chris Johnson, has done it since. The Tigers would take on the Nankai Hawks in the Japan Series. Both sides called Kansai home, making it just the second Japan Series to not feature a Tokyo-based team. The two teams would battle tooth and nail to try and win what the media had dubbed the Great Kansai Derby. However, Joe Stanka would turn in a Herculean performance and toss back-to-back complete game shutouts in Games 6 and 7 to give the Hawks the series. While the Tigers were confident that they could run it back, the V9 Giants dynasty took off the next year, and nothing the Tigers could do could stop that steamroller. They stole Hall of Fame catcher Koichi Tabuchi from the Giants in the draft. Didn't work. Young phenom Yutaka Anatsu threw the only 400 strikeout season in baseball since the 1880s in 1968. Didn't work. Minoru Murayama became the only pitcher in the NPB era to put up a sub-1 ERA in 1970. Didn't work. That doesn't mean they didn't come close though. They came agonizingly close. In 1970, they finished 2 games back of the pennant, and in 1973, they battled the Giants all the way to a winner-take-all Game 130, at Koshen Stadium no less. They lost 9-0. By the time the V9 core had started to crack, the Tigers core had 2. Murayama retired, Inatsu got injured and traded to the Hawks, and they would only manage one more second place with Koichi Tabuchi, Tairo Fujita, and young superstar Masayuki Kakafu in 1976, only to once again finish 2 games back of, guess who? The Giants. In 1978, the Tigers completely collapsed and fell to last place for the first time in their history. It was a year where seemingly nothing had gone right. Suguo Goto had taken over as manager, and everything had gone completely wrong. The team was at each other's throats, and things needed to be torn down and rebuilt. To the Tigers' credit, they did just that. In a move that shocked absolutely everyone, they traded face of the franchise Koichi Tabuchi and pitcher Kenji Furusawa to the newly moved Seibu Lions for 4 players. While 3 of them didn't do much of anything in a Tigers uniform, the 4th was Akinobu Mayumi, a budding star in his own right who'd be the piece that the Tigers would build around alongside Kakefu. Kakefu, by now, was competing with Hiroshima Carp superstar Koji Yamamoto for the best player in Japan. They also took blatant advantage of one of the biggest controversies in baseball, drafting Suguro Agawa after he'd illegally signed with the Yomiuri Giants before the draft. They knew Agawa never intended to play for them, but essentially held him hostage until the Giants traded their ace Shigeru Kobayashi for him. Mayumi and Kakefu would be joined by Akinobu Okada in 1980 and Randy Bass in 1983, and the Tigers looked like they'd be able to roar back into contention sooner rather than later. But the ineffective management of Tomoe Ando and the complete wasteland of a rotation that was left when Shigeru Kobayashi abruptly retired left the Tigers just spinning the tires. But in 1985, 2 things would happen. First, they signed Rich Gale, ensuring young gun Chikafusa Ikeda actually had some backup in their rotation, and they rehired manager Yoshio Yoshida, who'd led them through their last competitive period in the 70s. The Tigers' offense went from just great to utterly overwhelming. 1 through 5 in their order was Akinobu Mayumi, Sumio Hirota, Randy Bass, Masayuki Kakefu, and Akinobu Okada. It was utterly devastating, and it just ran over absolutely everyone. While their pitching was still just kind of there, the Tigers would clinch their first pennant in 21 years. Almost as soon as the final out was recorded, the entirety of Kansai went crazy. Hanshin Tigers fans flooded into Osaka's theater district of Dotonbori and partied deep into the night. It was then when some enterprising young men had an idea. As Akinobu Mayumi's cheer song rang out through the neighborhood, they found a guy in the crowd who looked like Akinobu Mayumi and chucked him into the canal. Then they did the same with number 2 hitter Sumio Hirota. Then they found themselves in a little bit of a pickle. The number 3 hitter was Randy Bass. While today you'd probably be able to find a guy who looked like Randy Bass in the crowd, this was 1985. So they went searching and stumbled upon the local branch of KFC. They would steal the statue of Colonel Sanders and chuck it into the canal, and thus the curse of the Colonel was supposedly born, though at that point no one knew it yet. And in the Japan series, they'd be facing the Seibu Lions. In contrast to the Tigers, the Lions were making their 3rd Japan Series appearance in 4 years and had already dispatched the Dragons and Giants in their previous appearances. Their pitching was also eons better than the Tigers. However, the Tigers would exploit NPB's DH rule and use a universal DH for the entire series. That allowed them to ride their offense through to the end and take the series in 6.
西武球場がものすごい騒ぎになりました。打ちました。ピッチャーが上がった。ピッチャースタンバイ10送球アウト。試合終了。阪神タイガース初めての日本一に輝きました。9対3。ゲーム同士が完投勝利。
Having finally climbed the mountain, Tigers management focused on what they thought was the most important: saving money. That meant they got incredibly complacent, and despite Randy Bass having the best offensive season by someone not named Sadaharu Oh in 1986, the Tigers could only manage to hang around 500. In 1987, Akinobu Okada had become a shell of himself, and Masayuki Kakefu suffered an injury that would eventually end his career prematurely, and the Tigers fell to last place. Then, in 1988, they would cut Randy Bass for supposed insubordination because he wanted to use his team health insurance to pay for his son's brain tumor operation, something he was legally allowed to do. This would lead to another last place finish, with Kakefu retiring in disgust, and the general manager of the team stepping out onto a hotel balcony for the last time. It was a harbinger of things to come. From 1987 to 2001, the Tigers finished last in the Central League 10 times, Despite having players like Cecil Fielder, Tom O'Malley, and Tsuyoshi Shinjo, they could never surround them with anyone. The closest they got was 1992, when they came out of absolutely nowhere to finish second in probably the closest pennant race in NPB history, only to finish 2 games back of the Swallows. Perhaps the biggest lowlight of this period was trading Tom O'Malley to the Swallows for cash, only to watch him win Central League MVP and a Japan Series title with them in 1995. But that isn't to say the Tigers weren't trying. As the turn of the millennium dawned, they actually started spending money. They not only drafted incredibly well, but made some solid free agent signings, not chasing big names per se, but guys who would fit into their system, like catcher Akihiro Yano. Despite the utter failure that was Katsuya Nomura's tenure behind the bench, the Tigers still looked for outside managerial help, hiring Shinichi Hoshino to try and right the ship. But they still needed just a couple more pieces to get them over the edge. And in 2003, they got them. After bringing in George Arias from the Orix Blue Wave the previous offseason, they finally opened the pocketbooks up for future Hall of Famer Tomoaki Kanemoto. They had also grabbed Hideki Irabu in his return from MLB. The reversal of fortunes was almost instant. Those 3 joined Keigawa, Atsushi Kataoka, Norihiro Akahoshi, Trey Moore, Jeff Williams, and rookie relievers Kyuji Fujikawa and Tomoyuki Kubota to form one of the greatest Hanshin Tigers teams of all time, with the only team to feature a better record being the 1947 Dynamite era squad. This finally gave them their first pennant in 18 years. Their opponents in the Japan Series would be the Fukuoka Daiei Hawks, managed by an old foe, none other than that kid they'd failed to sign in 1959, Sadaharu Oh. The 2003 Japan Series is, rightly, considered to be one of the greatest Japan Series finals of all time. 2 teams brimming with talent, trading blows left and right. No team lost a home game in that series. Unfortunately, it was the Pacific League's turn to have home field advantage, and the Hawks would take the series in 7. Shinichi Hoshino would immediately step down, and while Akinobu Okada would take over, the team would fall back to 4th the next year. However, to the Tigers' credit, they recognized they needed to bolster, and they would draft future face of the franchise Takashi Toritani, as well as grabbing Andy Sheets after a failed bid for Tyrone Woods. The Tigers would rocket back to the pennant in 2005, only to get absolutely spanked in the Japan Series by Bobby Valentine's Chiba Marines. While the Marines were a better team on paper, Okada's complete tactical ineptitude made it into a slaughter. Imagine having one of the best bullpens in Japan and not using it. While this core would stay together and stay competitive for the next few years, they'd never be able to get over the hump. Even when the Central League finally adopted the playoffs in 2007, the Tigers would be bounced by the Chunichi Dragons in the wildcard round twice in a row. The Tigers would spend most of the 2010s as a yo-yo club, always decent on paper, but it was a crapshoot as to whether or not they'd be competitive. Matt Merton would join the team in 2010 and break the Central League hits record while Craig Brazell hit 40 bombs, only to get bounced in the wildcard round and miss the playoffs in 2011. They'd return to form again in 2013, only to, you guessed it, be bounced in the wildcard round by the Hiroshima Carp. The Tigers wouldn't win their first playoff series until 2014. In fact, that year they'd go undefeated to reach the Japan Series. While they benefited from the playoff ties rule to sweep the Carp, they would also overcome the Giants' ghost win to take their first CLCS 4-1. This led them to their first Japan Series final in 11 years, a practically unheard of run of form for the Tigers despite their playoff woes. In the Japan Series that year, they'd be facing the Hawks again. Now owned by SoftBank, the Hawks had built themselves into an absolute juggernaut thanks to both a free-spending owner and a smart front office. It wasn't even close. The Tigers took Game 1, only for their offense to go completely cold as the Hawks won 4 in a row and took the series in 5. After that, it was back to yo-yoing between the B-class and getting bounced in the wildcard round. Unhappy with this turn of events, the Tigers elected to take a novel approach, actually doing something about it. The Tigers invested incredibly heavily in scouting and development, especially in the Kansai area. Getting good players was one thing, but getting good players who also grew up rooting for the Tigers and would give absolutely everything they possibly could to help the team win? Even better. The Tigers would slowly build up their core while also staying competitive. Yusuke Oyama, Seishiro Sakamoto, Hiroto Saiki, Tsukumu Nakano, Koji Chikamoto, Teruaki Sato, and the final pieces, Shoki Murakami and Shota Morishita. Despite Akinobu Okada coming back and displaying his usual stubbornness, the Tigers were so good that they ended up brute forcing their way to first place anyways. After easily dispatching the upstart Carp in the CLCS, they'd be taking on their crosstown rivals, the Orix Buffaloes, in the 2023 Japan Series. The Buffaloes were the defending champs, and were entering their third Japan Series in a row. With a rotation fronted by Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Hiroya Miyagi, they looked absolutely unstoppable. The teams would trade 8-0 demolitions in games 1 and 2 before the series settled back into a back-and-forth fight like the last Kansai Derby in 1964. But unlike in 1964, this time it would go to the Tigers, as they blew up Hiroya Miyagi in Game 7 to take their first Japan Series title in 38 years. While the Tigers would return to old habits, that is, getting bounced in the wild card by the BayStars the next year, they would immediately rocket back to the Japan Series in 2025 under new manager Kyuji Fujikawa, who finally combined the team's gobs of tie-in talent with an analytical approach to match. The Tigers won the Central League by 13 games, got revenge on the BayStars in the CLCS, and advanced to the Japan Series where they'd be facing the Hawks again. Much like 2014, the Tigers took Game 1 and lost 4 in a row, making them 0-4 against the Hawks in the Japan Series. However, in some ways, that Japan Series loss was a blessing in disguise, because it meant that the core, including those with MLB interest, was ready to go for another round. The Hanshin Tigers in the 2020s have turned into something no one really imagined they'd be, a model organization. No longer are the 50,000 fans who pack Koshin for every home game watching a team that can't quite put it together. They are, perhaps for the first time in their lives, watching a Hanshin Tigers team that is not only amazing, but consistently amazing. When the winds blow down from Mount Roko, it is onto a Hanshin Tigers team that fears nothing and will stop at nothing to win. The year is 1938, and the Nankai Electric Railway Company has decided they're going to jump on the pro baseball bandwagon. They actually did this at the recommendation of their corporate rivals, Hanshin and Hankyu Electric Railways, both of whom encouraged Nankai president Jinkichi Terada to start a pro baseball team. It was pretty clear that Nankai really had no idea what they were getting into, so at the meeting to confirm their entry into the Japanese Professional Baseball League, there was opposition from some of the less powerful owners. They liked the stability that came from an even number of teams in the league, and worried that adding a 9th team would cause problems with scheduling. But Hanshin and Hankyu's influence was too much, and the fact that Nankai actually had a home stadium, Sakai Ohama Stadium in Osaka, pushed their bid over the edge. They would be let in on the condition that they skipped the spring season in 1938 so their small team had time to get up to speed and the league could organize a proper schedule. So, the Nankai Baseball Club was born. As you might imagine, a team with less than 20 players on their roster didn't do too well in their first half season in the league. But still, they didn't finish last, and they had a star player in Yoshiyuki Iwamoto. Then he got drafted. His place as captain would be taken over by a guy who they just signed out of Hosei University, Kazuto Tsuruoka. Tsuruoka was the team's first superstar, smacking 10 homers in 1939 and helping the Hawks get up to 5th place that year. Then he got drafted. Worried about losing their star to the conflict, Nankai pulled some strings to make sure that not only did Tsuruoka go into officer training, but ensured that he would be posted domestically. Tsuruoka ended up being in charge of Kagoshima's anti-air defenses during the Second World War. While this backfired in the short term, as it ensured that Tsuruoka was too important to be given leave for long enough periods that he could keep playing pro baseball, unlike Iwamoto, who rejoined the team in 1940, it would, as we will see in the future, have long-term benefits. Nankai was incredibly active in scouting talent, grabbing several young pitchers like Mitsuhiko Ishida, Takeo Kanda, and Tokuji Kawasaki. While they still lagged behind in many aspects, they would pull off their first winning season in 1941. However, they still needed star power, Even with signing high school phenom Akira Besho, who threw the first no-hitter in franchise history in 1943, they wouldn't have another winning season during the war. In May of 1944, Nankai was forced to merge with Kintetsu to form Kinki Nippon Railways in order to simplify logistics, meaning they spent the back half of that shortened 1944 season as the Kinki Nippon Baseball Club. But they wouldn't be called that again in 1946. See, the end of the war meant that not only could they get most of their stars back, it also allowed them to take on an English nickname. Wanting to get ahead of the nickname curve, Kinki Nippon decided that they would give their team the name Great Ring. Now, with context, this name makes sense. Wanting to imitate teams like the New York Yankees and Montreal Canadiens, Kinki Nippon wanted something connected to Japan. One of the ancient names for Japan is Yamato, which literally translates as Great Ring in English. So they went with it. While Japanese fans were confused and American soldiers attending the games found it hilarious, the Great Ring would immediately shoot up the standings and win their first JPBL title in 1946. They did this in large part thanks to Akira Besho and Kazuto Tsuruoka. Despite losing 6 years of his career due to the war, Tsuruoka jumped right back in and was a superstar. And not only that, he was an excellent player-manager. Even though the one time he saw combat didn't go well, Tsuruoka was still an excellent leader and had incredible instincts that helped the Great Ring hold on and edge out the Giants at the end of the season. Still, the name was just not working. So when Nankai extracted itself from the merger midway through the 1947 season, they not only kept the team, but they immediately changed the nickname. Given that Nankai's company logo is a winged wheel, they wanted a bird. Nankai Cardinals was an early favorite, but was rejected because it didn't fit Nankai's company color scheme. Condors was another favorite, but Takamatsu Matsuura, who was the team president at the time, was bald and very self-conscious about it, so it never went anywhere. The team eventually settled on Hawks. Despite changing owners twice in the 80 years since, the nickname has stuck. After finishing third, the Hawks grabbed Susumu Yuki and Shusuke Kizuka and rocketed back to first place in 1948. But there was a problem, and that problem was Akira Besho. See, when the Hawks had signed Besho out of high school, they'd done so against his wishes. He wanted to go to the Giants, but his parents, wanting him to stay in Kansai, had signed a contract with Nankai in his stead. He'd also signed a contract with the Giants, but that was deemed legally void because he was under 20 years old, and thus his parents could legally represent him. Despite Nankai using their influence to keep him out of the Kamikaze Corps during the war, this whole thing had soured Besho on the Hawks, and what soured him more was Tsuruoka winning MVP over him in 1946 and 1948. Besho, who'd recently married a girl from Tokyo, went to the Giants during the 1948 season and basically told them he'd sign with them after the season in exchange for a raise and a house. The Giants accepted. He took the terms to Nankai and basically said, "Match this or I'm out." Nankai couldn't. Despite Nankai trying to sue the Giants, implying they'd signed a deal with Besho while he was still under contract with the Hawks, it went nowhere. Besho left, and the seeds of one of Japanese pro baseball's most intense rivalries was sown. This was one of the reasons the Hawks would decide to join the upstart Pacific League in 1950. It would be the side of the league they'd come to dominate. With Susumu Yuki still being their ace, and Shusuke Kizuka being joined by Kazuo Kageyama, Tokuji Iida, and Isami Okamoto to form what became known as the $1 Million Infield, they'd soon come to dominate the Pacific League, winning the pennant 3 times in a row in 1951, 1952, and 1953. Unfortunately, they would meet the newly renamed Takehiko Besho and the Yomiuri Giants in the Japan Series each time. And they would lose. To add insult to injury, Takehiko Besho would take home Japan Series MVP in 1952. After falling behind the lines in 1954, the Hawks would roar back to another pennant in 1955, winning an NPB record 99 games in the process. And they'd be facing the Giants. Again. This time, they almost pulled it off. After dropping Game 1, they would win Games 2, 3, and 4 to put themselves within a win of taking the series. Then they lost Game 5 9-5, and Game 6 3-1. And in Game 7, Takehiko Besho would throw a complete game shutout to give the Giants the series, and in the process, taking home his second Japan Series MVP. What made it worse was the Hawks fell back behind the Lions again. they needed to add. They'd already replaced the injury-prone Kageyama with Masahiro Morishita, the best defensive third baseman in NPB history, and they'd grabbed a high school catcher named Katsuya Nomura. He'd actually almost been cut in 1955, until he threatened to throw himself in front of one of Nankai's trains. Still, keeping him around had been very fruitful, as by 1957 he was the face of the franchise, putting up an 8-war campaign and smacking 30 homers. But they needed pitching. Badly. While they had Hall of Famer Mitsuo Minagawa as their ace, they needed a guy who could back him up. They got something better. In 1958, they signed Rikyo University's ace Tadashi Sugiura. They also almost got their star third baseman, but he ended up signing with the Giants. In 1959, Sugiura would put up the best pitching season of the NPB era, striking out 336 batters, winning a pitching triple crown and Pacific League MVP, helping the Hawks win the pennant again. And they'd be facing the Giants again. However, the Giants were in a transitional stage. Their aces of the 50s were all old or retired, and while Shigeo Nagashima was a tour de force, Tetsuharu Kawakami had been replaced at first base by a high school kid who'd failed at pitching. The Giants were also coming off 3 consecutive Japan Series losses to the Lions. Everything would finally fall into place, and the Hawks would sweep.
バッター坂崎、セカンドゴロ、ファースト寺田、しっかりウイニングボールをつかみ、ホークスは3対0でジャイアンツを下し、昭和34年度日本選手権シリーズにストレートで初優勝しました。
It helped that Tadashi Sugiura threw back-to-back complete games in games 3 and 4, after starting game 1 and closing out game 2. Yeah, he won Japan Series MVP pretty handily. Not content to sit on their laurels with the Lions and Orions breathing down their necks, the Hawks would go fishing for another pitcher, and would settle on White Sox farmhand Joe Stanka. Bill Veeck, the owner of the White Sox, would let him go on one condition. If the Hawks were out of the pennant race by September or were running away with it, the Hawks would loan the White Sox their ace, Tadashi Sugiura. The Hawks accepted. Unfortunately for the White Sox, the Hawks fought the Orions all the way to the end, and it would be a few more years before a Japanese player suited up in MLB. The Hawks would make it back to the Japan Series in 1961 thanks to Nomura, Sugiura, Minagawa, and Stanka, but this time the Giants were ready for them. The series went a grueling 6 games. It was subject to one of the most controversial calls in Japanese baseball history. Joe Stanka would be brought in to close out Game 4, and he looked to have done so when he put a pitch right down the middle to strike out Andy Miyamoto. But Mitsuru Enjoji called it a ball. Despite everyone in the stadium, and especially Nomura, Stanka, and Miyamoto, knowing it was a strike. Enjoji told Nomura that the wind had pushed it down out of the zone at the last second, an excuse absolutely no one bought. Miyamoto proceeded to walk off the game on the very next pitch. Stanka would accidentally tackle Enjoji while covering the plate, and after the game, the Hawks mobbed Enjoji, screaming insults at him, pushing him, and kicking him. Now, was this an honest mistake? Hell no. Enjoji was so openly biased that he was nicknamed the Giants' 10th man by the press. The Hawks had loudly protested him being even on the umpiring crew in the first place. But unfortunately, what was done was done. The Giants would rally and take the series in 6. After which, a Hawks fan would write a now iconic haiku. Enjoji, are ga boru ka, aki no sora. A plaque containing that haiku would be presented to Joe Stanka after his retirement, and is still with the family to this day. Enjoji would never umpire a Japan Series game again. Perhaps he warrants his own video. Another time. Despite Katsuya Nomura hitting 44 homers in 1962 and hitting 53 homers in 1963, setting a new NPB record, the Hawks wouldn't win another pennant until 1964, largely because Sugiura had finally succumbed to his insane workload. He'd managed to pull it together for one last run, but MVP wouldn't go to him, or Katsuya Nomura, but instead Joe Stanka, who became the first true foreigner to win MVP since Andrew Harris in the fall of 1937. And for once, they wouldn't be facing the Giants in the Japan Series. Instead, they'd be facing the Hanshin Tigers. It was just the second Japan Series to not feature a Tokyo-based team after 1954, and this great Kansai derby would finally be the thing Nankai needed to solidify their place as the best team in Greater Osaka. It was one of the best Japan Series finals ever played. Much like 1959, the Hawks would ride their aces through the series. Joe Stanka would shine through, starting games 1, 3, 6, and 7, capping the series off with back-to-back complete game shutouts against Minoru Murayama and Gene Bach, giving the Hawks their second Japan Series title and fourth title overall. The Hawks would do everything in their power to keep up this momentum. While Sugiura and Stanka faded, Mitsuo Minagawa stepped up as a veteran ace, and Katsuya Nomura remained the best position player in the Pacific League. 2 more pennants would follow in 1965 and 1966, but they would run headfirst into the beginning of the V9 dynasty. While they would put up a fight, the Kyojin machine was too much for them, and the Giants battered them away both times. In 1967, the Hawks would have their first losing season since World War II, and slipped to 4th. In their stead, the Hankyu Braves would pick up their mantle as the best team in the Pacific League. Kazuto Tsuruoka, who'd been at the helm for over 20 years, wanted to step down, but Nankai chairman Den Kawakatsu begged him to stay on for at least 1 more year. Tsuruoka had already tried to step down before in 1962, but the man he'd picked to succeed him, Kazuo Kageyama, had died mere weeks later. The Hawks had known nothing but the Dawn for over 20 years, and they needed him badly. He gave them one last push in 1968, but a loss on the last day of the season to the Kintetsu Buffaloes ensured they fell 1 game short of the Hankyu Braves. The team would pass to Tokuji Iida, who immediately proved just how good Tsuruoka had been. The Hawks finished last for the first time since 1943. He'd quickly be replaced by none other than Katsuya Nomura. Nomura proved to be the breath of fresh air the team needed, and with the help of fellow all-time slugger Hiromitsu Karata, he helped stabilize the Hawks and keep them out of the basement. In 1973, he'd take advantage of the new PL playoffs, finishing first in the first half and beating the Braves in the playoffs to make the Japan Series for the first time in 7 years. That made him the first player-manager since Tsuruoka, and still the last one, to win MVP. And they'd be facing the Giants. Again. Sure, the Hawks were the worst on-paper team to make the Japan Series, but the V9 Giants didn't look nearly as invincible as they had been in the past. Surely they could get themselves back up to... No, the Giants smacked them aside in 5 games, and took home their 9th consecutive title. That would be the last pennant for a very long time. Nomura did work to try and keep the team competitive, but there was another problem brewing. His wife. Sachio Nomura was not a very nice lady. She pretty much exposed every character flaw Katsuya had, and was incredibly controlling and manipulative. She had taken issue with several of the Hawks' best players taking the spotlight away from her husband, most notably Hiromitsu Karata. Eventually, by 1977, Karata had enough. He and the others went to Den Kawakatsu and basically said, "Tell Nomura to keep his wife out of baseball operations." Nomura responded to the demand with, "If she goes, I go." He was traded to the Lotte Orients. And thus, 1977 was the Hawks' last winning season for over 20 years. See, there were other problems, mainly that Nankai didn't want to fund the team anymore. The problem was that Den Kawakatsu doggedly refused to sell. He was a lifelong devotee of his company's team and refused to entertain the idea. While it was little more than the delusions of an old man, he still felt that his team were the kings of Kansai, given that they'd won the most championships, even when it was clearly the Hanshin Tigers. So Nankai's board would cut all but the necessary funding for the team. The results reflected that. Despite the best efforts of Hiromitsu Karata, the Hawks, once kings of the PL, were locked in the basement. In 1988, Den Kawakatsu finally passed away, and Nankai immediately put the team up for sale. A sale that would see them move. Fukuoka, Japan's 6th largest city, had been without a team for a decade, and NPB wanted a team back in that market. The city had even approved planning for a new domed stadium, which would be ready by 1993. The Hawks and Braves are both up for sale, but the Braves had long since surpassed the Hawks as the second most popular team in Kansai, so they would be staying. The 2 companies that looked to buy the team were the supermarket chain Daiei and the Matsushita Electric Company, aka Panasonic. Daiei would win the bid, and in 1989, the team would become the Fukuoka Daiei Hawks, and would trot out these things. What they had in style they couldn't make up for in success, as the team remained pretty bad under Koichi Tabuchi and Riku Onemoto. But then, in 1995, the team hired their former tormentor, Sadaharu Oh. This was a coup. Oh's influence immediately made the Hawks a team that prospects and free agents actually wanted to play for. Not only that, he had a great eye for talent. Kenji Jojima, Nobuhiko Matsunaka, and Tadahito Iguchi would form their new core, with veterans Kimiyasu Kudo and Koji Akiyama providing leadership and putting butts in seats. Progress would be slow, but the Hawks would finally win another pennant in 1999.
4球目を投げたスイングアウト三振福岡ダイエーホークス球団創立11年目悲願の初優勝悲願の初優勝です
And they top it off by beating the Chunichi Dragons for their first Japan Series title in 35 years.
2エンド2から第5球を投げた空振り三振ダイエーホークス球団創設11年目にして初の日本一です
While the Giants would immediately poach Kudo after this, the Hawks would still cruise to another Pacific League pennant, where they'd be facing the Giants. Again. The Hawks would win games 1 and 2 and looked like they'd finally be able to slay the demon. Then they choked. The Giants took the series in 6. The Hawks would immediately look to reload. Kazumi Saito would finally break out, joined by young phenom Toshiya Tsukiyuchi, and the Hawks would win yet another pennant in 2003. This time, they'd be playing the Hanshin Tigers. What followed was an all-time classic, with every game going to the home team. Since this was the Pacific League's turn to have home field advantage, young phenom Tsuyoshi Wada would close out the game, and the Hawks took their 4th Japan Series title in 7. But there was another problem looming on the horizon. Daiei was broke. Like, hella broke. Lotte swooped in and offered a merger, but Daiei, to their credit, saw the absolute mess that the Orix Kintetsu merger was about to become and quickly refused the deal, putting the team up for sale. They would be bought by SoftBank. This immediately made the new Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks the richest team in baseball, a title they still hold to this day. The SoftBank era would begin with the team throwing their financial weight around, handing out record contracts left and right, to mixed results. Eventually, after several playoff exits, the Hawks brass stopped this madness and did a 180-degree pivot. They would change their focus to scouting and development, and one key rule: no posting. If you are a Hawk, you play out your contract. End of story. Sadaharu Oh also realized that the game had passed him by and elected to step back into the front office in favor of Koji Akiyama. While pieces of the veteran core would hang around, they'd be supplemented with the likes of Yuichi Honda, Yuya Hasegawa, Nobuhiro Matsuda, and Tadashi Setsu. It didn't hurt that they also grabbed Alex Cabrera as a bench bat. In 2011, it would all pay off. The Hawks would win the pennant by a ludicrous 17.5 games and sweep the Lions in the PLCS. Their opponents would be an old and battle-tested Chunichi Dragons squad that was in the last gasps of their championship window. What followed was a knockdown, drag-out 7-game series, which saw the Hawks take it in 7, with Toshiya Sugiyuchi and Tadashi Setsu combining to shut down the Dragons in Game 7. While the Hawks would come down to earth after that, in part losing Sugiyuchi to the Giants, 3 prospects would take a step forward: Akira Nakamura, Kenta Imamiya, and a young outfielder from Hiroshima named Yuki Yanagita. Having one of the best outfielders of all time helped quite a bit. How can they improve? Oh, only by poaching Dennis Sarfate, one of the best closers in NPB, from the Lions. Oh, and this depth draft pick named Kodai Senga would also get his first meaningful playing time. Oh, and Daiho Lee from the Buffaloes while we're at it, because why not? This helped them overcome the resurgent Orix Buffaloes and the Shohei Ohtani-led Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters to make the Japan Series in 2014, where they returned to traditions, dismantling the Hanshin Tigers in 5 games. Then they did the same to the upstart Tokyo Yakult Swallows. Yuki Yanagita would set a Hawks record by putting up 11.5 WAR that year. No big deal. While Ohtani and the Fighters would get the better of them in 2016, the Hawks, with new catcher Takuya Kai behind the plate, would follow it up by winning 4 championships in a row over the BayStars, Carp, and the Giants. Twice. Yeah, that's right. the Hawks of the 2010s beat every single Central League team in the Japan Series. No big deal. While they would miss the playoffs immediately after the four-peat, and the Buffaloes would unseat them at the top in the early 2020s, the Hawks kept developing talent. Most NPB teams have only one minor league team. The Hawks have three. Their anti-posting stance would benefit them too, as while it does limit the talent they can draft, and they would lose Kodai Senga in free agency, it had nothing like the impact of the Buffaloes losing Yoshinobu Yamamoto. After poaching Kensuke Kondo from the Fighters, signing Kohei Arihara in his return from MLB, and having their Cuban closer Levon Moinello take over as ace, the Hawks would have one of the best seasons in franchise history, which says a lot given, everything we've talked about. But they were utterly unstoppable. There's also, the elephant in the room. They signed Roberto Osuna away from the Marines, and Hotaka Yamakawa after he was suspended from the Lions for alleged, things I can't say on YouTube. The just win baby attitude worked. They won 91 games and led the Pacific League by over 13 games, cruising past the upstart Fighters in the PLCS to face the third place Yokohama BayStars. It was the second time a third place BayStars team had risen to challenge them, and they'd been easily batted away back in 2017. This shouldn't have been a contest, especially after the Hawks won games 1 and 2. Then they choked, only scoring 3 runs in the final 4 games as the BayStars made history. Well, this is awkward. How do we fix this? Oh yeah, poaching Naoyuki Uesawa out from under the noses of the Fighters. The Hawks would rocket back to another first place finish, and despite nearly choking away the PLCS to the Fighters, they'd once again make the Japan Series, where it was once again time to go tiger hunting. The Tigers were one of the best teams NPB had ever seen. The Hawks made them look like a Little League team, completely neutralizing them in 5 games. Forget about the Dodgers. There is no team in baseball that is as comically dominant as the Hawks. They are the richest team in baseball, the smartest team in Japan, and have one of the best development facilities in the world. Masayoshi's money bin will be here for years to come. God help us all. The story of the Hiroshima Toyo Carp did not begin in Hiroshima in 1950, but rather on the island of Tinian on August 6, 1945. 8 Boeing B-29 Superfortresses sit on the runway. Straight Flush, Jabet III, Full House, The Great Artiste, Top Secret, Necessary Evil, and the Enola Gay. At 2:45 in the morning, they would take off and change the world forever. While the theoretical debate surrounding what happened 6 hours later will continue to be had long after I'm gone, what didn't change was that Hiroshima was functionally destroyed. The city, the regional capital of the Chugoku region of Japan, was flattened by both the bomb and the subsequent firestorm. In the years after, Hiroshima became a shunned city. Many people straight up left, and those who stayed became apathetic. Street gangs roamed through the destruction, taking advantage of a wounded city that didn't have the power or even the will to stop them. City and prefectural officials needed something to put Hiroshima back on their feet. And when the JPBL announced that they would be restructuring into NPB, they got their chance. See, Hiroshima had always been a baseball town. The semi-pro Hiroshima Green Sox had been the city's darlings in the 1930s. There'd been talk of them joining the JPBL, but they'd been prevented by financial and logistical issues. Hiroshima Commercial High School had won 3 summer Koshan titles in the 1920s and 30s, and remains the second most successful school in the tournament's history, even if they've only made it twice since they won their 6th title in 1988. Their main rivals, Koryo, also made the finals in 1927. Taisho High School in Kure was also a powerhouse. Thus, several of the JPBL's superstars were Hiroshima natives. Yoshiyuki Iwamoto, Kazuto Tsuruoka, Katsumi Shiraishi, and arguably the best Japanese player at the time, Fumio Fujimura. Hiroshima also had a 14,000-seat stadium ready to go in Hiroshima General Stadium. It seemed like a case of not if Hiroshima would get a team, but when, and who would be the ones to give them that team. Local politician Noboru Tanigawa brought together the heads of the Chugoku Shimbun, Hiroshima Electric Railways, the Bank of Hiroshima, and the Hiroshima Prefectural Department of General Affairs, and they started to put together their bid. Tanigawa, who'd been banned from public office for being part of the wartime government, hoped that the new team would both restore his city's reputation and his own. As part of the bid, the team would need a nickname. Tanegawa fielded many suggestions to get a general view. There were those who wanted the return of the Hiroshima Green Sox, those who wanted to project power with a name like the Hiroshima Bears, those who wanted to project peace with names like the Hiroshima Rainbows or Hiroshima Doves, and those who wanted to attempt to reclaim the tragedy with the name Hiroshima Atoms. However, Tanegawa had another idea. The main river that runs through Hiroshima is the Ota River, a river that serves as a spawning ground for carp. Every year, the section of rapids near Hiroshima Castle becomes awash with fish, climbing back up to get to their spawning grounds. To the Japanese, and especially those who come from Hiroshima, carp represent resilience and progress. The fact the carp returned, even after the bombing, was a major turning point in the city's recovery process, as it had influenced many people to stay. If the carp could come back, the city could come back too. So that's what Tanegawa chose when he went to Yomiuri with his bid. And on December 6, 1949, the Hiroshima Carp were officially born. Yomiuri initially wanted them to change the name to Carps, a misspelling that is still common in the West today, but Tanegawa held firm. Tanegawa, a graduate of the University of Illinois with a master's degree from Harvard, insisted the name be grammatically correct. The team would sign Shuichi Ishimoto as their first manager. Since Ishimoto was a fellow Hiroshima native and had been lured away from the Toyo Robins, people expected that other Hiroshima baseball legends would flock to the team. Unfortunately, only one did, Katsumi Shiraishi. A lot of the team was effectively made up of scraps, as the team had little money. They figured they would need about 25 million yen to fund the team. They could only raise 6 million. There was also the problem of ticket revenue, which from 1936 to 1951 was split 70-30 to the winning side. The Carp would need to go at least 500 to break even. Instead, they went 41, 96, and 1. Things almost got worse, too. Ryohei Hasegawa, their ace and best player, was almost poached by the Chunichi Dragons, who tried to convince him that the team was on the edge of folding, which, to be fair, was true. However, the backlash from pretty much the entire league and media was so strong that Hasegawa would back out and stay with the Carp. This was another turning point in Carp history, as Hasegawa realized what playing for Hiroshima meant, and would ensure that the values he learned would pass on to those having doubts about signing with the team. Playing for the Carp meant so much more than playing for other teams. The Carp would once again finish last in 1951, 41 games behind the pennant-winning Giants. Then came another issue. The sudden contraction of the Nishi Nippon Pirates the previous year had left the Central League with only 7 teams. With a new franchise system coming in for 1952, in which teams would actually have to stick to their home stadiums, this proved to be a scheduling nightmare. The Toyo Whales, upset with their lackluster digs in Shimonoseki, swooped in and offered to buy the Carp and merge them with their own team. However, their insistence on the new team being called the Toyo Carp was a deal-breaker. To the Carp's ownership, it was Hiroshima Carp or nothing. Eventually, with the season on the horizon, the Central League stated that whatever team finished last would be expelled from the league. This looked like it would be the end, especially when it took until June 15th for the Carp to win their 10th game. However, the Robins went 2-14 in August, while the Carp went 10-18 in September, and they entered October with a half-game lead over the Robins. Small problem, the Carp had 8 games left. The Robins had 14. While it helped that the Carp took 2 games of their 3-game set to start the month, things were still very precarious. Then they were rescued by an unlikely savior, the Kokutetsu Swallows. The Swallows took 4 games out of 5 against the Robins, effectively dooming them. The Carp finished 3.5 games clear and survived. Not only that, but the new franchise model had resulted in much better ticket revenue, meaning that the Carp were finally financially stable. They used that financial stability to grab most of the Robins' best players, who were now free agents, and had refused to play for the newly merged Yosho Robins. This included the Japanese DiMaggio, Makoto Kozuru, who became the new face of the franchise. The team would also make inroads with the Japanese-American community, particularly in Fresno, leading to the team signing the Zenimura brothers and Satoshi Fiber Hirayama. From then on, the Carp would become known as the Kings of the B class, as they finished 4th 3 years in a row. In 1957, the Carp would move into the brand new Hiroshima Municipal Stadium. In a symbolic move, the stadium was built almost directly under where Little Boy exploded. the goal of the stadium being the same as that of the club: offset the biggest tragedy in the city's history with a symbol of hope. The Carp continued to be smart, focusing on finding talent other teams undervalued. This included Akira Owada, who they'd grabbed from the Nishitetsu Lions, and local star Kazuyoshi Yamamoto. These two would be the faces of the Carp in the early 1960s, and would help into their first winning season in 1960. But they still needed to build. In 1964, the Carp would sign Sohachi Aniya, who became the first Okinawan to play professional baseball. Since Okinawa was still under American rule at the time, NPB, or pro baseball in general, was not broadcast there. Aniya knew nothing about NPB or its inner workings. This had caused the Toei Flyers to ridiculously lowball him, something the Carp took great advantage of, swooping in and giving him a far more reasonable contract. The team also pulled off a coup when they signed two high school phenoms in 1964. Wanting to skip university thanks to the uncertainty of the soon-to-be instituted draft, they signed young phenom Yoshiro Sotokoba and a half-black kid from Kyoto named Sachio Kinugasa. Sotokoba wanted to play for the Hanshin Tigers, but they showed no interest in him. This highlighted one of the Carp's inherent advantages: they played in the Central League, and thus could get prospects like Sotokoba who had offers from better Pacific League teams because they played in the Central League. Sotokoba would immediately show he'd been worth it, throwing the club's first no-hitter as a rookie. While both Sotokoba and Kinugasa would start slow, by 1968, the two were superstars, and Hiroshima would keep building thanks in large part to a new financial stream, as Mazda had fully taken over ownership of the club, which is what the Toyo in Hiroshima Toyo Carp means: Toyo Kogyo, or Mazda. Keeping in touch with Hiroshima's tradition of signing aging Hall of Famers, they'd also grabbed Kazuhiro Yamauchi from the Hanshin Tigers, who would act as a mentor for their young phenoms. The Carp would have their second winning season in franchise history that year, and would finish in the A-class for the first time in franchise history. To add to this, the Carp also lucked into the second overall pick in the draft, and would use it to select a local kid named Koji Yamamoto, who'd been a Carp fan from literally day one. With this core in tow, you'd think the Carp would be able to build on momentum, right? Sadly, no. The Carp were a solid team on paper, but had an incredible amount of dysfunction. Koji and Kazuyoshi Yamamoto were still great, as were Kinugasa and Toshiaki Mimura, but the Carp couldn't get out of the basement. It doesn't mean they hadn't tried. The Carp had finally signed their first true foreign players in 1972 in the form of Tony Gonzalez and 1965 AL MVP Zoilo Versales. They were both terrible. Jim Hicks and Mickey McGuire had been marginally better, but still not great. So after signing two new foreign players in Richie Scheinblum and Dr. Gail Hopkins, they took a massive step. They became the first NPB team to hire a manager who wasn't of Asian descent. While Joe Lutz wasn't the first American to manage an NPB, he was the first to manage without being able to speak Japanese. While there was initial apprehension, the players quickly grew to like him as he represented a breath of fresh air. He would bring in Hall of Famer Warren Spahn as a spring training pitching coach, and he actively encouraged the players to be friends. This turned a team that was effectively a team of individuals into an actual team. Unfortunately, while the players liked him and the fans liked him, a lot of people did not. Umpires started making calls against the Carp that were baffling at best and malicious at worst. So after a month, Lutz stepped down, feeling his presence was harming the team's chances of winning. The Carp begged him to stay on, but he requested that bench coach Takeshi Koba take over. Koba did, and the rest is history. Everything would click, and the Carp would rocket to the front of the league, battling the defending pennant winners, the Chunichi Dragons, all the way to the end of the season. While the Dragons had pulled away early, the Carp would only lose 4 games in the final 2 months of the season. And so, on October 15th, 1975, the Carp had the chance to clinch against the Yomiuri Giants. The Giants, despite being in last place, were still a formidable opponent. So when the Carp only had a 1-run lead going into the 9th, fans couldn't help but be worried. Then, Dr. Gail Hopkins stepped up to the plate.
打ったこれはようかフェアかファウルか入ったでしょうフェアですホームランスリーランホームランホプキンスのスリーランホームラン大きなホームラン
His backbreaking 3-run shot would allow Motoyasa Kaneshiro to close out the first CL pennant in franchise history.
3塁から金城、柴谷第4球を投げました。打ち上げたレフトフライ。それでずっとバックする。レフトバック構えている。10代キャンダー、広島勝ちました。広島26シーズン目にしまして初優勝に輝きました。
The Carp would be facing the Hankyu Braves in the Japan Series. This was no small test. The Braves had been the dominant team in the Pacific League for over a decade and had arguably the deepest lineup in NPB, and it was a lineup that would make mincemeat of the Carp. While the 1975 Japan Series would go 6 games, games 1 and 4 ended in a tie, meaning that the Hankyu Braves effectively swept them. The Carp would try and keep up the momentum, but a combination of the Giants getting back on their feet and the Swallows coming absolutely out of nowhere meant they wouldn't win another pennant until 1979. By then, Koji Yamamoto had well and truly established himself as the best player in NPB, and Sachio Kinugasa was a perfect 1B. They would be joined by the usual suspects, Sotokoba and Mimura. Joining them would be Jitsuo Mizutani, young shortstop Yoshihiko Takahashi, 2 young pitching phenoms in Yutaka Ono and Manabu Kitabepu, the foreign duo of Adrian Garrett and Jim Lytle, and their new superstar closer, Yutaka Inatsu. This absolutely loaded core would take on the Kintetsu Buffaloes in the Japan Series, and the series would be an absolute banger. In Game 7, they would enter the bottom of the 9th up by only 1. The Buffaloes would load the bases with nobody out, and Natsu had almost given up, until Sachio Kinugasa came to the mound and gave him a pep talk saying, "Hey, if you're done, I'm done. If we quit now, we have no right to call ourselves professional baseball players." Yutaka Inatsu would pull off the greatest Houdini act in the history of baseball, forcing the Buffaloes into a noble tiger and giving the Carp their first Japan Series title. The teams would run it back the next year, and again, the series would go 7 games. Except this time, the Carp wouldn't let it be anywhere close. They took Game 7 8-3 to win their second Japan Series title. Fun fact, this is still the last time a Central League team has won the Japan Series in back-to-back years. The Carp would stay competitive after this, but a couple of key departures from their core would cause them to take a step back behind the Giants and Dragons. However, the emergence of players like Kiyoyuki Nagashima and Ryuzo Yamasaki and closer Tsunemi Suda would help them come roaring back in 1984, where they got the perfect opportunity to get revenge on the Hankyu Braves. Once again, the series would go all the way to 7 games, and once again, the Carp would take that 7th game in a crushing victory. But this would effectively mark the end of an era. When Ford bought Mazda that year, it forced Mazda to let go of their majority stake of the team, as NPB rules dictated that foreign owners were not allowed. While Mazda would stay on as a minority owner, majority ownership would instead go to the Matsuda family, the former owners of Mazda. This hit the team's pocketbooks kinda hard, as Ford limited how much Mazda could provide to the team. This also led to a new strategy. We don't need foreign players. That meant that the 1986 Carp are still the last pennant-winning team to achieve the feat without a single foreign player on their roster. The 1986 Japan Series would also be special in that it went 8 games, and it was entirely the Carp's fault. After tying Game 1, the Carp took Games 2 through 4, but a walk-off hit from pitcher Kimiyasu Kudo in Game 5 shifted the momentum away from them, and the Seibu Lions pulled off the second reverse sweep in their franchise's history to take the series. This would mark the end of Koji Yamamoto's career, as the greatest player in franchise history retired immediately after losing the series. Kinugasa would hang on for one more year to break Lou Gehrig's Ironman record, but then he'd retire too. Even without them, the Carp remained an excellent team, but the Giants were just better. The Carp would keep up the pressure, however, as they assembled an amazing young core. Kenjiro Nomura, Tomonori Maeda, Akira Eto, Shinji Sasaoka, and Kazuhisa Kawaguchi helped the Carp finally overcome the Giants in 1991 to make the Japan Series. Once again, they'd be facing the Lions, and once again, the series would go all the way to 7 games. Unfortunately, the Lions would issue back-to-back clubbings in Games 6 and 7 to take their 5th Japan Series title in 6 years. That would be the last taste of playoff baseball Hiroshima would experience for a long, long time. Don't get me wrong, the Carp, led by new hometown hero Tomoaki Kanemoto, were still incredibly good throughout the 1990s, but the Swallows and Giants were just that much better. In 1998, the wheels finally fell off. Financially, the team was in a dire state, which caused them to lose a lot of their stars to free agency in the early 2000s. The Carp would finish 5th place 11 times in 14 years, despite the best efforts of Koichi Ogata, Takahiro Arai, Hiroki Kuroda, Eishin Soyogi, Kenta Kurihara, and Greg LaRocca. But they would gain one thing: a new stadium. New Hiroshima Municipal Stadium, better known as Mazda Zoom Zoom Stadium or just Zoomsta, would be completed in 2009. It is still the closest thing NPB has ever had to a retro classic park, and is one of the best ballparks in Japan. With their new stadium, the Carp elected to revisit what had made the team so great in the 1970s and 80s: scouting and developing talent. They would draft the likes of Kenta Maeda, Yoshihiro Maru, Kosuke Tanaka, and Ryosuke Kikuchi, later to be joined by Daichi Osera, Alan Curry, and Seiya Suzuki, as well as new foreign signing Brad Eldred. Their 22-year postseason drought would end in 2013. They would even win a playoff series for the first time since their 1984 Japan Series Championship, dispatching the Hanshin Tigers in the wildcard round. Unfortunately, they ran into the brick wall that was the Yomiuri Giants. While they'd finish third again the next year, there'd be no repeat upsets. The Carp would take a step back in 2015. While they would sign Chris Johnson, they'd be the textbook definition of mid, and they would miss the playoffs, finishing a half game back of the third place Hanshin Tigers. But when they were back in 2016, they would be back. Thanks to their young core, the Carp had their first place finish since 1991, a team record .631 winning percentage, and won the Central League by 17.5 games. Chris Johnson would also become the second foreign pitcher to win the Eiji Sawamura Award that year. They would easily bat away the BayStars in the CLCS to make their first Japan series in 25 years. If there was ever a team that could pull it off, it was these guys. Unfortunately, they were running into a Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters team led by a kid from Iwate named Shohei Ohtani. The Carp would take games 1 and 2, but a Shohei Ohtani walk-off in game 3 completely shifted the momentum of the series. The Fighters would win out and take the series in 6. That is 2 series momentum shifting pitcher walk-offs, 30 years and 2 days apart. Creepy. Oh well, the Carp would just have to be back next year, and that they were. Once again, the Carp broke their franchise winning percentage record and finished 10 games clear of the Hanshin Tigers for their second first-place finish in a row, the first time that had happened since 1979-80. This time, they do it. Except, no. The Yokohama BayStars went on a Cinderella run, winning 4 straight games to take the CLCS in 5. This back-breaking loss served to fuel the Carp as they got ready for one last run in 2018. They would once again finish first in the Central League, and would absolutely maul the Yomiuri Giants in the CLCS to make the big dance. They'd be running into the defending champions, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, who were looking for their 4th title in 5 years. The teams would tie Game 1, giving the Carp the record for the most ties in the Japan Series. And the Carp would take Game 2. They'd put up a valiant effort in Game 3 after going down 9-3, putting up a 5 spot in the 8th inning, but it just wasn't enough. Despite a similar valiant effort in Game 5, the Hawks were just too good and would take the series 4-1-1. It was then that everything fell apart. Brad Eldred and Takahiro Arai retired, and Yoshihiro Maru, who'd been their best player in this run, taking CL MVP twice, was poached by the Giants. The Carp would put up a valiant effort, but much like 2015, they finished a half game back of the Hanshin Tigers, missing the playoffs. To make matters worse, their new foreign star Xavier Batista was popped for PEDs, meaning that Seiya Suzuki would have to lead the offense alone. It didn't go well. 2020 and 2021 were lost seasons, as the Carp, while still having a good offense bolstered by young gun Shogo Sakakura, couldn't get over the hump. Then the next blow came. They lost Seiya Suzuki to the Chicago Cubs. This pretty much ensured that 2022 would also be a lost season. Shockingly, the Carp would turn it around in 2023, finishing second and making the CLCS. They got absolutely destroyed by the Tigers in said CLCS, but it looked like new manager Takahiro Arai's analytical approach to the game was working. But unfortunately, you can only mask so many talent inefficiencies, and the departure of Alan Curry to the Buffaloes meant that the Carp returned to the B class, where they remain today. The Hiroshima Carp are a young and hungry team, but not a particularly good one. Sure, they have an interesting core, but they lack a genuine superstar outside of closer Ryoji Kurabayashi. In fact, they have arguably the best bullpen in NPB. But an elite bullpen only works if you can give them leads to protect, and that has been a major struggle these past few years. Still, the likes of Kurabayashi, Kaito Kozuno, and Shoko Sakakura, Masato Morishita, Hiroki Takoda, and Shosei Nakamura, as well as top prospect Kento Nakamura, look to guide this team to the promised land. Given their propensity for unpredictability, don't ever count the fish out. Tokyo, 1946. With the end of the Second World War came a revival of Japanese professional baseball. The Japanese Pro Baseball League had been allowed to resume operations by the occupational government for a simple reason: give the Japanese people something to entertain them. So the league scrambled to get a season going for 1946. But there was a problem. Of the 6 teams that were returning, 4 were based out of the greater Kansai area, but only the Giants were based out of Tokyo. The other 2 teams that had been based out of Tokyo, the Korakuen Eagles and the Tokyo Senators, had both folded following the 1943 season. While the Chubu Nippon Baseball Club, who we now know as the Chunichi Dragons, had agreed to move to Tokyo while the league got back on their feet, the JPBL still needed 2 new teams to maintain the balance. The first was the Gold Star Baseball Club, named after the sumo Kimboshi, where a Meigashira beats a Yokozuna in a match, reflecting the fact that they knew they were underdogs. The other was a returning team, the Tokyo Senators. But wait, I thought you said only 6 teams were coming back. Well, yes I did. However, Saburo Yokozawa had set out with the intention of reviving his old team, and he'd got some decent PR behind him. The face of their new ownership group would be the former Duke, Koichi Sayonji, but he'd since been cut out of the Sayonji family for becoming a self-proclaimed Marxist, and for working with the Americans because he was Oxford educated and spoke fluent English. And he was getting his money from a Ginza cabaret club owner and sometime loan shark named Noboru Orite. As you can imagine, the team was not exactly flush with cash. They even used hand-me-down Hankyu Baseball Club uniforms with the H taken off and an S sewn on the sleeve. However, the team did manage to attract a couple of star players, Giichiro Shiraki and Hiroshi Oshita. This made them incredibly popular, but not quite popular enough to break even. This was not the team's only issue. See, the pre-war Senators had been managed by Seibu Railways, who were not particularly happy with another team using the name they felt they had the rights to. So the team was kind of in a bit of a shaky position. They were also so bad that the press and opposing fans nicknamed them the Tokyo Blue Stockings, after an influential feminist magazine from the turn of the century. It was not meant as a compliment. With Seibu's lawyers kinda knocking at the door, the team was in a bit of a dire state. But they would be saved by an unlikely figure, Gen Saramaru, a former hotel manager under the Tokyo Group. He convinced his boss, Tokyo chairman Keito Goto, to buy the team. Goto, interested, put out a feeler to see how much the team would cost. The Senators' ramshackle ownership group convened and asked for 350,000 yen, or about $1,000. Goto figured why not and bought the team. As thanks for making him aware of the situation, Goto would make Gen Saramaru team president and general manager, and to try and rescue the team's finances, Tokyo's director and head of accounting, Hiroshi Okawa, would be appointed as owner. This also led to a change in the name. Because Seibu was so upset about the use of Senators, Tokyo decided to be proactive and change it. Since Tokyo's logo was a winged rail, Okawa chose the name Flyers. In 1948, Daiei Film would approach the Flyers with an offer to merge, as Daiei had been looking to enter the JPBL and saw the Flyers as an easy way to do that, so the team would become the QA Flyers for that season. However, Daiei would leave the partnership at the end of the season to purchase the Gold Star Baseball Club, who they renamed the Daiei Stars. While the Flyers still had Oshita, they didn't have much else, so sensing an opportunity to get out from under the Giants, they joined the Pacific League in the 1950 split. they were still terrible. And to make matters worse, they upset the only person who made them relevant, Hiroshi Oshita. He and Gen Saramaru did not get along, and it would all come to a head after the 1951 season. The fallout between Hiroshi Oshita and the front office would be catastrophic, and no one came out of it looking good. Oshita would be dealt to the Nishitetsu Lions and became part of their dynasty in the late 1950s, while the Flyers remained locked in the basement. Tired of fighting for space with the Giants, Swallows, and Orions at Korakuen Stadium, the Flyers would decide to build their own stadium in Komazawa, a neighborhood in Tokyo's Setagaya ward. They moved there in 1953. The stadium was outdated, built on the cheap, and turned into a dust bowl in the summer, but the Flyers didn't care. It was theirs. The citizens of Setagaya also liked the fact that the team had chosen to move to their neck of the woods, and the Flyers became one of the more popular PL teams despite their record. The team would also change its name to the Toei Flyers in 1954, because Hiroshi Okawa had taken over the Tokyo-owned Toei Film Studios and wanted to promote that side of the business. They were still bad, however, which meant they had to get creative when it came to signing talent. Their ace in the 50s, Yasuo Yonekawa, fell into their laps after other teams branded him a delinquent, and in 1956 they signed their future ace, Masayuki Dobashi, a fisherman from Koto Ward who played for an amateur team sponsored by a strip club. He showed up to the tryout in rubber boots, but still made the team. Other young pieces of the core included Shoichi Busujima and Hachiro Yamamoto. They'd soon be joined by Hawaiian speedster Jack Ladra and a Korean kid from Hiroshima named Isao Harimoto. While this core was great, it lacked any kind of structure. Yoshiyuki Iwamoto could just not control his guys, and their rough and tumble nature led to the press branding the Flyers as the Komazawa Barbarians. True to form, the team took on the nickname with pride, and would finally have their first winning season in 1959. But Iwamoto was still a disaster, and he'd be fired midway through the 1960 season. Come 1961, the team was looking for a new manager, and they got him. Former Giants manager Shigeru Mizuhara had been fired by the Giants after failing to win the Japan Series for his 7th year in a row, and the Flyers snapped him up immediately. It was like night and day. The Flyers would win 83 games and finish second, 2.5 games back of the Hawks. Still, having a competent manager lit a fire in them, and they resolved to get back there the next year. But there was a problem. Tokyo had won the bid for the 1964 Olympics, and they were planning to put the Olympic Park in Komazawa. With the government kicking them out of their home and not wanting to be the 4th team in Korakuen Stadium again, the Flyers elected to move into Meiji Jingu Stadium. The backlash was immediate. Meiji Jingu Stadium was considered hallowed ground, and 30 years prior, the thought of professionals playing there at all had nearly led to the Giants' founder, Matsutaro Shiriki, being assassinated. So to not just have a professional team, but a dishonorable professional team like the Flyers was tantamount to sacrilege. But still, the Flyers persisted, and in 1962, they would win their first pennant. They'd be taking on the Hanshin Tigers in the Japan Series. The Tigers were also making their first Japan Series appearance, but had a far greater history of success than the Flyers. So when they took games 1 and 2, everything looked like it would be over. But then the two sides battled to a 14-inning tie in Game 3, and momentum completely swung in the opposite direction. The Flyers would win out, taking Game 7 thanks to a back-breaking solo home run by Akio Sayonji in the 12th inning. And just like that, the Toei Flyers were Japan Series champions. The Flyers remained amazing throughout most of the rest of the 60s, with Isao Harimoto fronting an offense backed up by his little brother, Katsuo Osugi. Alas, the depth could never back them up. So while they never finished outside of the A class, the Nankai Hawks and the upstart Hankyu Braves were just better. When Shigeru Mizuhara stepped down after the 1967 season, everything fell apart. By this time, they had moved back into Korakuen Stadium, as the Orions had left for Tokyo Stadium. In doing so, they cut a sweetheart deal with Nippon Television to allow Toei TV to access their equipment to broadcast games, as NTV didn't see them as a threat. This upset Fuji TV, who were part owners of the Swallows, and that would see them take over Jingu in the Flyers' absence. Without Mizuhara to guide them, the Flyers sank like a hot rock for the next few years. Then things got worse. the Black Mist scandal happened. Toshiaki Moriyasu, who many Flyers fans saw as the ace of the future, was banned for life after it was revealed that he'd taken money to throw games. The amount? 500,000 yen, or about $1,600 US. Then, Hiroshi Okawa, who'd been in control of the team since 1947, passed away. This all made Toei and Tokyo, who'd since become separate companies but still shared ownership of the team, to decide to sell up. The buyer they chose was real estate developer Nitaku Home, run by eccentric businessman Akiyoshi Nishimura, a friend of the chairman of Toei and Tokyo. Nishimura initially went gung-ho on the team, basically trying to become NPB's Bill Veeck. He ran several promotions and publicity stunts, including being the first NPB club to wear alternate jerseys, fielding 7 sets throughout the season. But it still didn't work. The Flyers could only manage 8 to 10,000 fans per game, and midway through the season, Nishimura elected to give up. He tried merging the Flyers with the Lotte Orions, but the league stopped him and said no mergers would be allowed unless the team looked for a buyer. They found one, Yoshinori Okuso, the founder and chairman of Nippon-Ham. A self-made man, Okuso had bought the team solely for the love of the sport, and after buying the club, he would never hold a meeting while his team was playing, and if they weren't on TV or the radio where he would dispatch a Nippon-Ham employee to go to the game and update him over a payphone at the end of every half inning. He clearly loved his team to death, but there was one thing he didn't love about his new team: the name. So he put out a fan poll to select a new name. While there were some interesting names like Nippon-Ham Jaguars and some ridiculous ones like Nippon-Ham Wieners, the name that won the fan poll was Fighters. The suggestion came from a high school girl from Okayama who was a massive fan of Katsuo Osugi. Osugi had a reputation of being a bit of a psycho on the baseball diamond, but the girl had chose to characterize it as him being a fierce fighter. The name stuck. With a new name came a new direction, as Okuso hired legendary manager Osamu Mihara. Mihara had been known as a franchise savior up to this point, turning around the fortunes of the Nishitetsu Lions, Taiyo Whales, and Kintetsu Buffaloes. He'd even made the Yakult Atoms a respectable team. But he wouldn't be managing. Those duties would instead be delegated to his son-in-law, Futoshi Nakanishi. Nakanishi had won a pennant as a player and manager with the Nishitetsu Lions, but this would be his first real test. Things did not go well. Nakanishi immediately clashed with both Isao Harimoto and Katsuo Osugi, who chafed under his managerial style. Mihara would side with his son-in-law, and decide to trade Osugi to the Yakult Swallows after the 1974 season for Junzo Uchida and Yoshito Oda. This meant that the man the Fighters are literally named after was only a fighter for one season. This naturally upset Harimoto, whose relationship with Nakanishi further suffered. However, Okuso didn't want to trade his most marketable player, especially as Nippon-Ham was dipping its toes into the Korean market. Despite barely having stepped foot in the country, Harimoto, being an ethnic Korean, was a popular figure in South Korea, and he featured prominently in Nippon-Ham's marketing. Trading him would mean losing their toehold. However, things were getting so bad that Okuso eventually relented and authorized a trade, allowing Harimoto to decide where he went. Despite the Lotte Orions and Hanshin Tigers charging hard for him, Harimoto elected to stay in Bunkyo and join the Yomiuri Giants. The trades actually ended up working out very well for Nippon-Ham. As in return for Harimoto, they got Giants ace Kazumi Takahashi and outfielder Masaru Tomita. Takahashi immediately became the ace, forming a deadly 1-2 punch with Naoki Takahashi. Meanwhile, Tomita and Yoshito Oda were solid pieces offensively. The Fighters would continue to wheel and deal throughout the 70s, grabbing Junichi Kashiwabara in a trade with the Nankai Hawks. In the same season, they drafted future face of the franchise Makoto Shimada. Under new manager Kiyoshi Osawa, the Fighters were actually starting to get really good. In 1980, Isamu Kida would have the greatest rookie season of any pitcher in NPB history, and the Fighters would pull off an absolute coup by signing Samoan slugger Tony Solita, a guy who would have never ended up in NPB nowadays. Joining him would be Yankees farmhand Tommy Cruz. But they needed one more piece to get over the top. With the emergence of Kida, the Fighters would trade Naoki Takahashi to the Hiroshima Carp for their MVP closer, Yutaka Inatsu. In 1981, the Fighters would have a second half for the ages, going 14-7 in September to clinch the second half and make the playoffs. Inatsu was a huge reason why they've been able to do this, which is why he became the first player to win MVP in both the Central and Pacific Leagues. In the playoffs, they would easily dispatch the first half champion Lotte Orions to make their first Japan series in 19 years. In that Japan series, they'd be playing their stadium mates, the Yomiuri Giants. While the fighters fought the Giants tooth and nail, injuries to key players like Tommy Cruz meant that they couldn't quite force their way past the Kyojin, who took the series in 6. They were never quite able to replicate their 1981 season, and further down the line, the departures of Inatsu and Solita meant that the fighters collapsed in the mid-80s. By the time they were back to being a respectable team in 1987, the Lions and Buffaloes had well and truly taken over as the kings of the Pacific League. In 1988, the fighters would join the Giants in their brand new Tokyo Dome, although they could often barely get the stadium half full. The fighters of the 90s were defined by fun gimmicks, an absolutely horrifying mascot, and 3 random second-place finishes, twice to the Lions in 1993 and 1998, and once to Ichiro's Orix Blue Wave in 1995. That pennant loss was especially painful, as the Blue Wave clinched in a game against the fighters, and it ended on an error from their star Canadian outfielder Rob Ducey. It was the only error Ducey made all year. Eventually, the fighters were getting fed up with the crowded Tokyo market. While the Pacific League wanted them to stay in Tokyo so they could maintain a presence in the city, the fighters had another idea. The city of Sapporo had built a giant multi-use dome in 2001 to try and attract major pro sports to their city. The mere notion of its construction had already been enough to lure Toshiba Soccer Club, who'd since professionalized and been renamed Consadole Sapporo. So they set their sights on a baseball team. The Seibu Lions, who'd been upset at the league blocking the construction of a new dome in Tokyo, were ideal candidates. But they had already put a roof on their existing stadium in the late 90s and were in no hurry to leave. The Kintetsu Buffaloes were broke and had just started playing in the Osaka Dome less than a decade prior, and the Orix Blue Wave did not want to leave the Kansai market. So they set their sights on luring the fighters. NPB, which was struggling financially at the time, finally agreed to let the fighters move for 2004, as Sapporo was by now Japan's 5th largest city, and with over 5 million people living on Hokkaido, it looked like it would be a big enough market to sustain a professional baseball team. As part of the move, the fighters agreed to play a series or 2 in the Tokyo Dome every year, so they didn't completely abandon their old fan base. The move to Sapporo was an immediate success. The fighters would draw record crowds and finish 3rd in their first year in the new home, making the new Pacific League playoffs. The fighters would take the first ever Pacific League wildcard series all the way to 3 games, but Kazuhiro Wada would lead off the bottom of the 9th of Game 3 with a homer to give the Lions the series. It would be the last playoff game Yoshinori Okuso would watch, as he passed away in April the following year. His number, 100, which had also been Hiroshi Okawa's number when he owned the team, would be subsequently retired. That offseason, they drafted a half-Persian kid from Osaka named Farid U. Darvish Sifat, better known as U. Darvish. The fighters were a bad team in 2005, but it was a blessing in disguise, as it allowed the teenage Darvish to get meaningful playing time with the top team, and by 2006, he was already their number 2 starter behind Tomoya Yagi. Joining them would be face of the franchise Michihiro Ogasawara, recently acquired Swallows star Atsunori Inaba, switch-hitting Panamanian slugger Fernando Seguino, and elite defenders Kensuke Tanaka and Hichori Morimoto. Add in the veteran leadership of Makoto Kaneko and Tsuyoshi Shinjo, and a back end of the bullpen featuring a 3-headed monster of Hideki Okajima, Hisashi Takeda, and Michael Nakamura. The fighters would rocket to the front of the Pacific League in 2006, and win it for the first time in 25 years. They'd top it off by easily dispatching the Hawks in the PLCS to make their first Japan series since 1981. They'd face another long-suffering franchise in the Chunichi Dragons. The Dragons would take Game 1, and then the fighters steamrolled them, winning out and taking the series in 5. Despite losing Ogasawara to the Giants and Shinjo to retirement, the Fighters would once again finish first in the Pacific League. After winning a back-and-forth PLCS against Bobby Valentine's Chiba Lotte Marines, the Fighters would once again make the Japan Series, where they'd be once again facing, guess who, the Chunichi Dragons. The Dragons took advantage of the Fighters' missing pieces and basically pulled an Uno reverse of the previous Japan Series, taking it in 5. The Fighters remained a good team, however. With Darvish as the ace and Masataka Nashida behind the bench, the Fighters were perennial playoff contenders. After getting bounced in the PLCS in 2008, they'd crush Masahiro Tanaka's upstart Rakuten Eagles in 2009. Unfortunately, they ran into a red-hot Yomiuri Giants squad. While the series was incredibly entertaining, the Giants' depth and elite bullpen carried them through, and they'd take the series in 6. After missing the playoffs in 2010, the Fighters came roaring back in 2011, only to get bounced by the Lions in the wildcard round. That would see Yu Darvish's time as a Fighter come to an end, as the Texas Rangers ponied up $51 million for the Fighters' ace. While some thought this would be the end of their competitive window, new manager Hideki Kuriyama felt otherwise, as he managed to take the Fighters to another first-place finish on the backs of their offense, which was by now being led by converted pitcher Yoshio Itoi, Sho Nakata, and Daikon Yo. After thumping the Hawks in a PLCS that was not nearly as close as it looked on paper, the Fighters would make the Japan Series where they'd be facing the Giants. Again. Once again, Tatsunori Hara's boys rode high-end talent, superior depth, and a comically elite bullpen to a Japan Series title in 6 games. But the Fighters weren't done just yet, because in that year's draft, they pulled off a coup. Shohei Ohtani, the consensus top prospect in the draft, had already said he wanted to make the jump straight to MLB, but the Fighters swooped in and took him anyway. While Ohtani initially said thanks but no thanks, the Fighters quickly changed his mind. They basically dropped a big old book on his desk talking about how much of a hellhole the American minor leagues were to play in, highlighting the struggles of countless Korean and Taiwanese prospects who'd been chewed up and spit out by the system. Then, they offered to do what no MLB team would do: develop him as a two-way player. Ohtani was swayed and signed on the dotted line. The Fighters immediately began focusing on building around him. Ohtani would break out in 2014 as the Fighters made a run to the PLCS, where they lost to the Hawks. While Shohei's arm remained elite, his bat would regress dramatically in 2015, leading some to wonder if the two-way experiment had failed. The Fighters would end up getting bounced in the wildcard by the Marines. Then 2016 happened. Shohei Ohtani would go 10-4 with a 1.86 ERA and 2.35 FIP, while carrying a 187 WRC plus and smacking 22 homers. He would win a unanimous Pacific League MVP and be the first player to take home 2 Best 9 awards in the same season, for pitcher and designated hitter. It was the best season in franchise history, and the Fighters would ride it all the way to the Japan Series, taking on what seemed to be another team of destiny in the Hiroshima Carp. After going down 2 games, Shohei Ohtani stepped up in the 10th inning of Game 3. His walk-off completely shifted the dynamic of the series, and the Fighters would win out, taking their 3rd Japan Series title in 6.
セカンド往来構えて取りました試合終了北海道日本ハムファイターズ10年ぶり3度目の日本一
Ohtani would barely pitch in 2017 due to injury, and the Fighters would fail to defend their title. Seeing the writing on the wall, the Fighters would post Ohtani, as it was their last chance to actually get adequate compensation for him before the new sales tax posting fee system came into effect. From there, the Fighters would stay locked in the basement. Kensuke Kondo did his best to try and carry the team, but he couldn't get them over the hump. Eventually, Hideki Kuriyama realized he couldn't be the one to get the team back on their feet, so he stepped back into the front office and hired an old friend, Tsuyoshi Shinjo. Shinjo, also known as Big Boss, immediately put the team back on the map, with his bombastic personality putting butts in seats and giving the team a presence despite their ongoing rebuild. This would allow young stars like Chusei Manami and Hiromi Ito to step into the foreground. They'd soon be able to reinforce them. See, among the multitude of problems with the Sapporo Dome, what with the awful turf surface, the cavernous atmosphere, and lackluster facilities, was the ridiculous amount of rent that the fighters were paying to play there. So they set out to build their own stadium in the Sapporo suburb of Kita, Hiroshima. S-Con Field, also known as Globe Life But Good, opened in 2023 and immediately became the best stadium in NPB. And the fighters would use the savings they got from their new ballpark to sign 2 new foreign players for 2024, Franmil Reyes and Yilei Sun. Those 2 would join Manami, Ito, Kotaro Kiyomiya, Shun Mizutani, Koki Kitayama, and Yua Tamiya to form an incredibly solid young core, a core that would ride to his second place finish in 2024. While they would dispatch the Marines in the wildcard series, they couldn't do the same to the Hawks in the PLCS. In 2025, they signed reigning CPBL MVP Ruoyang Gulin. With him joining an already stacked rotation, they'd finish second again, make mincemeat of the Orix Buffaloes in the wildcard, and then nearly pull off the upset of the century in the PLCS, forcing it all the way to 6, where they met the immovable object that is Levon Moinella. Still, the fighters are a team brimming with potential and have a serious chance to go all the way. They're great on the field, their vibes are immaculate, and they are a perfect representation of Hokkaido and her people. The fighters still embody the mantra they had when they were founded 80 years ago, a merry bunch of misfits that play hard every day. While I don't think Saburo Yokozawa could have ever envisioned the team he started ending up here, I'm sure wherever he, Hiroshi Okawa, and Yoshinori Okaso are, they were incredibly happy with where the team they loved ended up.
July 5th, 1949. Saronori Shimoyama, the first chairman of the newly organized Japanese National Railways, leaves his office. He'd been dealing with a massive headache recently, as the government had decided to lay off 100,000 employees. He had just signed the paperwork for the first round of layoffs, in which over 30,000 railway employees would lose their jobs. On the way home, he stopped his 1941 Buick Special at the Mitsukoshi department store in Nihonbashi and walked inside. He was never seen alive again. The next day, his body, or what was left of it, was found strewn across the Joban line near the Tokyo detention house. 9 days later, an unmanned train crashed through the barrier at Mitaka Station, killing 6 and injuring 20. A former train driver, one of those who'd been laid off, was blamed for the incident and sentenced to life in prison, later upgraded to capital punishment. He maintained his innocence to his last breath, claiming he was misled by his own defense lawyer. This and other glaring irregularities in the case have seen his family continue to campaign for retrials to this very day. A little over a month later, a rail line near Fukushima was sabotaged, with the resulting derailment killing 3 crewmen. The government would blame the rail union and a local Toshiba factory union. They rounded up 20 leading members of both unions, beat confessions out of them, and convicted all of them, giving 5 the death penalty. It would be over a decade until all were eventually cleared. Now, you might ask why I bring this all up in a video about baseball. Well, it's to illustrate the public sentiment towards Japanese National Railways at the time, which was overwhelmingly negative. The public was not only upset by the layoffs, but they were also upset with the obviously rushed nature of the 2 trials. JNR needed a distraction, so when the JPBL began restructuring into NPB, Yukio Kageyama, who'd taken over JNR following the death of Shimoyama, would put forward a bid to join the newly recognized NPB. Yomiuri and the other Central League owners were quick to accept, as they needed an 8th team. But they ran into a problem. When the government created JNR, it explicitly limited its operations to railways and railways only, so they couldn't technically legally own the team. So JNR got together with a few other companies, including the logistics company Nippon Express, to form the Transportation Cooperation Association, a shell company they would use to found the team. So, on January 15th, 1950, the Kokutetsu Baseball Club was officially born. Now they needed a nickname. Wanting to involve employees, well, the ones they hadn't laid off, JNR put out a poll within the company for a nickname, asking for something railway-themed. Names like Kokutetsu Whistles and Kokutetsu Service were deemed too on the nose, Kokutetsu Centipedes was kinda clever, but a bit confusing, and Kokutetsu Express was rejected for fears that journalists would come up with pun headlines like Kokutetsu Express derails, which would cause further negative PR for the company and possible public panic. Then along came a solution: swallows. In the 1920s, there had been a famous luxury express train called Tsubame, or the Swallow. Around the same time JNR had officially founded the team, a new express train that ran the same route as the old Tsubame had taken on the same name after it had won a public naming poll. Seeing an easy and desperately needed PR win, JNR chose to name their baseball team the Kokutetsu Swallows. If you're wondering how this is any different from Express, Tsubame referred to the train, Swallows referred to the team. They would be the last team to join the newly founded NPB, and because of that, the talent pool they were left to pick through was rather shallow. While JNR had a rich network of corporate ball teams, none were particularly good, and they hadn't been able to stop their best players from signing with other teams before they officially got started. So the new lineup was dire. They basically signed any warm body they could, from corporate ballers to guys who hadn't played pro ball in nearly a decade, to a disgruntled 16-year-old high schooler from Nagoya who was pissed off about people discriminating against him because he was an ethnic Korean. The team was, as you can imagine, quite bad in their first year, only finishing 1.5 games ahead of the hapless Hiroshima Carp. The rest of the 1950s were a very similar story, with one exception. That Korean kid they'd signed after he dropped out of high school in 1950. His name happened to be Masaichi Kaneda. On September 5th, 1951, a little over a month after his 18th birthday, he threw the club's first ever no-hitter, becoming the second teenager in the history of Major Pro Baseball to throw one. In 1952, JNR's large number of regional corporate ball teams finally began to bear fruit, as the team would sign outfielder Takeo Sato from their Sendai branch. They'd also sign Yukihiko Machida out of high school. Those two would join Kaneda as the faces of the Swallows in the 1950s. In 1955, all three would have career years, with Kaneda winning the strikeout title for a 4th time while putting up 9 WAR, Machida becoming the youngest player to ever win the Central League home run title, and Sato also putting up the best season of his career. But see, baseball is a team sport, and the rest of the team was so abysmal that the Swallows could still only finish 5th. This was pretty much the story of the Swallows in the late 50s, with Kaneda dragging his team to 4 consecutive 4th place finishes with his arm alone, winning 3 consecutive Sawamura Awards and a pitching triple crown in 1958. Still, the team couldn't build around him. Despite acquiring Hawk star Tokuji Iida for some veteran help, the complete lack of depth was so apparent that 4th place seemed to be their ceiling. The Swallows would finally break into the A-class in 1961, but they were still nowhere near a pennant. The next year, Masaichi Kaneda broke Walter Johnson's strikeout record. He was still only 28. He would hold the major professional strikeout record until Nolan Ryan passed him in 1987. But rising costs, caused in part by signing top prospect Sadayuki Tokutake to a record contract, caused JNR to look for ownership help. They found it in the Sankei Shimbun. The Sankei Shimbun brought a lot to the table. Not only did they have media money, but they also gave the Swallows a consistent broadcaster, Fuji TV. Even to this day, Fuji TV is the main broadcaster for Swallows home games. But while this did rescue the team's finances, it also created a new problem, with Yomiuri. See, Yomiuri also had a TV channel, Nippon Television, and Nippon Television was none too happy about one of their main rivals taking over broadcasting rights for another team that shared their stadium. So, Yomiuri simply refused to allow Fuji TV to use the main broadcasting rooms at Rakuten Stadium, shuffling their broadcast team essentially into a closet. Fuji TV was upset by this, but they couldn't really do much about it. They figured everyone had gotten the same deal, as the Flyers and Orions had since left Rakuten Stadium for their own reasons. So Fuji TV set out to try and outcompete the Giants. They did this by swinging a cash trade for the greatest Japanese shortstop of all time, Yasumitsu Toyoda. While the combination of Tokutake, Toyoda, and Kaneda sparked a ton of fan interest, the Swallows continued to languish in the B-class. Then there was another problem. The Toei Flyers had moved back into Rakuten Stadium, and they'd made Fuji TV furious. See, because Nippon Television didn't consider Toei a threat, they allowed the broadcast team to use Yomiuri's equipment and facilities. This was no bueno. So for 1964, the Swallows resolved to break out on their own. After trying and failing to rent out Tokyo Stadium from the Orions, they decided to move into the Flyers' old home, Meiji Jingu Stadium. They still had to make compromises, as the Tokyo Big Six were the primary tenant in the building, meaning they would have to make way for both the Big Six season as well as university and high school tournaments, but still, it was better than the alternative, and the Swallows would move in for 1964. This made a very important person very upset. Masaichi Kaneda absolutely hated pitching at Jingu, especially as he crested into his early 30s and his abilities were starting to fade. By now, he was targeting 400 wins, and felt that Jingu's offense-friendly nature wouldn't allow him to do that. He also really didn't like the Swallows' new manager, Giichi Hayashi. While the JNR side of the ownership group had backed Kaneda up and called for Hayashi to be fired, Sankei gently reminded them who was funding the whole operation. So Hayashi stayed on. Kaneda proceeded to exercise his free agent rights and walked out on the team. While the San Francisco Giants were reportedly interested in signing him, Kaneda instead joined the Yomiuri Giants, figuring that ring chasing on a team fronted by two of NPB's GOATs would give him the best chance at winning. This was the beginning of a very dark period in franchise history. JNR would also leave the partnership 2 months into the season, with the team becoming the Sankei Swallows for the rest of 1965. Sadayuki Tokutake started to decline early due to injuries, and Yasumitsu Toyoda's health completely collapsed, as he would only play 100 games once past his 30th birthday. Oh, and Hayashi would be fired midway through the 1965 season anyways. However, with JNR out of the picture, Sankei decided to do something they'd always wanted to do: rebrand. Since the name Swallows meant nothing to them, they elected to change it. And since Fuji TV had the broadcast rights to Astro Boy, or Mighty Atom as he is known in Japan, Sankei elected to rename the team the Sankei Atoms to capitalize on his popularity. Under Sankei, the team also decided to hire their first foreign players, doing so with the help of the Toronto Maple Leafs. No, not the hockey team, the AAA team. 40-year-old Cuban vet Roman Mejias and Lou Jackson would soon be on a plane to Tokyo. While Mejias was kind of predictably bad, Jackson, a former top prospect, quickly became one of the most popular players in the team. He kind of pioneered what some of us in the expat community have called nomunication, where heading out to the bar with your teammates helps break down the language barriers. Jackson also appreciated the fact that his Japanese teammates didn't look down on him for being black, which only helped his play and his optimism. No matter how bad the Atoms were, Jackson came into every game thinking they could win it, and that rubbed off on his teammates. The team would also get an upgrade for 1966, replacing Mejias with Dave Roberts. No, not that one. That one. Roberts, despite putting up back-to-back 1,000 OPS seasons in AAA, had only barely gotten a cup of coffee with the Pirates in 1965, so when he made the jump, he immediately became the offensive face of the Atoms. With him and Jackson came young stars Kunio Fukutomi and Shiro Takagami. Things were looking up, especially when Roberts became the club's first 40-homer man in 1968. Except Lou Jackson's life took a turn for the worse. Playing in Japan took a toll on his marriage, which took a toll on his mental health, which accelerated his alcoholism. Despite the Atoms taking steps to try and rein in his finances, bars and hostess clubs kept letting him rack up massive tabs. He would collapse from exhaustion during games multiple times, and in 1969 he took himself out of a spring training game complaining of stomach cramps. Those cramps turned out to be pancreatic cancer, and Jackson would pass away on May 27th. Before their game on the 28th against the Hanshin Tigers, the Atoms would hold a baseball funeral for Jackson, attended by all his teammates as well as pretty much all of the league's black players. Atoms manager Takehiko Besho, a man who was so no-nonsense during his playing days that he was literally nicknamed the Demon Sergeant, broke down in tears while giving his eulogy. The Atoms never really recovered from losing him, and Sankei was beginning to have doubts about whether or not they could keep running the team. So in 1969, they began to look for a buyer. They found one in Yakult. Yakult, probably best known for making probiotic yogurt drinks, jumped at the chance to advertise their product through baseball. Because the majority of their board were Giants fans, they knew the sheer amount of attention being even Giants adjacent could get their brand. Seeing Yakult in the headlines every day might as well have been a godsend. Problem: the team was awful. A player having -1 WAR is really difficult. It takes a truly awful combination of fundamentals and apathetic management. The Atoms had 7 position players who were that bad in 1970.
And they only had one pitcher who put up an above average ERA and FIP, Hajime Tatsumi. He threw less than 10 innings. They finished last with a .264 winning percentage. So Yakult hit the panic button and hired Osamu Mihara. Osamu Mihara had already turned around the fortunes of 3 teams, namely the Nishitetsu Lions, Toyo Whales, and Gintetsu Buffaloes, so they hoped he could at least make the team tolerable to watch. As part of the deal, he brought in his son-in-law Futoshi Nakanishi as a hitting coach. Nakanishi immediately got to work, focusing a lot on some corporate ball player they drafted out of Hokkaido named Tsutomu Wakamatsu. Things were starting to improve. I mean, it's hard not to improve from rock bottom, but the team had a new problem: their nickname. Osamu Tezuka, the creator of Mighty Atom, was not particularly happy about his relationship with the team. While the team itself only had the rights to put the character on official promotional material, fans of the Atoms were making their own merchandise. Tezuka and his company Mushi Productions used that fact to try and renegotiate the deal and get more money from Yakult. But Yakult said, "Cool, nice working with you," and immediately put out a poll for fans to rename the team. While the return of the old name was by far the most popular choice among fans, Yakult fielded several other suggestions. Yakult Pandas, Yakult Bears, and Yakult Firemen were all favorites, but at the 1973 All-Star Game, the team announced that they were changing their name to the Yakult Jaguars, effective immediately after the All-Star break. I don't think they expected the chorus of boos. Amazingly for an NPB ownership group, Yakult actually took the hint, scrapped the name change, and announced in the offseason they would be bringing back Swallows for 1974. This kind of irked Yakult CEO Hisami Matsuzono, but good PR is good PR, and with Hiromu Matsuoka and Keiji Asano leading the pitching staff, and Roger Repose and Tsutomu Wakamatsu fronting the batting order, later to be joined by Katsuo Osugi, the Swallows went from bad to just mediocre. Hiroshi Arakawa wasn't exactly a good manager, and had really only been hired because he was a coach on the V9 Giants, and his adopted son Takashi played for the team. This was just fine with Yakult, because, see, they weren't trying to win. Yakult feared that if their team consistently beat popular teams like the Giants, Tigers, and Dragons, fans of those teams would stop buying Yakult products. And the fact that most of Yakult's board rooted for the Giants meant they didn't actually want to see their own team win. If you'll remember, this is also why Toyota chose not to buy the Chunichi Dragons 20 years prior. But, unbeknownst to Yakult, Arakawa did have an ambitious man on his coaching staff, his bench coach, Tatsuro Hirooka. And when Arakawa stepped down midway through a disastrous 1976 season, it would be Hirooka who would take the reins. And he didn't conform to Yakult's lack of ambition. See, Hirooka could see potential in his squad and was crafty enough to convince Yakult's board to spend some money, not really on the team, but on the facilities. He would bring the Swallows' facilities up to MLB levels and stock his coaching staff with actually competent coaches. He also signed Charlie Manuel over from the Dodgers, and while he was pretty bad in his first campaign, Hirooka believed in him and kept him around for 1977. It was like night and day. The Swallows jumped from 5th to 2nd. This irked Yakult's board, but they couldn't really openly punish their team for winning. So they just gritted their teeth through the whole thing and took solace in the fact the Giants were so comically dominant that the Swallows couldn't catch them. In the offseason, they attempted to meddle with the team by refusing to extend Repose, citing his age and declining production, but Hirooka quickly found his replacement in Dave Hilton, who walked onto the Swallows' new spring training facility in Yume, Arizona, and made the team out of camp. The Swallows would continue to take the fight to their big brothers in 1978. Manuel, Hilton, Osugi, and Wakamatsu formed a dominant offensive core, and Hiromu Matsuoka continued chugging along at the front of the rotation. And the Swallows would finally win their first Central League pennant in 1978. They would be facing the Hankyu Braves, who were coming off 3 consecutive Japan Series championships. They also wouldn't be allowed to play Japan Series games at Jingu, as scheduling conflicts meant they'd have to play their games at Korakuen. The 1978 Japan Series was a back-and-forth banger, but after getting thumped 12-3 in Game 6,
Hiromu Matsuoka tossed a complete game shutout in Game 7 to give the Swallows their first Japan Series title. While the mood in the locker room was jubilant, the mood in the boardroom, not so much. As Yakult feared, sales were down, so they sabotaged their own team. They lowballed Charlie Manuel, causing him to leave for the Buffaloes, and they gutted Hirooka's coaching staff to the point where he quit in disgust. As you can imagine, for most of the next decade, the Swallows were a wasteland. Perpetual bottom feeders despite the likes of Toru Sugiura leading the offense. However, by the late 1980s, things finally began to change. Jun Kawahara took over as Yakult's CEO and immediately made it a priority for his baseball team to, get this, win. He did this by signing Bob Horner, who'd been a victim of MLB's rampant collusion, to a record-setting $2 million contract. Despite offering a 3-year, $10 million extension that would have made him the richest player in baseball, Horner ended up taking less money to sign in St. Louis, as he had not been able to handle the culture shock of moving to Tokyo. And in 1990, he hired former Hawks player-manager Katsuya Nomura. Under him, things would finally turn around. With Takahiro Ikeyama, Atsuya Furuta, and Jack Howell leading the offense, and Felipe Yoichi Okabayashi and Tomohito Ito leading the staff, the Swallows began to turn themselves around. By 1991, they were back in the A class, and in 1992, they won their second pennant in franchise history. While they did lose the Japan Series in heartbreaking fashion in the 10th inning of Game 7 to the Seibu Lions, they would be back. Once again, the Swallows cruised to the pennant, and once again, they'd be facing the Lions in the Japan Series. And once again, the two sides would battle all the way to 7 games. But this time, Katsumi Hirasawa hit a 3-run shot in the first inning to give the Swallows a lead they would not relinquish, and closer Shingo Takatsu struck out Ken Suzuki to give the Swallows title number 2. From there, the Swallows became the NPB equivalent of the 2010 San Francisco Giants, partially due to foreign player turnover, partially due to Katsuya Nomura's all-or-nothing managerial style that left his teams completely spent. They'd finish 4th in 1994, trade for Tom O'Malley, and win the pennant in 1995, beating Ichiro's Orix Blue Wave in the Japan Series. Then finished 4th in 1996, signed Dwayne Hosey, and won the pennant in 1997, again smacking around the Lions in 5 games. And then they finished 4th in 1998. After Nomura got poached by the Hanshin Tigers, the Swallows stayed mired in 4th place for a while, as their core was beginning to age out. This was despite their juiced-up Venezuelan slugger Roberto Peragine hitting the cover off the ball in that time. Eventually, things would all come together, as Peragine and Furuta would be joined by Atsunori Inaba, young gun Akinori Iwamura, and Alex Ramirez to form a team that would live and die by their offense. They'd win the 2001 pennant and face another team in the Japan Series who lived and died by their offense, the Osaka Kintetsu Buffaloes. They beat them in 5 games. Despite the Swallows still being a good team and having an unprecedented run of form, finishing in the A-class 4 years straight, there was no playoffs at this point, so it was all for nothing. In 2005, a sophomore outfielder named Norichika Aoki became the first Central League player to record 200 hits in a season, and Alex Ramirez would become the second in 2007, the year after the team officially changed its name to the Tokyo Yakult Swallows at the request of several veteran players. To this day, the Swallows are the only team with multiple 200-hit men. However, the year after getting 200 hits, Alex Ramirez was poached by the Giants. Despite more Herculean individual performances on offense, like Nori Aoki becoming the only NPB player with multiple 200-hit seasons in 2010, and Vladimir Ballantyne blasting 60 home runs in 2013, the Swallows were still on the outside looking in most years, mainly due to a complete lack of pitching. See, Meiji Jingu is basically NPB's version of Coors Field. It's really, really hard to pitch well there, and if you have even a slight problem with the long ball, it's not going to end well. So it's no surprise that the Swallows made the playoffs in 2011 and 2012, years with historically low offense, only to finish last when the juiced balls of 2013 brought offense back up to a somewhat normal level. However, in 2015, the Swallows would finally win another pennant, thanks in large part to young phenom Tetsudo Yamada. Yamada is the only player in NPB history to pull off a triple three multiple times, and his first was most definitely his best. In fact, he came the closest out of anyone to putting up the first 12-war campaign by an NPB player since 1963. The Swallows would easily manhandle the Giants in the CLCS and would head to the Japan series to face the Hawks. The Hawks thumped them in 5 games, and the Swallows would immediately return to the basement, despite Ballantyne still slugging, Yasuhiro Ogawa emerging as a bona fide ace, and Tetsudo Yamada having 3 7-war campaigns in the next 4 years. The Swallows could only make the playoffs once, in 2018, where they got smacked around by the Giants in the wildcard round. The team needed another star to back up Yamada, as Ballantyne was fading fast and about to go ring chasing. They got something even better. Munetaka Murakami was the number 2 high school prospect in the 2017 draft. While he'd gotten a cup of coffee in 2018, 2019 would be his time to shine. While his hitting still needed a lot of work, Munetaka Murakami set the record for the most home runs by a teenager in an NPB season with 36. The Swallows still finished last in 2019 and then finished last again in 2020, but in 2021, the perfect storm would come. With Murakami, Yamada, Domingo Santana, and Yasutaka Shiomi leading the offense, and Yasuhiro Ogawa finally getting help from the constantly injured Yasunobu Okugawa, and a further perfect storm of circumstances, the Swallows went from last to first. They become just the second team to go from last to a Japan Series championship in a single year, as they beat the Orix Buffaloes in 6.
高いバウンド跳ねた内野安打どうか試合終了東京ヤクルトスワローズ20年ぶりの日本一
The next year, Munetaka Murakami ensured that the Swallows would hold both the domestic and foreign player home run records, as he smacked 56 home runs and led the Swallows to another pennant.
初球出た飛び出した世界の超えていった
But the Buffaloes were hungry for revenge. Despite losing their ace Yoshinobu Yamamoto in Game 1, the Buffaloes scratched and clawed and fought their way past the Swallows for a Japan Series title. The Swallows' perfect luck immediately ended, and they collapsed. Father Time hit Tetsudo Yamada like a brick. Okugawa and Shiomi could not stay healthy, and the same with new shortstop Hideki Nagaoka. They wouldn't make the playoffs again, and they finally hit rock bottom in 2025. With Murakami hurt and Domingo Santana and Jose Osuna putting up some of the least valuable seasons by a foreign player in NPB history, they had no hope in hell of doing much of anything. And Murakami? He's gone now. The future of the Tokyo Yakult Swallows looks especially bleak. They're locked into several bad contracts, the offense looks historically bad on paper, and their best prospects are still a while away from being NPB regulars. It's a sad way for Meiji Jingu Stadium to go out, as the Tokyo government will be replacing the stadium with a new one sometime before 2036. Why they couldn't just renovate the existing stadium like the Chicago Cubs and Boston Red Sox have done is a mystery to me, but the project is already starting to get underway. Well, the future of the Swallows looks rough. At least this time there's an ownership group who cares about the team enough to put in the work to get the team back. We don't know how long it will take, but the Swallows will be back.
It's something of a unique thing from the late 19th and early 20th centuries that the obscenely rich would actually have pet projects that were for the public good. Instead of space exploration or covering everything in tacky gold, rich people built libraries or took special interest in certain places, using their money to revitalize them. For Hankyu Railway's founder and chairman Ichizo Kobayashi, that would be the Hanshin sprawl suburb of Takarazuka. Originally an onsen town, Kobayashi would help found a theater company there, the Takarazuka Revue, an all-female theater company that Kobayashi created in 1914 to support women in the arts. He would also create a sprawling athletic club there called, well, the Takarazuka Athletic Club. Among their facilities was a state-of-the-art baseball field. And that field came in handy when the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake caused the government to seize Tokyo's Shiba-Ura baseball stadium to help with the relief efforts, leaving Japan's first two pro baseball teams, the Nippon Athletics and the Tenkatsu Baseball Club, without a home. Wanting to bring professional baseball to Kansai, Kobayashi would buy the Nippon Athletics and move them to Takarazuka for 1924, creating the Takarazuka Athletics in their stead. However, this plan would eventually fail, as the Tenkatsu Baseball Club failed to get back on their feet and Shiba-Ura Stadium would be bulldozed, leaving the Athletics as Japan's only pro baseball club. Kobayashi, despite his business acumen, didn't have the networking to actually build a league, so eventually the team would fold in 1929. But in 1934, someone with that networking ability would come around. That year, Matsutaro Shiriki would create the team we now know as the Yomiuri Giants, and he reached out to several newspaper and railway magnates to help get the team started, one of whom would be Ichizo Kobayashi. Kobayashi jumped at the chance to join the league, especially after learning that the rival Hanshin Electric Railway Company had founded the Osaka Tigers, and he immediately bought land to build a new stadium for his team. The Hankyu Baseball Club would officially be born on January 23, 1936. Much in the same way that the Giants had recruited heavily from Waseda University, and the Nagoya Baseball Club, the modern-day Chunichi Dragons, recruited heavily from Meiji University, the Hankyu Baseball Club would recruit heavily from Kobayashi's alma mater of Keio University, including their first superstar, Minoru Babe Yamashita. Hankyu Stadium would open up a year later, and immediately put the team on the map. Built in Nishinomiya, the same suburb of Osaka and Kobe that Hanshin Koshan Stadium is located in, it was designed as a merging of Wrigley Field and Yankee Stadium. And the new stadium's massive size and imposing design immediately gave Hankyu an air of superiority that the baseball team really couldn't match. See, while the Hankyu Baseball Club was still pretty good in the late 1930s and early 1940s, the problem is that the Tigers and Giants were just better. Hankyu's ace, Mitsuhiko Ishida, was the first non-Giant to throw a no-hitter in 1937, and in 1940 he'd become either the second or third pitcher to throw multiple no-hitters, with the second coming at Dairen Stadium in Manchuria in 1940, but in 1941 he'd be poached by the Nankai Baseball Club, and Minoru Yamashita would be drafted. That would allow Kotaro Mori and Japanese-American outfielder Den Yamada to step to the forefront. Mori would put up a 0.89 ERA in 333 innings of work to give Hankyu their first second-place finish. But, well, in the off-season,
a state of war.
The war would gut Hankyu of most of their depth. Kobayashi, who was in tight with the Tojo government, did little to protect his depth pieces, and Hankyu would crash down to 7th by 1943, thanks in large part to Mori being drafted mid-season. However, unlike some other teams, Hankyu was actually a fair state financially after the Second World War, and when the JPBL resumed in 1946, Hankyu began to flex their financial weight. They still had Yamada and Mori, when add to that by signing former Giants prospect Noboru Aota, as well as two-way phenom Jiro Noguchi, thanks in large part to already having his brother Akira as their catcher. While they'd still be mid-pack, things were stable. But now they needed a nickname. With the nickname mandate coming in 1947, the team initially wanted the name Hankyu Bears. This was a shot at their fellow Nishinomiya club, the Osaka Tigers, proof that they could be just as ferocious. But there was a problem. Hankyu's board hated it. They thought the name was too close to bear market and would bring bad luck, and were proven right when spring training came along and the team looked awful. So they quickly looked to change it. A nickname competition would be held, and the fans chose Braves, named after the then Boston Braves in MLB. So they'd be the Hankyu Braves for 1947. Unlike the Boston Braves, the team chose to use a Roman legionnaire as their mascot rather than any kind of Native American warrior. Something that seems to get lost in discussions surrounding the now Atlanta Braves nickname is that Braves is just a synonym for warriors, and it's only in the Americas where we give it a Native American connotation. Regardless of the new name and the stability they had compared to other teams, the team was still pretty mid through the 1940s. And while they put it all back together for 1949, they could only finish second to the Giants, whose offense was now led by Noboru Aota, as he'd gone back to his old club in 1948. So in 1950, the Braves would join the Pacific League, seeing it as a way to establish themselves as one of the premier clubs in Japan. That didn't happen. See, they would immediately crash and burn, finding themselves in the bottom half of the league. So they quickly looked for a way to fix it, and they got some help from Bill Veeck. See, the Hankyu Braves had fostered a post-war relationship with the Cleveland Indians, and Braves manager Shinji Hamasaki asked Bill Veeck if he knew of any players who could be available. Hamasaki specifically asked for former Negro Leaguers, as he'd had positive experiences playing against them during his playing days. So, with the help of Veeck and Harlem Globetrotters owner Abe Saperstein, they would sign Jimmy Newberry and John Britton Jr., who were both playing in Winnipeg at the time. Newberry slotted in at the front of the rotation, and Britton was a decent veteran presence, and both were incredibly popular with Braves fans. But the team still couldn't get out of 5th place, and they'd suffer another blow when Newberry left in the offseason after receiving a promise to return to affiliated ball that never materialized. So, for 1953, he'd be replaced by Rufus Gaines, and the Braves would also grab a prospect from the Indians named Larry Raines. Raines immediately became a superstar, with his 5-tool prowess leading the Braves' offense and earning him the nickname Black Lightning. That same year, lights were finally installed at Hankyu Stadium, and the Braves immediately became really good at winning night games, going 21-5. Their black uniforms, black stars, and night game prowess led the press to dub the Braves as the heroes of the night. They would battle against the Nankai Hawks all the way into September, but the Hawks would end the season strong, relegating the Braves to 2nd place. That would prove to be a fluke, as despite rookie pitcher Takeo Kajimoto carving up every Pacific League offense and Larry Raines breaking the Pacific League hits record, the lack of depth would see the Braves fall back to 5th place. And by now, Cleveland wanted Raines back. Wondering how they could ever replace a player like Raines, team president Minoru Murakami asked Cleveland if there was any prospect they'd be willing to part with, preferably one that would stay long term. While there wasn't anyone like that in the Indians organization, there was a Dodgers prospect named Roberto Barbone who was available. Barbone would join the Braves in 1955, and the rest is history. But the next year, the Braves would get into a contract dispute with the Tigers. See, the Hankyu Braves had signed high school pitching phenom Tetsuya Yoneda, but Yoneda had been pressured by a lot of his classmates and teachers to also sign a deal with the Osaka Tigers. While he initially participated in spring training as a Tiger, the Braves protested, and it was decided that since the Braves had signed him first, Yoneda's rights belonged to them. Yoneda was all set to protest the ruling until the Braves gave him the ace number 18. Despite Yoneda and Kajimoto leading the staff throughout the late 1950s, the team lacked any kind of offensive depth whatsoever. Sure, Roberto Barbone and Akitaro Kono were great, but the team had no power. At all. Yoshiro Nakata was the only player on the team that managed to hit double-digit homers in that time. So as a result, the team straddled the line between 3rd and 4th for most of the late 1950s. Offensive depth remained the Braves' major problem into the early 60s. So despite Yoshiro Nakata continuing to hit well and Hiroji Okajima showing flashes, the Braves decided to dip back into the foreign player well in 1964. This time they do so with the help of the Cincinnati Reds. They signed Gordy Winhorn from their AAA affiliate in San Diego, and they grabbed Darryl Spencer from the Major League squad. While Windy was merely a starting caliber player with some pop, Spencer was a superstar, and the two would help bolster the hitting depth Hankyu so desperately needed. They rocket back to 2nd place, 3.5 games behind the Hawks. In 1965, Spencer would become the first foreign player to hit for the cycle. After completing the cycle with a triple, he celebrated like a madman, and in the post-game press scrum was confused when none of the journalists knew what a cycle was. NPB, to their credit, immediately dug through old box scores and found it had been done by 22 other players, sending each of them an award for the accomplishment. 1965 would also see a much more infamous moment involving Spencer. See, he and Hawks superstar Katsuya Nomura were both gunning for a triple crown. Not wanting the first NPB offensive triple crown since 1938 to be won by a foreigner, the other teams began sabotaging Spencer. Spencer grumbled but largely kept quiet, until the Braves played the Hawks, and Nomura, a man who Spencer considered a friend, ordered an intentional walk. Spencer famously turned his bat upside down and stood like that in the box, begging the Hawks pitchers to strike him out. But none did. 12 plate appearances, 12 intentional walks. While Spencer would probably never have won the Triple Crown anyway, thanks in large part to just how far ahead Nomura was on the RBI leaderboard, it still stung. Braves fans were furious, and Braves manager Yukio Nishimoto would order his pitchers to beat Nomura in response. Spencer's season would end prematurely after he broke his leg in a motorcycle accident, and Nomura would win the Triple Crown, with Braves fans forever labeling that Triple Crown with an asterisk. In the offseason, NPB would hold their chaotic first draft. The Braves would pick 13 players in that draft. Only 4 joined. Thankfully, one of those 4 was their first round pick, Hosei University slugger Tokuji Nagiike, who immediately slid in beside Spencer as one of the faces of the offense. Of the 9 who said no, 5 would later go on to play for other NPB teams. For the first time in franchise history, the Braves had not 1, but 2 offensive superstars, and they would use them to their advantage. When Nagiike broke out in his sophomore season in 1967, he would join the veterans Spencer, Kajimoto, and Yorida to give the Braves their first Pacific League pennant. Problem: they were facing the Giants. Despite putting up a fight, they couldn't match the Giants' gobs of talent, and fell in 6 games. In 1968, the Braves would give it everything. Spencer, Nagiike, Kajimoto, and Yorida continued to be elite, and Kiyoshi Yano had an elite season completely out of nowhere. Despite the Hawks having one last run, the Braves would edge them out to win their second straight pennant. Only a brick wall could stop them. Its name was the Giants. The Braves would have a 1968 draft for the ages, drafting not 1, not 2, but 4 Hall of Fame caliber players, although they could only sign 3, Hisashi Yamada, Hideji Kato, and Yutaka Fukumoto. Tokuji Nagiike would also have one of the best seasons in B's franchise history, with Yorida and Kajimoto being elite despite being in their mid-30s. Only a brick wall could stop them. Its name was the Giants. After falling behind the Orions in 1970, the youth would finally come around to lead the team. Darryl Spencer would come back as a player-coach in 1971, and his expertise helped give the Braves one of the best offenses in NPB, scoring over 5 runs per game to outmuscle the Orions and take their 4th pennant in 5 years. But hey, guess what? Giants. They'd be even better in 1972, winning the Pacific League by 14 games over their little brothers in the Buffaloes. That year, Yutaka Fukumoto became the only NPB player to steal over 100 bases in a season, and he'd steal over 90 in each of the next 2 years. But yep, you guessed it, Giants. While the Braves continued to be elite in 1973, they fell victim to the new Pacific League playoff system. Despite finishing first overall, the Braves would still have to play the Nankai Hawks, who won the first half of the season, in a best-of-5 to determine who'd represent the Blue Banner in the Japan series. Despite the Braves being the far better team on paper, the Hawks would force the series all the way to 5 games. In the 9th inning of Game 5, Willie Smith and Yoshinori Hirose would hit back-to-back solo shots off of Braves ace Hisashi Yamada with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. While Hidetake Togin would respond with a solo shot of his own, it was all the Braves could do, and the Hawks became statistically the worst team to make the Japan series. After losing what seemed to be their best shot at winning a Japan series, Yukio Nishimoto would step down as manager of the Braves, instead taking over the Kintetsu Buffaloes. In his place would be bench coach Toshiharu Ueda. Ueda inherited an already strong team, and the Braves would once again make the playoffs, only to lose to the Lotte Orions. Needing reinforcements, Ueda asked his old teammate Fibro Hiroyama if there was anyone he knew of in the American minors who could help, as despite the Braves being quite good overall, their foreign core in 1973 and 74 was awful. Hiroyama, a scout for the Angels, found just the solution. Despite being one of the best players on the Salt Lake Bees in the previous 2 seasons, the California Angels had refused to call up 23-year-old Venezuelan prospect Bobby Marcano, so the Braves asked if he was available, and were shocked when the Angels said yes. The Angels' loss was the Braves' gain, as Marcano, now mentored by Roberto Barbone, immediately slotted in as the last piece of the new Braves core. Joining him would be Takashi Yamaguchi, who'd been the 2nd overall pick in the previous year's draft. The Braves would finish 2nd overall, but make the playoffs for a 3rd consecutive year, where they'd be facing their old manager Yukio Nishimoto and the Kintetsu Buffaloes. This time, the Braves would finally win their first playoff series, and after Toshiharu Ueda beat his old boss, he'd have to take on his old team, the Hiroshima Toyo Carp. The Carp battled the Braves to 2 ties in the 6-game series, but the Braves' sheer amount of talent overwhelmed them, and finally, after 5 tries and 5 failures, the Hankyu Braves were Japan Series champions. They immediately set out to prove it wasn't a fluke. Despite the Nankai Hawks having one last gasp at contention, the Braves would avoid the playoffs by winning both halves, where they would once again have to face, guess who? The Yomiuri Giants. Eager to make up for past failures, Ueda and the Braves put on a full-court press, taking the first 3 games easily. Then Yutaka Fukumoto decided to give the Giants chalkboard material. He offhandedly mentioned how shocked he was that it had been this easy, and that even a mid-pack Buffaloes or Orions squad could beat the Braves once in 3 games. The Giants were furious and roared back, taking the next 3 games to force Game 7, but a 2-run shot from Kiyoshi Morimoto would save the Braves' season as they took Game 7 4-2 to win their 2nd Japan Series title. Demon, slayed, title, defended. Then they do it again. Not content to sit on their laurels, the Braves traded Morimoto and 3 other players to the Chunichi Dragons in exchange for Kinji Shimatani and Mitsuo Inaba. What was already an elite core was pretty much unstoppable now, and despite the red-hot Lotte Orions fighting to take the playoff series all the way to 5, the Braves would be representing the Blue Banner in the Japan Series for a 3rd time in a row. Once again, they'd be facing the Giants. This time, the Braves would leave nothing to chance. No chalkboard material, no overconfidence, just quiet domination, smacking aside the aging Giants in 5. It was now overwhelmingly clear. The Hankyu Braves were an unquestionable dynasty. They'd reinforced that by winning both halves in 1978 to make their 4th consecutive Japan Series. As if their well of riches couldn't get deep enough, perennial Gold Glover Koji Minoda would also break out that year. Standing in their way was the Yakult Swallows, a team making their first Japan Series, with an ownership group that wasn't even trying to win. This should have been easy. It wasn't. The Swallows forced the series all the way to 7 games, and they would be the one to slay the Braves, as Hiromu Matsuoka shut them out in Game 7. That would be the last gasp of the Braves dynasty, because by now the Kintetsu Buffaloes had fully shaken off the shackles of failure and would get revenge for 1975, sweeping the Braves in the 1979 PL playoffs. And in 1980, the Braves would crash and burn, finishing 5th in the Pacific League for the first time in over a decade. While they'd crawl back to 2nd in 1981, a red-hot Nippon-Ham fighters would see them miss the playoffs as they failed to win the second half. Then it was back down to the cellar. It was obvious the Braves needed help, so at the 1982 Hawaii winter meetings, they went looking for it. Of the 2 big lumbering American first basemen looking for a contract, they would grab Greg Boomer Wells. Wells immediately became the new face of the offense, joined by young phenom Hiromi Matsunaga, and the Braves battled all the way to 2nd, as the Seibu Lions had well and truly taken over as the kings of the PL. However, there was one chink in their armor: 1984. That year, Wells would go absolutely off, becoming the 3rd Pacific Leaguer to win an offensive Triple Crown, winning PL MVP, and taking the Braves back to the Japan Series where they'd be playing the Carp. Despite the two teams battling to another 7-game classic, the Carp managed to outlast the Braves and took Game 7, 7-2. That will be the last gasp for the Braves, as by now the Seibu Lions were well and truly in control. Hankyu also had another problem. They were running out of money, which left them with a bit of a moral conundrum. Before he'd passed away, Ichizo Kobayashi had decreed that Hankyu must never sell either the Braves or the Takarazuka Review. But by 1988, after years of sitting on the fence between the A-class and the B-class, with a stadium that was in desperate need of maintenance, Hankyu couldn't fund both. Recognizing that a theater company was much cheaper to run than a pro baseball team, Hankyu regretfully put the Braves up for sale, and they would be bought by Orix. Orix quickly took a much more business-minded approach to running the team, and did several things that immediately soured the fan base on them. First, they discontinued Hankyu's long-standing tradition of giving away free tickets, as Hankyu had been able to do so because they owned both the stadium and the transit lines around them, so they could still make a profit either way. However, after the 1990 season, Orix did pretty much all they could to stamp out the old Hankyu identity. Orix would move the team out of Hankyu Stadium into Green Stadium in Kobe proper. They wanted to do this in 1988, but they couldn't get the lease secured before then. Their comments on Hankyu Stadium being decrepit and sketchy upset many Braves fans, but not nearly as much as what they were about to do: change the nickname. Despite early calls from the fan base for the team to remain the Orix Braves, which they'd been in 1989 and 1990, Orix refused, rejecting the fan petition to keep the name when the voting started. Then they rejected the name that had won the fan poll, Thunder, which is named after the team's Blue Thunder batting line. They would choose the nickname Blue Wave, a name the fan base didn't particularly like at all. The president of the team's fan club even openly asked why they'd even bothered with the name competition in the first place, saying it felt like the race was decided before the gun went off. Then they fired Toshihiro Ueda and brought in Shozo Doi. This was the last straw for a lot of fans. Doi, despite being a Kobe native, had spent his entire career with the Yomiuri Giants, and thus many Kansai baseball fans considered him a traitor. Whenever he stepped on the field, chants of "Go back to Tokyo" were often heard throughout Green Stadium. It didn't help that the team got worse under Doi. Now, they were still good, finishing third every year, but Ueda had led them to back-to-back second-place finishes in the final 2 years, so it was legitimately a downgrade. Doi also felt that the main problem affecting the Blue Waves' performance was a lack of defensive ability, when in reality it was the fact that outside of their dual aces of Nobuyuki Hoshino and Yoshinori Sato, the pitching staff was basically held together with duct tape. While top prospect Sotoguchi hit the ground running, Doi seemed to have a problem with his other top prospect, a kid from Nagoya named Ichiro Suzuki, who he'd only drafted after the top scout begged him to. Despite Suzuki winning the 1992 Western League batting title, he couldn't get more than a cup of coffee with the big club. Mercifully, Doi would be fired after the 1993 season, and he would be replaced by former Chunichi Buffaloes manager Akira Ogi. Ichiro would immediately become the first NPB player to record 200 hits in a season in 1994, winning the ultra-rare non-pennant MVP. But in 1995, the Blue Wave would have a lot more to play for. On January 17, 1995, the Great Hanshin Earthquake would devastate Kansai, most of the damage hitting the Blue Waves' hometown of Kobe. Now playing for something much greater than themselves, Ichiro, Hoshino, Sotoguchi, Shigetoshi Hasegawa, Koji Noda, Masafumi Hirai, and Troy Neal would lead the Blue Wave to the greatest season in franchise history, taking advantage of a retooling Seibu Lions squad to win the Pacific League by 11 games. Unfortunately, like their 2001 Yankees after them, the feel-good story would not come to pass, as the Yakult Swallows took the Japan series. While not nearly as dominant, they would hold off the Nippon-Ham Fighters for a second straight title. This time, they'd be taking on the Yomiuri Giants for the 8th time. They'd crush them in 5 games.
ピッチャー鈴木、バッターは巨人の西、ノーストライクワンボール、2球目長田打ちました。打球はレフトへ、8球は田口が取った。オリックス巨人を破って念願の日本一。
From there, the Blue Wave would age out and fall off the top of the table. Eventually, they saw the writing on the wall and posted Ichiro after the 2000 season. After losing Ichiro, the team was financially stable but awful, and was starting to regret moving into Kobe Sports Park, what with the Kintetsu Buffaloes having their own modern dome just one city over. But while the Blue Wave were just bad, the Buffaloes were flat out broke. In fact, so was most of the league. So Orix did a backroom deal, buying a majority stake of the Kintetsu Buffaloes and merging the two teams to create the Orix Buffaloes. This did not go over well. It not only led to the first player strike in NPB history, which forced the league to expand, but it caused a fan base revolt from both sides. Imagine if the Los Angeles Dodgers and San Diego Padres merged to create the Los Angeles Padres. This is basically what happened. Fans were disgusted, and even today the Buffaloes have some of the lowest attendance figures in NPB, largely because of the fallout from this merger. The fact that the Buffaloes unretired one rubs salt in the wound. The new Orix Buffaloes would essentially become NPB's joke franchise for the next 15 years. Despite having the financial weight to bring in talent, LOL Buffs reigned supreme, aside from 2 freak playoff appearances in 2008 and 2014, both of which ended fairly quickly. But then, the Buffaloes found their niche. They got really good at developing pitchers. While everyone in the 2016 draft was crazy for Seiki Tsunaka, the Buffaloes managed to find the best pitcher in the draft in the 4th round. His name? Yoshinobu Yamamoto. By 2019, he was their ace, and the piece the team would build around. After back-to-back last-place finishes in 2019 and 2020, the Buffaloes would rocket to the front. With Yamamoto came Masataka Yoshida, Yutaro Sugimoto, and an even younger ace-caliber pitcher named Hiroya Miyagi, and a flurry of random depth led by manager Satoshi Nakajima. They would go from worst to first, crushing the Chiba Lotte Marines in the PLCS and making their first Japan series in 25 years where they'd face the Swallows. Once again, their nemesis would prevail. But the Bees tend to win pennants in streaks, and the early 2020s was no different. The Buffaloes would come roaring back in 2022, beating down the Hawks in the PLCS to face the Swallows in the Japan series again. This time, it looked to be more of the same, as Yoshinobu Yamamoto went down with cramps in Game 1. But the Buffaloes fought back. After forcing a tie in Game 2, they would take Games 4 through 7, and with it, their 5th Japan Series title.
迎えた日本シリーズ第7戦空振り三振試合終了オリックスバファローズ26年ぶり5度目の日本一
Despite losing Masataka Yoshida to the Red Sox, the Buffaloes would immediately replace him with Tomoya Mori and ride him, Yamamoto, and Miyake to a 3rd consecutive first-place finish, taking down Roki Sasaki and the Chiba Lotte Marines to make their 3rd consecutive Japan series. There, they'd be playing the Hanshin Tigers in the first Great Kansai Derby since 1964. Despite Yamamoto and Miyagi pitching their hearts out, the Tigers would take the Japan series in 7. Then, it was once again time for Orix to post their superstar. Although the $50 million they got from the Dodgers helped ease the sting. Losing a generational player was always going to hurt, and the Buffaloes missed the playoffs in 2024, but they bounced back in 2025. While they aren't pennant favorites anymore, Miyagi, Mori, and Ryoma Nishikawa lead a Buffalo squad that still has some solid depth and gobs of pitching talent, with their status as a pitching factory being known the world over. Not just because of Yamamoto, but their ability to fix former top prospects like Anderson Espinoza. While the Buffaloes will never be the most popular team in their hometown, the days of LOL Buffs are long over. The days of the Killer Bees are back. When the Japanese Professional Baseball League expanded and restructured into Nippon Professional Baseball, it had a devastating effect on one side of the sport: Japanese corporate baseball. While officially amateur, in reality Japanese corporate baseball is semi-professional, with players often being hired by their companies exclusively to play baseball. With dominant teams like Daishowa Paper and the Hoshino Construction Group having their teams rated by the new professional clubs, it started a decades-long war between the pro ranks and the corpos, especially after the institution of the draft in 1965. If you were a corporate ball player in the 70s and 80s and you were taken in the late rounds, your employer would do everything in their power to try and convince you that you were not good enough to cut it at NPB just to keep you on their team. Probably the most famous example being perennial Gold Glover Koji Minota, who'd been held back by Mitsubishi the first time he was drafted. It wasn't until the late 1980s that corporate ball in Japan finally settled into their role as a stepping stone to NPB, and is now effectively an independent third tier on the Japanese baseball pyramid. But Toyo Fisheries took a different approach to having their best players poached by the professional teams in the 1949-50 offseason. They were going to turn professional themselves. Kaneiichi Nakabe, the president of Toyo Fisheries, quickly got a team together, electing to base the team in Shimonoseki, which had recently built a brand new baseball field. And they were allowed into the Central League by Yomiuri despite being a small market, because Toyo Fisheries was financially stable, which was more than could be said for some other Central League expansion teams. So, on November 22, 1949, the Maruha Toyo Baseball Club would officially join Nippon Professional Baseball. Since Toyo Fisheries had heavily been involved in Japan's controversial whaling industry, Nakabe would choose to name the team the Toyo Whales. This wasn't exactly tactful, but Nakabe's word was law, and if he wanted to call them the Toyo Whales, he was going to call them the Toyo Whales. While the Whales were largely made up of the best players from Toyo's corporate ball team, well, the ones that hadn't been poached, they still managed to grab a few big-name players, namely Isamu Fujii, the man who hit the first home run in the history of Japanese pro baseball, and Haruyasa Nakajima, who'd won Japanese pro baseball's first Triple Crown. Top scout Isao Otaka also managed to find a lot of fringe pieces looking for a chance at the big time, like the club's first ace, Hiroyoshi Takano, who'd been struggling to get playing time on the Dai Stars. However, Toyo didn't think to retain Otaka, thinking he would keep working for the highest bidder. That didn't happen, as he would go to work exclusively for the Nishitetsu Lions in 1951. Still, thanks to their already somewhat decent core and their veteran and diamond-in-the-rough signings, the Whales were actually able to stay above 500 in their first season. They could have been even better, but the fact that Shimonoseki was so far out of the way meant that the Whales would often go on long road trips. This caused the team to suffer in 1951, as the exhausted players couldn't really put down roots, and the unattractive team situation had left them unable to sign many of the cast-offs when Nishitetsu absorbed the Nishi Nippon Pirates. In an attempt to remedy the situation, Nakabe set his sights on getting the Whales a more permanent home. After the 1951 season, he offered to buy the struggling Hiroshima Carp in an attempt to get them into a bigger market. However, his insistence that the new team be called the Toyo Carp caused Hiroshima to flatly reject the move. So when the Central League effectively said they would expel whichever team finished last in 1952, Toyo just positioned themselves to take over whichever team would be contracted. That team happened to be the Shochiku Robins, who went from pennant winners to awful in all of 2 seasons. Initially, Toyo was excited by this, but since all of Shochiku's players were designated as free agents, most of them decided to go elsewhere. So Toyo was left with a new problem: all of Shochiku's ownership and none of their players. The Whales had already designated Shimonoseki Municipal Stadium as their home ballpark, but in 1952 they only played 18 out of their 60 home games there. Through Shochiku, they also had the rights to play at Kinugasa Stadium in Kyoto, but its owner Ritsumei University had declared the stadium unsafe due to its wooden construction and closed it. So instead, the club played at Osaka Stadium, where they were second fiddle to the Nankai Hawks. Toyo almost immediately regretted the merger, but had to stick to it until they could convince Shochiku to leave the partnership. That couldn't happen initially because, well, Kaneiichi Nakabe died not long after the merger was finalized. His younger brother Kenkichi basically had to scrap with Shochiku for control over his own club, a power struggle he finally won in 1954. This power struggle had left the team in an awful state, as they lost 96 games in 1954, featuring a then record-low .250 winning percentage. After winning the power struggle, Kenkichi Nakabe had a new plan: get the hell out of Kansai. An initial planned move to Tokyo was blocked by the Giants and Swallows, but luckily there was a prefecture in the greater Tokyo area that was desperate for a team: Kanagawa. Well, Kanagawa already had a team, the Kawasaki-based Tombo Unions. Barely anyone knew they existed, so it seemed like a perfect market for the team to get itself established. There was even a stadium that seemed to be ready: Yokohama Peace Stadium in, well, Yokohama. Toyo was initially excited about the move, but balked when they saw how lackluster the stadium's facilities were. Despite having lights, years of neglect had left Yokohama Peace Stadium in substandard shape, so Kawasaki Mayor Fujitaro Kanasashi swooped in and begged them to move into Kawasaki Stadium. He thought that having a Pacific League and Central League team in his city would massively boost Kawasaki's national profile, and used the fact that Kawasaki Stadium was both newer and move-in ready to convince Nakabe to move his team there. So for 1955, the Toyo Whales were back, and in a new home. It would be one of the worst seasons by a club in the history of major professional baseball. See, the Whales' ownership turmoil had turned many players away from the organization, and the new home was not helping. I've made the comparison before, but think of Tokyo as New York, Yokohama as Philadelphia, and Kawasaki as Trenton, New Jersey. The city was incredibly polluted, and by Japanese standards, crime-ridden. Players didn't really want to live there. In fact, most elected to live in Tokyo or Yokohama during the team's time there, and it made it really hard to sign new players. The only player of note they'd managed to attract was former Giants slugger Noboru Aota. He was their only good player in 1955. Their team of scraps was staring down probably the greatest Giants team of all time, incredibly deep Chunichi Dragons and Osaka Tigers squads, and Carp and Swallows teams that still had players of excellence on their roster, so it didn't go well. The team went from losing 96 games to losing 99. Their .239 winning percentage is still the worst an NPB team has ever put up. They were even worse than their stadium mates, the Unions. But still, they ended up being the preferred team at Kawasaki Stadium, mainly because a lot of Giants fans would make the trip down to Kawasaki to watch games there because it was easier to get tickets than at Korakuen. However, there was a silver lining to this situation. The Whales finally had stability. This allowed them to actually start building. Sure, they couldn't get any of the top players available, as pre-draft the Giants could have anyone they wanted, but they were still able to find diamonds in the rough. Noboru Akiyama, Kazuhiko Kondo, and Takeshi Kuwata would all come together to form the beginnings of what looked like an extremely solid core, but the team was still languishing in last place. They needed a competent manager to right the ship, and in 1958, they thought they'd got him. Despite his success with the team, there was a rift growing between Osamu Mihara and the Nishitetsu Lions. He'd initially wanted to quit after winning the 1958 Japan Series, with the Whales swooping in and agreeing to a handshake deal for him to take over. But then someone leaked it to the press. The backlash was such that Mihara stayed on with the Lions for 1959, before officially stepping down at the end of the season. A week later, the Toyo Whales would name him their manager. He quickly made up for lost time. His rhetoric was steady from day one. I am here to win a championship, and I'm going to drag this team kicking and screaming to one. The message resonated with his players, and the Whales core finally gelled. Rookie Akihito Kondo had a debut season for the ages, and a mid-season trade for speedster Takeshi Suzuki only bolstered the already strong roster. The Whales would come alive in August, steadily reeling in the Yomiuri Giants until they passed them in September, and then held on to win their first Central League pennant. Their opponents in the 1960 Japan Series would be the Daimai Orions. The Orions were a juggernaut, with an offensive unit fronted by Hall of Famers Kazuhiro Yamauchi, Kihachi Enomoto, and Kenjiro Tamiya. Nobody in the press gave the Whales a snowball's chance in hell of winning, which made it all the more shocking when the Whales swept the Orions.
太陽ホエールズが球団創設11年目4連勝で大前を下し初めての日本一です。
The Whales would crash down to last place the next year, but Mihara would lead them to 2 more second-place finishes during his tenure. Having previously worked with foreign players on the Lions, he managed to convince the Whales to become the second Central League team to hire true foreigners, grabbing Al Grunwald, Frank Agcaoui, and Jim McManus. While Grunwald wasn't all that good, Aggie and McManus proved to be solid bats to help the team finish second in 1962. When both Mack and the team crashed in 1963, Mihara would replace him with the team's first foreign star, Mike Kersnich. Kersnich would hit a team record 36 home runs and lead them to another second-place finish in 1964. But back-to-back B-class finishes in the next 2 years would see Mihara and the team fall out, with him leaving for the Kintetsu Buffaloes. The man who replaced him would be 1950 PL MVP Karo Beto. This actually proved to be a really good decision, as the Whales would finally see some consistent success, with 3 consecutive third-place finishes at the turn of the 70s dawned. The team was an offensive juggernaut, led by Makoto Matsubara, Akira Eijiri, and Masayuki Nakatsuka, but their pitching was god-awful. Outside of ace Masaji Hiromatsu and number 2 starter Katsuji Sakai, the pitching was dreadful. The fact that Kawasaki Stadium was the smallest ballpark in NPB definitely didn't help. When Beto stepped down midway through the 1972 season, it would leave the Whales locked in the basement for most of the rest of the decade. This is despite having probably the best foreign player of the decade. After 2 years of excellent play in AAA and not getting called back up to the Padres, the Whales would sign John Shippen. They also pulled off a coup by signing Cletus Boyer away from the Atlanta Braves. The two would join Matsubara in leading the Whales through the lean years of the 70s. Despite the Whales drafting fairly well, they had a bit of a problem. Not a lot of players wanted to play for them, and a lot of it had to do with them playing in Kawasaki. After the first 2 rounds, the Whales were basically limited to picking players from the greater Tokyo area. Otherwise, they had a pretty good chance of not signing. And playing in Kawasaki was always cited as a major reason why. As it was for other steel towns across the world like Pittsburgh, Middlesbrough, and Hamilton, the air quality in Kawasaki was getting pretty bad, to the point where it was one of the only things national media talked about in the city. But, luckily for them, one city over, Yokohama was finally deciding to redevelop Yokohama Peace Stadium, building a new stadium on its grounds. They would have done so earlier, but the early 70s oil crisis had seen them unable to finance it. There was also a complication that came from the US military having a chapel on the property and negotiating with them to move it. But by 1977, they finally had their ducks in a row, and they were going to build the Whales a new stadium, and they were going to make it state-of-the-art. The new stadium would be built with the help of Seibu. Seibu's chairman, Yoshiaki Satsumi, announced that he had planned to not only finance the construction, provided his company be the one to build the stadium, but also that he wanted to acquire a 45% stake in the Whales. New Whales owner Shinjiro Nakabe didn't particularly like the second bit, so he did a masterful job at stringing Satsumi on until he realized the Whales were not for sale and he went to buy the Lions. The looming relocation also made the citizens of Kawasaki very unhappy. Despite the team being bad and only moving one city over, they felt like their soul was getting ripped out. A public campaign begging for the Whales to stay and to not turn Kawasaki into a city of chimneys gathered over 540,000 signatures. For reference, Kawasaki only had a population of about 1 million people. But it was all for naught. Luckily for Kawasaki though, the Lotte Orions would move into Kawasaki Stadium following the Whales' exit. While that eased the blow, it didn't take away the sting of seeing their old team change its name to the Yokohama Toyo Whales for 1978. 1978 would also be a transitional year for 2 other reasons. One, John Shippen had been traded to the Giants. He'd kind of wanted off the Whales for years at this point, basically ever since his friend Shigeo Nagashima had been made manager of the Giants, but Cletus Boyer's retirement had basically been the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Whales had kept Boyer on as a coach to basically act as Shippen's handler, and when he retired, Shippen basically became uncontrollable, so he was dealt for cash. 1978 would also see the debut of their ace of the future, Kazuhiko Endo. When he was taken in the 3rd round of the 1977 draft, he initially said no, intent on becoming an engineer, until a Whale scout jumped on the train home with him and spent the next couple hours convincing him to sign. It worked. With Kaoru Beto back at the helm, the Whales would have back-to-back winning seasons for the first time since, well, the last time Beto was at the helm. 1979 was their first second-place finish in 15 years. Unfortunately, they finished 6 games behind the Carp, and Beto would retire at the end of the season. That would be their last winning season for nearly 20 years. Despite Endo being one of the best pitchers of the 80s, and the Whales having a decent amount of high-end talent like Akio Saito, Keiji Nagasaki, Yutaka Takagi, and Tomio Toshiro, as well as grabbing a few foreign stars like Leon Lee and Carlos Ponce, the Whales could only manage 2 third-place finishes in the next 11 years. When they went 500 in 1983, and when they managed to do so with a losing record in 1990. While the team's lack of depth and poor management was the main culprit for their woes, the fans had another theory. The nickname was bad luck. See, the Whales nickname had never really been popular and was declining even more in popularity because of the international pressure that saw most of the Japanese public turn against the whaling industry. Hell, since they started playing in Yokohama, the team had relegated the nickname to only being on the sleeve, with the home jersey saying Yokohama and the away jersey saying Toyo. But it would take until 1992 for things to finally change, as that was the year that Maruha finally decided to shut down Toyo fisheries. This caused the team to look for a new name, and with Lotte moving their team across the bay to Chiba, they were once again Kanagawa's only team, and they wanted something that reflected that. Probably Kanagawa's most famous landmark is the Bay Bridge, so naturally the team wanted to invoke that in the name, as well as incorporate more of Kanagawa into their name. They would choose the name Yokohama Bay Stars. That's Yokohama Bay Stars. This was intended to emulate teams like the Green Bay Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but fans and even people in the front office quickly took to using the name the other way, calling the team the BayStars. Instead of correcting it, the team adopted it and became the Yokohama BayStars for 1993. The team was still bad, but they'd been focusing on rebuilding in earnest. They'd already drafted most of their core. Takuro Ishii, Motonobu Tanishige, Daisuke Miura, Takanori Suzuki, Kazuhiro Sasaki, and Takashi Saito were already in the system, and they finally started to get playing time. They'd be joined by American second baseman Bobby Rose, who'd been unable to get playing time with the Angels. They'd trade for Norihiro Komata, and they'd also pull off a coup by signing Glenn Braggs. And while he was one of the scariest hitters in NPB in the early 90s, an injury in 1996 would prematurely end his career, right before the BayStars got going. In 1997, everything would finally click, and the BayStars would have their first winning season in nearly 20 years. Even though they finished 11 games back of the Swallows, they put themselves in a position to pounce when the inevitable Swallows even year collapse happened. Then manager Akihiko Oya quit. This actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as in his place they would hire Hiroshi Gondo. Gondo, the former ace of the Chunichi Dragons, would appoint Daisuke Yamashita as his bench coach, thus lending their experience to fixing the team's two major issues, pitching and defense, and the BayStars would win their second pennant in franchise history. They would be facing the Seibu Lions in the Japan Series. Though not nearly as formidable as they had been a decade prior, the Lions were still an extremely good team that was looking for revenge after losing the previous year's Japan Series to the Swallows. The teams would win all their respective home games until the machine gun offense came alive in Game 5, with the BayStars taking it 17-5. However, Game 6 would be a pitcher's duel, with neither team scoring until Komada played 2 with an RBI double in the 8th. The Lions could only get one back, and the BayStars would win their second Japan Series title. Unfortunately, the BayStars could never build off this title. Despite finishing third 3 years in a row, giving them a team record 5 consecutive winning seasons, there were no playoffs at that point, and each season ended with bitter disappointment. Not even legendary manager Masahiko Mori could get them out of their funk, and 2001 would be the end of an era. Not just because it was their last winning season for over a decade, but also because the Nakabes and Maruha finally sold the majority stake of their team to TBS. Yes, the irony of the Tokyo broadcasting system owning a team based in Yokohama is not lost on me either. This would be the beginning of the end, as the machine gun corps would age out and or scatter to the wind. 13 consecutive losing seasons would follow. Their 1 third-place finish in 2005 ironically ensured that the Central League would hold out on adopting the playoffs until 2007. While the team still had some star pieces, namely sluggers Shuichi Murata and Tyrone Woods, they couldn't build on them, and both would be gone shortly after breaking the club's single-season home run record. This was largely due to TBS's fundamental misunderstanding of how to run a baseball team. And the TBS era would end with 5 consecutive seasons in which the team could not get their winning percentage above .360. But then things would change. TBS would sell the team to mobile game developers DeNA. As is expected for those who specialize in mobile games, DeNA would immediately change the team's uniforms to something that reflected their medium. Cheap, tacky, and ugly. But they spent money, and while Kiyoshi Nakahara couldn't pull the team higher than 5th, DeNA at least put the team in a position where they could start trying to win again. And in 2015, Tomoko Namba would take over as the team's official owner, making her the first female owner in Japanese baseball history. While she's kept up the team's tacky aesthetics, she also does everything in her power to help her team win. She's widely seen as the most passionate owner in modern NPB, and would actually sneak into the BayStars Owendon on occasion. Though as her team has gotten better and her profile has grown, she's been unable to do it as often. In her second season as owner, the team would hire Alex Ramirez. Not only would he be NPB's first Latino manager, but he also immediately got the BayStars into the playoffs in his first season in charge. While the team had a great core, including young guns Shota Imanaga, Masayuki Kuwahara, and Toshiro Miyazaki, and veterans like Shun Yamaguchi, Takayuki Kachitani, and Jose Lopez, their main star was slugger Yoshitomo Sutsugo, who put up the best offensive season in franchise history. They were still a losing team, but they snuck their way into 3rd place. More than that, they even pulled off a massive upset, beating the Giants in the wildcard round, only to be pounded into the dirt by the Hiroshima Carp in the CLCS. But the next year, they'd be back. Now a much more complete team thanks to the youngsters taking a step forward, they'd have their first winning season since 2001. While they could only finish 3rd again, this time they upset both the Hanshin Tigers in the wildcard and the Carp in the CLCS to make their first Japan series since 1998. Unfortunately for the BayStars, the Hawks smacked them aside in 6. They would make the playoffs one more time under Ramirez, but would lose in the wildcard in 2019. And after losing Yoshitomo Sutsugo caused them to miss the playoffs in 2020, he would step down. However, the BayStars had the pieces to rebound, namely young star Shugo Maki and Tyler Austin. And after Daisuke Miura took a year to shake off the rust, he would get the team back to the playoffs in 2022. But their lack of pitching outside of Shota Imanaga and Katsuki Azuma led them to lose in the wildcard round. So they grabbed Trevor Bauer. Bauer immediately put the team on the map in the West, for better and for worse. BayStars fans appreciated the media attention he brought the team, but see, there was a reason why other teams like the Giants and Hawks chose not to sign him. It wasn't just the allegations. He was a bit of a narcissistic head case. When he was good, he was great. When he was bad, he was bad. As their number 3 starter, he helped the BayStars make the playoffs, where they got bounced in the wildcard round by the Carp. Then he left for Mexico, as the BayStars refused to set the precedent of giving him a release clause if an MLB team came calling. Losing him, and more importantly Shota Imanaga, led many to believe that the BayStars window had slammed shut. Except it didn't, because midway through the season, Yoshitomo Sutsugo came back. He would join Maki, Miyazaki, and Austin to form an explosive offensive core, and Azuma would front a rotation backed up by 2 new foreign signings, Anthony Kay and Andre Jackson. They would storm their way back to 3rd. But they had momentum. They dispatched the defending champion Hanshin Tigers in the wildcard round, then beat the Yomiuri Giants in the CLCS to make the Japan series for a 4th time. But they'd be facing the Hawks again. Much like back in 1960, nobody in their right mind thought the BayStars would win. The Hawks were coming off a comically dominant season and sported the largest WAR advantage in Japan series history. When they took the first 2 games, everyone thought it would be over. Then the Hawks' offense turned into a pumpkin, and the BayStars would win out for their 3rd Japan series title. They'd reinforce in the offseason. Not only would they keep their entire core around, but they would bring back Bauer, who was coming off a Triple Crown in Mexico and had seemingly given up on an MLB return. If any Central League team had the chance to repeat, it was them. Despite Bauer being awful, the BayStars' established core got them right back into the playoffs for a 4th consecutive year, and they'd easily smack aside the Giants in the wildcard round, only to run into the brick wall that was the Hanshin Tigers. After that, the BayStars core dismantled itself. Austin, gone. Kei, gone. Jackson, gone. Kuwahara, gone. Bauer, gone. Although that might be for the best. And despite being arguably the most successful manager in franchise history, Daisuke Miura stepped down. The BayStars still have a few key pieces of their core, and have arguably the best track record for foreign signings in the 2020s. Time will tell if the window has truly slammed shut, but the BayStars have once again found themselves in a transitional stage. Where they go from here is entirely up to them, but I don't think they're done quite yet. The news that the JPBL was expanding and restructuring into Nippon Professional Baseball in 1950 was incredibly exciting for one city in particular, Fukuoka. The largest city on Japan's westernmost island of Kyushu, Fukuoka had long been looking to establish itself on the national stage, and professional baseball was the way to do it. This wouldn't be their first foray into professional baseball, as in 1943, Nishitetsu, Kyushu's largest private railway company, had bought the Toyo baseball club to form the Nishitetsu baseball club. Although the team had barely played in Fukuoka and folded after one season, it had given Fukuoka the baseball bug. Nishitetsu president Koji Murakami had actually tried to bring the team back for the 1946 season, but the JPBL refused to readmit them. While the official reason was because they had folded in 1943, the real reason was because the JPBL wanted to simplify logistics and keep their 8 teams limited to Tokyo and Osaka. It wasn't until the Dragons moved back to Nagoya for 1949 that the league was ready to expand out of Japan's 2 largest urban hubs. So Nishitetsu just sat back and started a corporate ball team and bided their time, waiting for the inevitable expansion. That corporate ball team would quickly become one of the best in the country. Meanwhile, Fukuoka built a brand new stadium in the shadow of Fukuoka Castle. Heiwadai Stadium wasn't exactly cutting edge, but it seated 35,000 and made Fukuoka a natural target for expansion clubs when the restructuring was announced. Nishitetsu immediately put forward a bid to join the newly formed Pacific League, intending to co-own the team with Kyushu's largest regional newspaper, the Nishi Nippon Shimbun. However, Nishi Nippon was unhappy about the team joining the Pacific League, so they broke away from the partnership to create their own Central League team, the Nishi Nippon Pirates. Murakami charged ahead with his own team, and on November 26, 1949, the Nishitetsu Clippers would be born. Murakami chose the name Clippers because he had partnered with Pan Am to run the Japanese side of their operations. This made Boeing 314 Pan Am Clippers a common sight in Hakata Bay, hence the nickname. Nishitetsu also began to flex their financial weight. They used the strong Kyushu regional identity to pry away several Kyushu-born players from other teams to load up, most notably their Saga-born ace Tokuji Kawasaki, who came via the Yomiuri Giants. The first season was a tad rough, mainly because Tokuji Kawasaki went down with injury and they had to compete with the comically dominant Nankai Hawks and Mainichi Orions, spending money left and right. On the bright side, things were worse for the Nishi Nippon Pirates. To make a long story short, Nishi Nippon didn't have the expertise needed to run a baseball team. While their games at Heiwadai were better attended, they didn't have the financial resources to keep the team above water. Furthermore, Nishi Nippon had also partnered with 2 other regional newspapers to form what became known as the 3-Paper Alliance, with the Hokkaido Shimbun and the Chunichi Shimbun, owner of the Dragons. This led to a lot of other owners to cry conflict of interest, and that was the final straw. Nishi Nippon gave up and would sell the Pirates to Nishitetsu at the end of the season. Nishitetsu immediately merged them into the Clippers. This created a new problem. Osamu Mihara, who'd been hired as the manager and GM, immediately took to shaping his new team, replacing several underperforming Clippers with better players from the Pirates. Since the 2 teams were natural rivals, this upset the remaining members of the Clippers, who didn't want these Pirates players to be wearing a Clippers uniform, so they lobbied for the team to change the nickname. Nishitetsu, in order to ease tension in the locker room, put out a poll for fans to pick a new nickname. The fans would pick Lions, and the team would become the Nishitetsu Lions for 1951. That year would see the newly named Lions have their first winning season, They'd actually finished second place that year. Granted, they were 18.5 games back of the Hawks, but it was still progress, and Mihara wanted to keep up that momentum. So, for 1952, they'd build on it. Firstly, they would take advantage of the falling out between the Tokyo Flyers and Hiroshi Oshita to acquire the superstar for what was essentially peanuts, and then they signed high school phenom Futoshi Nakanishi. The Lions would also become the second team in the NPB era to hire true foreigners. See, one of the things the Lions minor league squad would do to practice was to play exhibition games against the American Air Force personnel at Itazuke Air Force Base, now Fukuoka International Airport. While the Lions would win most of these games pretty handily, two Air Force men stood out from the rest, shortstop Billy Wyatt and pitcher Marion O'Neill. Japanese-American teammate Larry Yaji would kind of act as an interpreter for the two, and with the help of a couple JAL flight attendants, would develop a set of hand signals they could use as shorthand communication while they were playing. Because they were active duty military personnel, they were also only allowed to play on a part-time basis, basically only being allowed to join the team on the road during the weekend. Wyatt had the distinction of being the first foreign NPB player to appear on the cover of Yakukai magazine, alongside Oshita. Unfortunately, they would be leapfrogged by the Mainichi Orions and finished third that year. 1953 was even worse, with the team losing steam and actually finishing below 500. This is despite bringing on two more high school phenoms, Sadaaki Nishimura and Yasumitsu Toyota. They would become the second NPB team to hire a player with MLB experience, as they would sign Boston Brave Phil Payne, who had also been posted to Fukuoka during the Korean War. They'd also grabbed Yankees farmhand Al Long, but he didn't do much. While the banning of part-time contracts would see the Lions take a step back from hiring foreign players again, in fact they wouldn't for another decade or so, what the presence of O'Neill, Payne, Wyatt, and Long allowed the Lions to do was develop their young talent. That offseason, they would send several of their young stars to play against an MLB All-Star team that was touring Japan, or in the case of Nishimura, with that All-Star team to further gain experience. 1954 would see the fruits of that labor. The Lions finally had the firepower to stand up to the Hawks, and with a 3-0 victory over the Hankyu Braves, the Lions would edge out the Hawks by half a game for their first Pacific League pennant. To this day, the 1954 Hawks are one of only 3 teams to win 90 games and not make the Japan Series. In that Japan Series, the Lions would be playing another team that had just won their first pennant, the Chunichi Dragons. Despite the Lions' offensive firepower, the Japan Series in the 1950s was often determined by how good your ace was, and Shigeru Sugishita was a better pitcher than Sadaaki Nishimura, and he would prove it by tossing a complete game shutout in Game 7 to give the Dragons the series. 1955 would see the Lions become the second team to win 90 games and not make the Japan Series, as the Hawks won an NPB record at 99 games to win their 4th PL pennant. This, as you can imagine, was incredibly frustrating for the Lions. So, once again, they decided to get close to an MLB team, in this case, the New York Yankees. While there was a slightly adversarial relationship as the Yankees had tried to sign away Sadaaki Nishimura in 1954, things had calmed down, and Yasumitsu Toyota had even redesigned the Lions' caps to mimic the Yankees. But perhaps the biggest impact from that offseason came in another form. See, the Lions had found out that the Hawks were trying to sign a top high school pitcher from Beppu, also on the island of Kyushu. Their biggest rivals stealing a player from their home turf would not stand, so the Lions swooped in and poached him. His name happened to be Kazuhisa Inao. He put up a 1.06 ERA as a 19-year-old rookie. It would finally be the piece that put them over the edge. Like in the 2 previous years, both the Lions and Hawks had won 90 games, and just like in 1954, the Lions would edge out the Hawks by a half game to make their second Japan Series appearance. And they would be facing the Giants. In the past 5 years, the Giants had faced off against the Hawks 4 times in the Japan Series, and had beaten them each time. In fact, the Central League had won 5 Japan Series titles in a row, and it would be up to the Lions to avenge their side of the league. And that they would. The Lions would take the series in 6.
シュートを打ってピッチャーゴロ稲を取った最後の球ウイニングボールコーナーかかりましたライオンズ優勝。
Despite the Hawks still nipping at their heels, the Lions would win their third pennant in 1957, and despite the Giants muscling their way to a 0-0 tie in Game 4, the Lions effectively swept them, taking the series in 5. 1958 would once again see the Lions edge out the Hawks for the pennant to face the Giants in the Japan series. And this time, the Giants were ready for war, and they had a new face, a kid they'd signed out of Rikyo University named Shigeo Nagashima. They would take a 3-0 series lead. Then, Kazuhisa Inao stepped up. Having already tossed 13 innings in the first 3 games, he proceeded to throw 3 more complete games, as well as 7 innings in Game 5. This gave him a grand total of 47 innings. For reference, the World Series record is 44 by Pirates ace Deacon Philippe in the 1903 World Series. But unlike Philippe's Pirates, Inao's Lions won, pulling off the second reverse sweep in sports history after the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs. This caused Mihara to utter these famous words: "Kami-sama, Hotoke-sama, Inao-sama." However, by this time, Mihara was losing trust in the team. Even after leading them to 3 straight championships, he felt the team was pivoting away from him rather than towards him. So he signed an agreement to manage the Toyo Whales. But it leaked, and Nishitetsu forced him to stay on for 1959 to try and go for a 4-peat. Except that didn't happen. While they were still above 500, injuries caused the Lions to crash down to 4th place, and Oshita would retire. Mihara would finally be allowed to leave, and in his place, the team would hire former ace Tokuji Kawasaki. While the team still finished in the A class in both years to start the 60s, that was in spite of Kawasaki, who had none of Mihara's tactical acumen and was carried by high-end talent. So Nishitetsu figured, if we can't get Mihara back, why not get the next best thing? They hired his son-in-law, Futoshi Nakanishi, who was still playing for the team at the time. However, by this time, early onset arthritis was starting to ravage Nakanishi. While he was still an elite hitter, he could no longer play every day. In fact, both Yasumitsu Toyota and Kazuhisa Inao also assumed coaching duties as well as their playing ones. But the relationship between Nakanishi and Toyota quickly soured. The Lions would have their first losing season since 1950. When the Swallows offered to take Toyota off the Lions' hands for cash, the Lions took it. They would immediately reinvest that cash into 3 foreign players: Tony Roig, Jim Baumer, and George Wilson. With those 3 backing up the already solid core, the Lions would make one last run. For a 4th time, they'd edge out the Hawks to win the pennant, and for a 4th time, they'd be playing the Giants in the Japan series. And this time, this was a completely different Giants team, with a youth movement led by Shigeo Nagashima and Sadaharu Oh. The Lions would fight the Giants all the way to 7 games, but this time there would be no heroics. The Giants won Game 7 18-4 and took the series. The Lions would manage 2 more second-place finishes in 1966 and 1967, but by then everyone kinda knew it was over. Things would continue to trend downwards and downwards, with the Hankyu Braves emerging as the new Pacific League force to counter the Hawks machine. Then things got even worse. In 1969, the Lions found out that one of their relievers, Masayuki Nagayasu, was taking bribes from the Yakuza to lose games. The Lions would cut him, and he would be banned for life. They thought that would be it. They were wrong. Because Nagayasu would blow the lid off the entire thing. 9 or 10 of NPB's 12 teams would be wrapped up in the Black Mist scandal, but no one got it worse than the Lions. The young star Mitsuo Motoi was given a severe warning for associating with the Yakuza. Kimiyasu Murakami and Yoshihide Funada would be suspended for the rest of the 1970 season. Both would later be traded away, and Akio Masuda, Yoshinobu Yoda, and young ace Masaaki Ikinaga, far and away their brightest hope for the future, would be banned for life. Futoshi Nakanishi feeling he was responsible for not rating his guys, would step down as manager. Kazuhisa Inao will retire and take his place. It was over. To say this broke the team was an understatement. The crowds at Heiwade Stadium disappeared overnight, and Nishitetsu would offload the team onto a shell company called the Fukuoka Baseball Company after the 1972 season. The FBC days were defined by two things: empty seats and ridiculous sponsorship. First was by local golf course chain Taiheiyo Club. As the Taiheiyo Club Lions, the team was actually somewhat decent. The gutting of the pitching staff had allowed for the emergence of new ace Osamu Higashio, and the Lions had managed to have enough cash on hand to sign Don Buford, a man who was 1 year removed from 4 consecutive seasons in which he put up at least 4.5 WAR and a 130 WRC+. As you can imagine, he was quite good in a Lions uniform, and so was Mitsuo Motoi, and fellow Black Mist suspendee Masahiro Doi was a solid player when they traded for him in 1975, helped by the introduction of the DH that year. But that kind of proves my point. No one wanted to play for the Lions if they didn't have to. The Lions would even try and hire legendary Cubs manager Leo Durocher for 1976, and as a result they would wear these things. Durocher would get sick before spring training and never set foot in Japan, and these hateful things would be dropped mid-season. Then in 1977, sponsorship was taken over by the Kosaido Group, who used their brand Crown Lighter. Now, nothing against Crown Lighter. I actually own 2 of them. They're quite nice. And so were the jerseys from this era. But it is a ridiculous name for a baseball team. Luckily for them, someone was looking to buy a baseball team. After trying and failing to secure a minority stake in the Toyo Whales, Seibu chairman and Japan's richest man, Yoshiaki Tsutsumi, would approach the Fukuoka Baseball Company with an offer they couldn't refuse. He would move the Lions halfway across the country to the Saitama suburb of Tokorozawa. There, they would play in a brand new ballpark with brand new uniforms and brand new colors. They would be the second NPB team to use an Osamu Tezuka character as their main logo, with Leo the Lion taking pride of place on their logo and caps. And thus, the team became the Seibu Lions. The only thing that seemed to stay from the old Lions was the roster and the nickname. But it would go even further than that. Thanks to the team's negative reputation following the Black Mist scandal, Tsutsumi would declare that Nishitetsu OB are not Seibu OB, effectively locking out the entire Fukuoka chapter of the franchise. This made the club the mortal enemy of several members of the 50s and 60s teams, many of whom were coaching elsewhere and vowed to do everything in their power to take down their old team. Tsutsumi wasn't actually much of a baseball fan. He preferred ice hockey, which made the team effectively a blank slate. He would provide the cash and let the baseball people sort out the baseball operations. The one thing he did want was a superstar, so he instructed the team to trade for one, and they would trade Akinobu Mayumi to the Hanshin Tigers for slugging catcher Koichi Tabuchi. Seibu buying the team also made them a much more desirable team to play for. Money talks, after all, and the prospect of getting paid bank made many high school and university prospects openly express interest in playing for the Lions. The fact that the Lions effectively had a de facto second minor league team in the Prince Hotel corporate ball team also helped a lot of these prospects get their way. While it didn't work for Suguru Egawa, it did work for Hiromichi Ishige, Koji Akiyama, Tsutomu Ito, and Kimiyasu Kudo, who would all be drafted by the Lions in the turn of the 80s. They would also later use their money to bring in Steve Ontiveros and Terry Whitfield for their foreign core. But for now, the team stayed bad. For as good of a GM as he was, Riko Nemoto was not a particularly good manager, so while the team he built was solid, he couldn't get them out of the basement. Luckily for the Lions though, there was a championship-winning manager looking for work. They'd bring on former Swallows manager Tatsuro Hirooka. The Lions would immediately win the first half, locking themselves into the PL playoffs. While they would stagnate after that and finish third overall, that had no effect on them making the playoffs. Despite Hirooka openly saying how stupid the playoffs were and that he didn't feel his team deserved to play in them, it didn't stop the Lions from defeating the defending pennant winners, the Nippon-Ham Fighters, in the playoffs, and then beating the Dragons for their first Japan Series title in 24 years.
三振で日本一が決まりました。西武球団ができてから4年目で初めての日本一。
Then they won another one in 1983 over the Giants, in the process getting sweet, sweet revenge against Suguru Agawa for spurning them. After the Braves got the better of them in 1984, the Lions' youth movement would finally pick up steam, thanks in part to new Taiwanese pitcher Taiyuan Kuo, or Taigen Kaku as he was known. They'd win their third pennant in 4 years in 1985, only to lose to a Hanshin Tigers team of destiny. It was then that Tatsuro Hirooka stepped down, as his dictatorial managing style had begun to make him incredibly unpopular with the players. He'd be replaced by Masahiko Mori. And Mori would get help too, as they would decide to enter the Kazuhiro Kiyohara sweepstakes with 5 other teams. And much to the chagrin of everyone, they won his rights. It was the beginning of something special. Mori would lead them to 3 consecutive Japan Series titles, first edging at the Carp in 1986 in their second reverse sweep and the only Japan Series to go 8 games. Then they smacked around the Giants again in 1987. And then took down the Chunichi Dragons for a second time in that decade. But that isn't to say they were alone on top. The Kintetsu Buffaloes were nipping at their heels, led by 2 former Nishitetsu Lions, Akira Ogi and Futoshi Nakanishi. They'd come within a game of taking them down in 1988, and they would break up their streak of 4 consecutive PL pennants in 1989. But the Lions were not quite ready to give up just yet. With Akiyama, Kiyohara, and the Caribbean Phantom Orestes Destrade leading the offense, the Lions would pull off another three-peat, taking down the Giants in 1990, the Carp in 1991, and finally the Swallows for yet another championship. The 1992 Lions in particular sported a ludicrous team WRC plus of 124, tied with the 1952 Giants for 3rd all time. They'd make it 5 pennants in a row, but unfortunately the Swallows would get revenge in 1993, and the Giants would beat them in 1994, robbing them of their chance to claim the title as the best team in baseball. It was then that the wheels finally came off. Age, injuries, and free agency would take their toll on the Lions, and most of the invincible core would scatter to the wind. Akiyama, Kudo, and Ishige would join the Hawks, and the Lions would fall down to 3rd under new manager Osamu Higashio. Despite the 1996 season being their first losing campaign since 1980, and Kazuhiro Kiyohara jumping ship for the Giants in 1997, Higashio would get the Lions back to the Japan Series in 97. Their new core was made up of ace Fumiya Nishiguchi, Ken Suzuki, former Blue Jays prospect Domingo Martinez, and star shortstop Kazuo Matsui. Around this time, the Lions were getting tired of all the rainouts and oppressive heat from the unprotected Lions Stadium, so they asked to build a new domed stadium in Tokyo, to which the citizens of Saitama Prefecture protested, and the Giants, Swallows, and Fighters said, "Ha, no." So they began to put a roof on Lions Stadium to create what we now know as the Seibu Dome. The Swallows would bat aside the Lions in 5 games in the 1997 Japan Series, but the Lions would run it back in 1998, only to lose to another team of destiny in the Yokohama BayStars. Then Domingo Martinez would get poached by the Giants, and Sadaharu Oh's little project in Fukuoka would take off, leaving the Lions on the outside looking in. But they did have some bright young pieces, most notably Daisuke Matsuzaka. But they needed power, and in 2001 they got it in the form of the man they called El Samurai, Alex Cabrera. He's one of only 2 NPB players to pull off back-to-back 50-homer seasons. And while it was allegedly with some help, steroids weren't illegal in NPB at the time, and he would take advantage of that and the early 2000s rabbit ball to put up some absolutely insane numbers. Throw in an 11-war campaign from Kazumatsui, Tom Evans, and the emergence of slugger Kazuhiro Wada, and in 2002, the Lions would have yet another one of the best offensive units of all time. They would muscle their way to the Japan Series, only to get smacked aside by the Giants. But in 2004, they'd finally managed to win another Japan Series, thanks in large part to adding 2 more star players, Jose Fernandez and Hiroyuki Nakajima. They would power their way past the long-suffering Chunichi Dragons for a 3rd time to secure title number 12. But things were starting to fall apart. Literally. Since the Seibu Dome had been built on the cheap and on the fly, the roof was starting to have issues not even a decade after its construction. The Lions remained a playoff team, but they didn't really have the firepower to keep going, despite the emergence of young star Takeo Nakamura. So they posted Daisuke Matsuzaka. The money the Red Sox gave them in return for his rights went directly to fixing the roof. Alex Cabrera and Kazuhiro Wada would also leave the team in free agency. In 2008, the Lions would suffer another major blow. Yoshizaki Tsutsumi would be found guilty of insider trading and would step down as owner. However, with him out of the picture, the Lions were finally able to bring the old Nishitetsu alumni back into the fold, and they rewarded those alumni with one last run. With Nakamura, Nakajima, Gigi Sato, Hiram Bokuchika, and Takumi Kuriyama leading the offense, and Kazuyuki Hoashi and Takayuki Kishi leading the pitching staff, the Lions would win their 13th title. The year after they won that title, the team would change its name to the Saitama Seibu Lions to better connect with their community and fan base. They would also change the primary color from baby blue to navy blue to bridge a gap to their past. The Lions have only won a single playoff series since. Despite Takeo Nakamura leading a solid offensive core, later to be joined by the likes of Hideto Asamura, Ernesto Mejia, Shogo Akiyama, and Tomoya Mori, the Lions could never win games when it mattered. In their 7 playoff appearances in the 2010s, the only series they won was the 2011 PL wildcard. They were promptly swept by the Hawks in the PLCS. The Lions would finish first overall in back-to-back years in 2018 and 2019, but both times they would be steamrolled by the Hawks in the PLCS. This is despite the 2018 Lions being tied for the 9th best offense in NPB history, with the 1988 Lions. Eventually, the core began to fracture and fall apart. The 2020s have been the darkest period of Lions franchise history after the late 70s. Despite having one of the better pitching staffs in NPB, the Lions' main woe has been their offense, which is weird for a team that has put up 6 of the top 15 offensive units in NPB history. At the moment, the Lions seem to be dead in the water, especially after losing ace Tatsuya Imai to MLB. But this is a team that has risen from the ashes more than once. With promising young players like Manaya Nishikawa and Seiya Watanabe on the roster, and a front office that finally seems to be willing to spend again, things may be starting to look up. This is a team that has faced possibly the most adversity of any NPB squad, despite being the 3rd most successful team in the league. This is a team that has been declared dead many times before, and this is a team that has risen from the ashes each time. The year is 1934, and Matsutaro Shiriki has a problem. He'd gone through the massive logistical and financial effort of inviting another MLB All-Star team to come play in Japan, With stars like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Fox in the lineup, everyone was excited to see them play. But he had no one to play them. See, the first time Shoriki had set up a tour back in 1931, the MLBers had played what was essentially a university all-star team, made up of mostly players from the Tokyo Big Six. But in 1932, the Japanese Ministry of Education issued what became known as the Baseball Control Directive, which forbade amateur students from playing against professionals, be they Japanese or American. But this gave some people an opening for an idea. Several former Waseda University players approached Shoriki with a suggestion. They contended that the reason why the Americans were so good at baseball was because they were professional. The simple prospect of getting paid to play baseball had led boys who might have otherwise been factory workers or pencil pushers to decide to dedicate their lives to being good at the sport. And while university baseball did hold some prestige, the pool they had to pick from, that being upper middle class, high school educated players, was much thinner than a professional team who could theoretically hire anybody. Shoriki liked the idea, so at a country club in Yatsu, Chiba, he would gather several former university stars and a couple of high school pitchers to form the Dai Nippon Tokyo Yaku Club, or the All Japan Tokyo Baseball Club. They would become Japan's first professional team since the Takarazuka Athletics had folded 5 years prior. The first player to officially sign a contract was Osamu Mihara. Predictably, the MLB All-Star team, which was stacked head-to-toe with future Hall of Famers, ran right through them, but the tour had drawn sellout crowds wherever it went, and other corporate figures were beginning to see the value that a professional baseball team could bring. And they had begun to put together their own teams. They just needed a man with the connections and the organizational skills to put the league together. Shoriki was that man. In the meantime, Shoriki would send his baseball club on a tour of North America to give them experience against other professional teams. While he knew that MLB teams were out of reach, he figured playing high-level minor league teams and college teams would give his boys the valuable experience they needed, while also ensuring that they won some games. After a brief stop in Hawaii to get warmed up, the team would make its way to San Francisco, where they ran into a problem: their name. See, they were welcomed in San Francisco by San Francisco Seals manager Lefty O'Doul. O'Doul, who'd been a part of the 1931 tour, welcomed the club with open arms, but he felt the name All Japan Tokyo Baseball Club was not evocative enough to sell tickets. And if the team wanted to draw crowds, and thus give other teams a reason to play them, they should adopt a snappier nickname. The team agreed, but didn't really have any idea what to pick, so they asked O'Doul for a suggestion. O'Doul's answer came easily. Since he'd first traveled to Japan, people always asked him what Tokyo was like. He felt that the easiest way to describe it was as Japan's New York City, a big, bustling, world-class metropolis only rivaled by the likes of London and Paris. So he reckoned the team should take the name of a New York-based baseball team. Since Tokyo Yankees just sounded wrong, and the Brooklyn Dodgers had only been calling themselves the Brooklyn Dodgers for 5 years, and hadn't won a pennant in 15 years, O'Doul suggested that they name themselves after the New York Giants and call themselves the Tokyo Giants. The team accepted, quickly got some jerseys made, and went on their tour. It went far better than anyone expected. They went 75-33-1. Shoriki would send the team on another North American tour for 1936, this one being far less successful, and that would cause the Giants to miss the inaugural JPBL season in the spring of 1936. Okay, it wasn't really a season per se, more of a tournament. What really alarmed the Giants was what happened next. They went 2-5 in July. The only team they'd managed to beat was the Dai Tokyo Baseball Club, who were, well, crap. They were bounced from the summer tournament by the Nagoya Baseball Club. This left manager Sadayoshi Fujimoto, who'd come over from the Tokyo Railway Bureau, to be incensed. This was supposed to be the best team in Japan, and all he saw was a bunch of lazy players who were high on their own importance. So he worked them to the bone. The Giants would take the fall tournament, giving them 2.5 points towards the championship. Eiji Sawamura would throw the first no-hitter in the history of Japanese pro baseball, and the Giants were on top. Kinda. The Osaka Tigers had also finished the season with 2.5 points, so the Giants and Tigers would play in a Proto-Japan series for the title. At the crab-infested mud pit known as Susaki Stadium, the Giants took the best-of-3 series with a 4-2 win in Game 3, giving them their first championship. With the JPBL moving to a split-season model for 1937, the Giants and Tigers would continue to dominate. While the offense was just mid-pack, the double-ace combo of Sawamura and Victor Starfin would give the Giants the best pitching in the league by a country mile, countering the similarly dominant Osaka Tigers offense for JPBL title number 2. Well, the Giants had to watch from the sidelines as the Tigers won back-to-back titles in the fall of 1937 and the spring of 1938. They had managed to use their influence to convince some players to sign. Shigeru Chiba was originally going to sign with the Korakuen Eagles, until Yomiuri swept in and used some important people to convince him to sign. The Giants would win the bidding war for catcher Masaki Yoshihara, and in the process convinced his high school battery mate Tetsuharu Kawakami to sign. Kawakami later learned that he had a better offer from the Nankai Baseball Club, which didn't really sit well with him. With their core now set in stone, the Giants would win 5 consecutive JPBL titles from the fall of 1938 through 1943. The Giants had already reached a level of prestige to the point where they could sign pretty much anyone they wanted, so even as their talent pool was devastated by the Sino-Japanese War and later World War II, they would always be able to find talent to replace them. I mean, it helped that Victor Starfin, Hideo Fujimoto, and Shosei Go were not ethnically Japanese, and thus were easier to protect from the draft. The Giants even signed the only Filipino-born player in the history of major professional baseball, when Adelano Rivera joined the team in 1939. He would hit the first Grand Slam in Giants history that year. When the war came, the Giants, who were already mononymously known in the press as the Kyojin, would adopt the name Kyojin Baseball Club, and replace Giants on their jersey with the kanji for giant. But still, the Giants were devastated by the war. 8 of their players would lose their life in the conflict, most notably Masaki Yoshihara, Shuichi Hirose, and Eiji Sawamura. By the late stages, the conflict would drag in several more Giant stars. Katsumi Shiraishi would be sent to China and would only survive because his commander was a Giants fan and made him a cook. Shigeru Chiba would also have a Giants fan as a commander, who practically yanked him off a doomed troop ship and posted him to the home front. Victor Starfin would be sent to a concentration camp for foreigners in Nagano because he was an ethnic Russian, and Tetsuharu Kawakami would be drafted, but strings were pulled so he could go into officer training despite not having a university degree. He would be posted domestically as a lieutenant in charge of the mechanics at an airbase. This would finally be the breaking point, as they would lose the shortened 1944 season to the Osaka Tigers, who now went by the Hanshin Baseball Club because of similar wartime restrictions. Post-war, the Giants struggled to maintain most of their stars that did survive. They would only be able to retain Tetsuharu Kawakami and Shigeru Chiba. Katsumi Shiraishi, Noboru Aota, Hideo Fujimoto, and Victor Starfin would all sign elsewhere. They were also unable to secure a lot of top prospects, as the complete rejigging of the Japanese economy post-war had made it much more of a level playing field financially. The team would also change its name from the Tokyo Giants to the Yomiuri Giants in 1947. Despite this, the name Tokyo Giants is still used in an official capacity by the team to this day. While the Giants would eventually get Shiraishi, Aota, and Fujimoto back, they would need more to get them over the hump. But they had an opening. Nankai Hawks ace Akira Besho's contract was up at the end of 1948, and he was very unhappy. He'd never wanted to play for Nankai in the first place, only doing so because his parents had signed a contract with them in his stead back in 1942. He'd also married a girl from Tokyo, and with a baby on the way, he wanted a house of his own, which he'd been unable to acquire on the salary he was getting from Nankai. Yomiuri swooped in and offered him a raise and a house. Besho agreed. Nankai was pissed and attempted to sue Yomiuri and Besho for breach of contract. The JPBL eventually allowed the transfer, but suspended Besho for 2 months. It didn't matter, as Besho, who changed his name to Takahiko, hit the ground running and helped the Giants to the 1949 JPBL championship. This case would see JPBL players acquire sort of primitive free agent rights, over a decade before Curt Flood's battle with MLB for those same rights. Yomiuri would stay with most of the old guard when the JPBL restructured into NPB in 1950. They would effectively become the new bosses of the Central League, as every expansion team had to get their approval to join. They'd wheeled and dealed to get Nishi Nippon to split its partnership with Nishitetsu to create a second team in Fukuoka, and they'd campaigned hard for the Hiroshima Carp and Kokutetsu Swallows to be allowed into the league. They pretty much set themselves up to dominate their side of the league, and prove that they were the best team in Japanese pro baseball. And then a perfect storm of circumstances would see the Shojuku Robins win the first ever CL pennant. And then the Robins lost the first ever Japan series to the Mainichi Orions, whose owners had forced the split in the first place. Well, this sucks. They just have to get back into control, and they did in 1951. Besho, Fujimoto, Aota, and Kawakami would be joined by Japanese-American outfielder Wally Yonamine to form one of the most comically dominant teams of all time. The Giants would win the Central League by 18 games to set up a Japan series against the similarly dominant Nankai Hawks. The Giants would take the series in 5 games, with the Hawks not even scoring a run until the 7th inning of Game 3. While they wouldn't be as dominant in 1952, the Giants still beat the Tigers to the pennant by 3.5 games, and then beat the Hawks in 6 to take their second Japan Series title. The Giants would cruise to a 3rd consecutive pennant in 1953, and while the Hawks put up much more of a fight this time, the Giants still took their 3rd consecutive Japan Series title in 7 games. It looked like the Giants were truly unstoppable. Then the Chunichi Dragons took their first pennant in 1954. Oh well, the Giants would just have to come back stronger. And they did. The 1955 Giants were arguably the greatest team in NPB history. Tetsuharu Kawakami, Shigeru Chiba, Wally Yonamine would be joined by Dick Kashiwayeda, Andy Miyamoto, Tatsuro Hirooka, Shigeru Fujio, Curly Hirota, Takashi Iwamoto, and Saburo Hirai to form the greatest position player core in NPB history. Combined, they put up a 121 WRC plus and 47.4 WAR. That's just the position player core. While the underlying numbers meant that the pitching staff wasn't as dominant, they still had a 92 FIP minus, and the godlike defense behind them meant they had a team ERA of 1.75. This team looked absolutely impossible to beat, and they'd prove it by winning the Central League by 15 games. Once again, they'd be playing the Nankai Hawks, who'd won an NPB record 99 games and were themselves one of the best teams of all time. The Giants managed to take the series in 7. So there the Giants were, 4 of 6 pennants won, and all 4 converted to Japan Series titles. They were the unquestioned kings of Japanese baseball, just as they always planned to be. Despite the Osaka Tigers breathing down their necks, the Giants would ride their dominant offense to a 5th pennant. They scored 4.4 runs per game in 1956. No other Central League team scored more than 3. They were just that good. However, it was then that they finally met their match. The Nishitetsu Lions had edged out the Hawks for the pennant, and it was in them that the Giants would finally face a team that was just flat out better than them. And what's more, Osamu Mihara, the first man they'd ever signed, was the Lions manager. The Lions would take the Japan Series in 6. With the Tigers edging ever closer to them in the standings, the Giants managed to edge them out to win their 6th Central League pennant, but despite putting up a valiant fight, the Lions swept them. 1958 looked to be different. Not only did they have sophomore pitcher Motoshi Fujita break out and put up a sub-2 ERA, but the Giants had also signed another kid, named Shigeo Nagashima. Nagashima had initially planned on joining his best friend Tadashi Sugiura on the Nankai Hawks, but see, the Giants had a way with words. Their scouts would regularly visit the Nagashima family home in Chiba, and let's just say, leaned on his mother's anxiety about him leaving the Tokyo area. In any case, they got him, and he was fantastic. More than fantastic, he put up the greatest rookie season in the history of NPB, and arguably the greatest in the history of baseball. He led the CL in hits, home runs, and RBI while putting up 37 stolen bases, an RDEF of 12, a 183 WRC plus, and 10.2 WAR. Again, this man was a rookie. It looked to be the piece the Giants finally needed to take down the Lions, who they'd be facing for the 3rd time in the Japan Series. The Giants would take games 1, 2, and 3, only for Lions ace Kazuhisa Inao to go, no, and almost single-handedly lead the Lions to reverse sweep the Giants. so the Giants needed to grab another player. The top high school pitcher in the nation in 1958 was a half-Chinese kid from Tokyo named Sadaharu Oh. Teams all around the league were making offers to try and get him, and it looked like the Osaka Tigers would be the one to get him. The Tigers had also signed the top university pitching prospect and hoped that by getting Oh, they'd be set to finally take down the Giants. Hell, the media was reporting it as basically a done deal. Then the Giants met with the Oh family. Turns out they didn't even have to lean on him to convince him to sign, as Sadaharu had grown up a die-hard Giants fan. They just had to match the best offer so his dad wouldn't be pissed. But at 1959 spring training, the Giants realized that Oh wasn't quite up to snuff as an NPB pitcher. But they did like his bat, and Tetsuharu Kawakami had just retired, and first base was open, so they gave it to him. Oh did struggle in 1959, but Nagashima put up 11 WAR and a 200 WRC+, so people didn't really focus on Oh much. At this point, the Giants were so popular that the Imperial family had decided that they were going to watch a Giants game. So on June 25th, 1959, Emperor Hirohito and Empress Nagako would attend a Giants-Tigers game at Korakuen Stadium. Shigeo Nagashima would hit a walk-off home run to end it. The Tigers cried foul. Literally, Minoru Murayama maintained to his dying breath that it had been a foul ball, and that the umpires had rigged it, and the grainy footage that survived from the game didn't help. It wasn't until 2023 that the footage was cleaned up enough to prove that the ball had, in fact, been fair. The Giants would make their 4th consecutive Japan series, and this time they'd be facing the Hawks. Finally, an opponent they could beat. No. The Hawks leaned on ace Tadashi Sugiura and swept them. That would prove to be the Giants' breaking point. In 1960, they would be edged out down the stretch by the upstart Toyo Whales, managed by none other than Osamu Mihara. This would cause Shigeru Mizuhara to step down. Mizuhara would immediately be snapped up by the Toei Flyers and turn that team into a contender. But for now, the Giants would be taken over by none other than Tetsuharu Kawakami. Much like the other managers who'd been officers during the Second World War, Kawakami's Giants teams were strict, no nonsense, and insanely good. In 1961, Sadaharu Oh would finally break out, and Shigeo Nagashima would become the 3rd player in NPB history to put up a 12-war campaign. And with Yoshiaki Ito and Minoru Nakamura leading the staff, the Giants would rocket back to first place and win yet another pennant. And they'd be playing the Hawks. Again. The Giants would take the series in 6, helped in part by a controversial call in Game 4, which allowed Andy Miyamoto to walk it off. In a turn of events that many Nankai Hawks fans would label as karma, the Giants suffered their first B-class finish the next year, despite still having a winning record. This is despite Sadaharu Oh blasting 38 homers and having his first 200 WRC+ season, something he'd do for a decade after that. The Giants would bounce back and edge out the Dragons in 1963. This was helped on by Shigeo Nagashima having his second 12-war campaign, while Sadaharu Oh had his first 1000 OPS season and led the league with a 217 WRC+. Sophomore outfielder Isao Shibata would also start to get regular playing time, and they'd be facing a familiar opponent, the Nishitetsu Lions. With the Lions' offense being bolstered by 3 foreign hitters and the Giants being purely Japanese, ignoring their half-Chinese superstar and the multiple Japanese Americans they'd employed in the 50s, this was seen as a watershed moment for Japanese pro baseball. Non-Japanese foreign players had already been trickling into the Central League by this point, but the Giants had refused to hire any of them, both as a point of pride and because they felt like they didn't need them. What followed was a hard-fought series in which the two powerhouses took turns beating the crap out of one another, and it would all end in Game 7. A 9-run 4th inning helped the Giants to an 18-4 victory, and Japan Series title number 6. The Giants would fall back to 3rd again in 1964, despite Oh breaking the NPB home run record with 54 bombs. The main problem was pitching depth. Kunio Jonouchi was amazing, but he couldn't do it alone, and the team was starting to fall behind. So 2 things happened. First, they would sign longtime Swallows ace Masaichi Kaneda for some veteran help, and second, they would bring in Hiroshi Arakawa as a full-time hitting coach. With the draft also on the horizon, the Giants used their last opportunity to grab all the top prospects they wanted. This included Shozo Doi, Kazumi Takahashi, Takashi Yoshida, and Tamiyasu Itsugu. This would be the beginning of the most dominant dynasty in baseball history. The Giants would win 91 games in 1965, taking the pennant by 13 games. And they'd be facing, guess who? The Hawks. The Giants would smack them aside in 5 games, Game 5 being walked off by rookie Shozo Doi. Despite NPB instituting a draft in 1965 specifically to stop the Giants from getting anyone they wanted, the first draft didn't exactly stop them from getting the prospect they wanted. High school phenom Suneo Horiuchi said he would go to university if anyone but the Giants took him, opening the door for the Giants to take him uncontested in the first round. With Jonouchi and Kaneda mentoring him, Horiuchi became an ace-caliber pitcher as a teenager. He would win his first 13 decisions. 1966 would be more of the same. They'd beat the Dragons to the pennant by 13 games, and then take down the Hawks in the Japan series, this time in 6 games. In 1967, the Giants once again beat the Dragons to the pennant by 12 games, and Suneo Horiuchi would become the second Giant to throw a no-hitter as a teenager. Unlike Sawamura, however, he hit not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs in that game. This time, they'd finally be facing a new opponent in the Japan series, the Hankyu Braves. The Braves were a similarly loaded team, featuring the likes of Tetsuya Yoneda, Takeo Kajimoto, Tokuji Nagaike, and Darryl Spencer. But a crushing 9-3 victory in Game 6 would give the Giants their second three-peat. But they wanted more. With the 7th overall pick in the 1967 draft, the Giants would grab Meiji University outfielder Shigeru Takada. Takada slotted in perfectly with Shibata and Suetsugu in the outfield from day one. 1968 would see their first real challenge, as the Hanshin Tigers began breathing down their necks. They had a 3-headed monster leading their pitching staff, with Minoru Murayama, Gene Bach, and sophomore ace Yutaka Inatsu, who became the only pitcher to throw 400 strikeouts that year. However, in one fateful game against the Tigers, the momentum would shift. Bach went in on Up, who got pissed off and charged the mound to yell at him. While the two of them had a broken language argument in each other's tongues, the benches cleared, and in the resulting fight, Hiroshi Arakawa would attack Bach. Bach broke his thumb punching Arakawa in self-defense, basically ending his career. The Giants would take their 4th straight pennant. Then they'd take down the Braves in 6 for their 4th consecutive title. But they still weren't done. That offseason, the Giants would attempt to skirt around the draft. That year, the 2 top high school pitching prospects were Akio Matsubara and Hisao Niura, also known as Myungbu Jang and Ilron Kim. Despite both being born and raised in Japan, both were Korean citizens, and the Giants convinced them to skip the draft and sign with them. Now, once this became public, they had to fight with other NPB teams, and even an MLB team in the case of Niura, but they got them both. The rules were immediately changed so that anyone coming through a Japanese high school or university, regardless of citizenship, had to go through the draft and would also be considered domestic. In 1969, Masaichi Kaneda would grab win number 400, and Sadaharu Oh would become the youngest player in baseball history to hit 400 home runs at 29 years old and 5 months. The only other player to hit 400 home runs before their 30th birthday is A-Rod. The Giants would once again beat the Tigers for the CL pennant, then take down the Braves in 6 for their 5th title in a row, tying the Yankees for the most baseball titles in a row. Surely they'd be done now, right? No, the Giants used their offense to power past the Hanshin Tigers in 1970, taking the pennant by 2 games. This time, they'd be facing the Lotte Orions in the Japan series. This Orions team was quite good. They'd won a preseason series against the San Francisco Giants. But do you know who had also won their preseason series against San Francisco? The Kyojin. They'd beat down the Orions in 5. That gave them a record 6 consecutive titles, the most by a baseball team ever. But they still weren't done. In 1971, the Giants would win pennant number 7, where they'd once again be facing the Hankyu Braves. By now, the Braves had 2 new faces, Yutaka Fukumoto and Hisashi Yamada. Fukumoto was one of, if not the, greatest base stealer of all time. He only went 1 for 4 on stolen base attempts. The Giants took the series in 5. In 1972, the Giants would take their 8th consecutive pennant, despite down years from Owen Nagashima. Nagashima would still hit his 400th homer, and O would still have an OPS over 1,000 and smack homers in 7 consecutive games. Yes, those were down years. The Giants would once again face the Braves in the Japan series, and would, once again, take them down in 5 games. The Giants looked absolutely untouchable. Then something happened in the offseason that put a dark cloud around the team. I'm going to throw up a quick little trigger warning here. Here's the timestamp to skip to if mental health makes you uncomfortable. See, if there was one thing the Giants had been unable to do effectively in this time, it was develop talent. They were used to just grabbing NPB ready players at a high school or university and chucking them into the fire. Having to actually develop more raw prospects was a hell of a lot harder. For example, the 1968 draft was probably the most stacked class in NPB history. None of the players the Giants drafted ended up being regular NPBers. One of the players who'd fallen into this chasm was Toshihiko Yaguchi. Yaguchi had been taken with the 2nd overall pick in the 1970 draft, only he didn't hit the ground running. His inability to crack the big club had led to major self-esteem issues, and Yaguchi would have depressive episodes throughout the 1972 season. It all came to a head after the season. The Giants minor leaguers had an end-of-the-season party, and Yaguchi drank with the others into the early morning, only to be told that they were expected to play at the fan festival that afternoon. As you can imagine, this did not go well, but Yaguchi, who gave up 2 homers, was singled out anyways. Kawakami called him a waste of space, which only worsened his depression. He would confide in minor league pitching coach Minoru Nakamura, who invited him to stay over. But when he got back to the dorms the next morning, minor league manager Hiroshi Nakao screamed, "Where the hell were you?" and before he could respond, punched Yaguchi in the face. As you can imagine, this only worsened Yaguchi's mental state. He would even be checked into a mental hospital for depression in the offseason, with the team pressuring his parents to say he'd just gotten a bad case of the flu if the media came calling. At 1973 spring training, Yaguchi had not gotten better. He became an insomniac and often spent days curled up in his bed crying. He'd be sent back to Tokyo soon after, but tried to run away from team officials at Haneda Airport, resulting in him being committed again. A few days later, he was found dead in his hospital room. He was 20 years old. While the official cause of death was listed as heart failure, nobody believed it. As more and more facets of the story came to light despite the Giants' attempts to squash it, everyone began to turn against the Giants, and particularly Kawakami. That, combined with 8 consecutive titles, made everyone want to see the Giants fail. But Sadaharu O wouldn't let them. He would have the greatest offensive season in NPB history, winning a Triple Crown and putting up a record 255 WRC+. The Giants would win the pennant in a winner-take-all game 130 at Koshin Stadium against the Hanshin Tigers. Incensed Tigers fans would rush the field, attempting to attack Sadaharu O, who'd been their tormentor for over a decade. And in 1973, the Giants would face the Hawks again. Only much like this Giants team, the Hawks were old and battered. In fact, they were the worst on-paper team to play in the Japan series. The Giants would easily take their 9th consecutive title. They would almost make it 10 consecutive pennants. In 1974, Sadaharu O would win his 2nd consecutive Triple Crown while setting an NPB record with a 1293 OPS. The Giants would battle the Dragons all the way to the end, but the Dragons would finally be the ones to slay them, edging them out by 0.001 winning percentage. Tetsuharu Kawakami and Shigeru Nagashima would both immediately retire, with Nagashima taking the reins behind the bench, and he inherited a demoralized team teetering on the edge. Immediately, he started making changes. First, he finally hired the team's first non-Asian player, and unlike other teams, he didn't want to grab some no-name player or over-the-hill veteran. Luckily for Nagashima, Davey Johnson was available. Having hit 43 homers in a season just 2 years prior, the pressure was on for Johnson to succeed. He didn't, but that wasn't really his fault. For one, the massive amounts of pressure got to him, pressure he'd never really been under before. Second, there were communication issues. Since he was the Giants' first foreign player who couldn't speak Japanese, the Giants had never needed an interpreter before. It took them 3 tries to get one that could actually, speak English. While Shigeru Nagashima could speak some English, the rest of the coaching staff could not, and this really hurt Johnson's ability to adapt to the Japanese game. It didn't help that they were playing him out of position, having him taking over for Nagashima at third base. The Giants would finish last for the first and so far only time in their history. A lot of the blame was hoisted onto Johnson, but see, the rest of the team had been bad too. Only 4 players on the roster were starting caliber: Sadaharu Oh, Isao Shibata, Hisao Niura, and Kazumi Takahashi. The rest of the Giants were a wasteland. The Giants immediately bounced back and won the pennant. Okay, it wasn't really that simple. They had in fact added in the offseason. First, Isao Harimoto. After he'd fallen out with management, the Nippon-Ham Fighters had agreed to trade Harimoto to a team of his choosing, and the Giants, who shared a stadium with the Fighters and employed Harimoto's best friend Sadaharu Oh, got him easily. While they did have to give up Kazumi Takahashi for him, he would be replaced by veteran lefty Clyde Wright. Plus, with Kiyoshi Nakahata taking over third base, Davey Johnson could actually play his position again. That year, Sadaharu Oh would pass Babe Ruth with his 715th home run. Fun fact, Davey Johnson was in the hole for both Sadaharu Oh and Hank Aaron's 715th blasts. The Giants went from worst to first, once again edging out the Hanshin Tigers to line themselves up against the Hankyu Braves in the Japan series. But this was a very different Braves squad. They took the first 3 games from the Giants, and while some chalkboard material from Braves superstar Yutaka Fukumoto meant the Giants came roaring back, it wasn't enough to get them over the hump, and the Giants would lose the Japan series for the first time in 17 years. The Giants proceeded to lowball Davey Johnson in the offseason. When he tried to leave for the Kintetsu Buffaloes, the Giants would pressure the Buffaloes into backing out of the deal, leaving a frustrated Johnson to sign with the Phillies despite saying he wanted to stay in Japan. His replacement, Jack Lind, wasn't nearly as good. Still, the combination of Oh and Shibata led the offense, and combined with the career season from Toshiro Yanagita and Shigeru Kobayashi turning into a bona fide ace, the Giants got another pennant. And it wasn't even close. Also in 1977, Sadaharu Oh would pass Hank Aaron for the major pro home run record. But this time, the Japan series wasn't anywhere close. The Braves swatted away the Giants in 5 games. The Giants would try again in 1978, now with some new help, as they had acquired John Shippen from the Whales for cash. Shippen, a longtime friend of Nagashima, fit right into his system to form the offensive core. However, despite a last win from Suneo Horiuchi, the Giants were edged out by their little brothers, the Yakult Swallows, for the pennant. That's when everything fell apart. Sadaharu Oh and Isao Shibata, who'd been carrying the team for 15 years, finally started to slow down. Suneo Horiuchi would also crash and burn. Isao Harimoto suffered an eye injury, Rick Kruger flopped hard, and the Giants' arrogance would bite them in the ass. See, the Giants had been dead set on Hosei University star Suguru Egawa, except he'd be taken by the Lions in the 1977 draft. So the Giants conspired to have him wait until the signing period elapsed, 2 days before the 1978 draft, and then signed him as a free agent. As you can imagine, the rest of the league was not very happy. The contract was immediately voided by the commissioner, which led Yomiuri to throw a hissy fit and boycott the 1978 draft, arrogantly hoping that their lack of participation would see the whole thing voided. It was not. To make matters worse, Egawa's rights were now property of the Hanshin Tigers. After trying and failing to make the draft illegal, the Giants finally caved into trading for Egawa, giving them ace Shigeru Kobayashi in return. The Giants would crash down to 5th that year, only kept out of last place by a Swallows team that was actively sabotaging itself. 1980 would be the last run for Sadaharu Oh. While he still led the team in homers, Roy White was the first foreign player since Wally Yonamine to be the best player on the Giants. Despite Suguru Egawa realizing his potential as the best pitcher in the Central League, they would open the new decade in 3rd place. They were barely over 500. Shigeru Nagashima would be deemed a failure and would be pressured into stepping down. It looked like finally, after decades of tormenting the league, the Giants were knocked down a peg. Nope. See, in the 1980 draft, the Yomiuri Giants won the lottery for Tatsunori Hara. Hara, with his elite play and boyish good looks, immediately became the new face of the Giants. As a rookie, he led the team in homers with 22. This was a Giants team that seemed to go the complete opposite direction of the teams of the 60s and 70s. New manager Motochi Fujita tended to prioritize defense and contact hitting over power, and despite NPB cresting into what would be its most power-mad decade, it worked. Fellow young gun Toshio Shinozuka also batted .357, the highest by a Giant since Wally Yonamine in 1954, and the Giants would edge out the all-conquering offense of the Hiroshima Carp to win yet another pennant. This time, they'd be facing a new opponent, their stadium mates, the Nippon-Ham Fighters. The first 3 games were incredibly close affairs that left everyone on the edge of their seat. Then the Giants shook the rust off. They would outscore the Fighters 23-5 in the final 3 games to take the series and Japan Series title number 16. In case anyone doubted that the Giants were back, they would fight the Chunichi Dragons all the way to the last day of the season. However, the Dragons suffered an unusually large amount of rainouts that year, leading them to have 8 more games left after the Giants played their final game on October 9th. The Dragons needed to win 5 of them. They did just that, with a crushing victory against the Whales on the last day of the season, which led many Giants fans to cry foul, accusing the Whales of just lying down for the Dragons in that final game. So they would just have to leave no room for doubt. Oh, who's this? Is that Hall of Fame caliber player Reggie Smith? We'll take him, thanks. 19-year-old Hiromi Makihara would also debut for the team that year, and quickly created a 3-headed monster in the starting rotation alongside Suguru Egawa and Takashi Nishimoto. The Giants outlasted the Carp for the pennant, but now they'd have to face a old foe. See, the Lions had gone from a joke of a franchise that Yomiuri felt confident in pushing around to reasserting its place as the kings of the Pacific League. If you thought they'd forgotten about the Egawa chicanery, you'd be dead wrong. To make matters worse, they'd be managed by a former Giant in Tatsuro Hirooka. Hirooka had no love for his old team, as a feud with Tetsuharu Kawakami had basically ended his career in 1966. It was hard-fought, elbows-up baseball, the Giants playing for pride, and the Lions playing with hate in their eyes. That hatred would propel them to take the series in 7 games. That would see Motoshi Fujita step down and give another former Giants captain a shot at the big chair, Sadaharu Oh. The Giants still needed to build, and what's more, 1984 would be the club's 50th anniversary. They decided they wanted to sign a big name, and I'm talking big. They went after Dave Parker. He said no. George Foster? No. Okay, how about Amos Otis? No. Damn it, there's gotta be someone who'll say yes. Hey, who's that guy Montreal doesn't want to pay again? Warren Cromartie hit the ground running with the Giants, smacking 35 homers and actually doing a decent job in center field despite having never played there before. As if the Giants' hoard of riches couldn't get any larger, they'd also managed to draft a kid from Saitama named Masaki Saito. However, it didn't all come together. The Giants would finish 3rd despite having the 2nd best offense and pitching staff in the league. I mean, that's not good, but it's understandable. O is still new to this whole managing thing, and it takes a bit of time to shake off the rust. Then it happened again in 1985. The Giants had the best pitching staff in the CL and the 2nd best offense, and they barely finished over 500. Okay, we might have a problem now. In an attempt to remedy it, the Giants decided to go after Masumi Kuwata, the best high school pitcher in the draft. Knowing other teams would be interested in him, the Giants would tell him to tell the other teams that he was planning on going to university. The other teams that were interested respected his wishes and went after other players, namely his high school teammate Kazuhiro Kiyohara. Then in the first round of the 1985 draft, Yomiuri, Kuwata Masumi, Tosh, Biel Gakuen. Needless to say, everyone was pissed at the Giants for yet more underhanded draft tomfoolery. Kuwata joined a comically loaded Giants pitching staff. It would become one of the 3 great aces of Heisei. But that didn't happen just yet. The Giants would finally catch fire and fight the Carp all the way to the end of the season. They won 9 of their last 10 games. However, that one loss was enough to give the Carp the pennant. The Giants looked to be in a great place to build on that season. Thankfully, they did. Despite Masaki Saito going down with injury, Hara, Cromartie, Kuwata, and Sadaaki Yoshimura would lead the Giants to a dominant pennant victory. Once again, they'd be facing the Lions, the same Lions team that had won the Kazuhiro Kiyohara sweepstakes in the 1985 draft. While the Giants would manage to scratch across 2 wins, the Lions still took the Japan Series in 6. Game 5 would be the last game ever played at Rakuten Stadium. See, the Giants had long wished to establish themselves as a world-class organization, and despite Rakuten Stadium being iconic, a lot of facilities reminded you that it was built in the 1930s. Since this was bubble economy Japan and money was pouring out of every orifice, the Giants had built a brand new stadium to match their ambitions. The Tokyo Dome. The first ever game played in anger at the Egg was such a spectacle that Crown Prince Akihito was in attendance. The Giants would try and do everything in their power to christen their new home with a pennant. They'd even taken advantage of the rampant collusion in MLB to sign Bill Gullickson to add to their already stacked pitching staff. However, Hiromitsu Ochiai and the Chunichi Dragons would power past them for the pennant. And it was not a squeaker. This led to Sadaharu Oh stepping down, with a fan base who'd once adored him now deeming him a failure like Nagashima. Motoshi Fujita would take over again, and immediately take the team that Oh built to the pennant. Warren Cromartie set a Giants record by batting .389, and the comically elite pitching staff would help the Giants take the league by 9 games. In the Japan Series, they'd be facing yet another new opponent, the long-suffering Kintetsu Buffaloes, who'd won the absolute cluster that was the 1989 Pacific League, and looked to avenge themselves after nearly 40 years of failure. The Buffaloes took the first 3 games of the series. Then they did what the Braves had done in 1976. Give the Giants chalkboard material. The Buffaloes started running their mouth about how the so-called monster batting line of the Giants hadn't shown up, and said stuff like, "No wonder the Lions have run roughshod through the CL if this is the best they can offer." The Giants, now playing for both the pride of their team and of their league, put their heads down. They won 5-0 in Game 4, then 6-1 in Game 5. With the series shifting back to Osaka, the Giants took a tightly contested Game 6. Then in Game 7, almost as if to get back at the Buffaloes pitching staff for calling them weak, they blasted 4 home runs and won 8-5. The third reverse sweep in NPB history had been accomplished, and the Giants had their 17th Japan Series title. The Giants kept up their momentum. They were utterly dominant in 1990, winning 88 games and taking the pennant by 22 games. However, they'd be facing the Lions again, and the Lions made absolute mincemeat of the Giants. It wasn't even close. The Lions swept the Giants, outscoring them 28-8 with a barrage of base hits. That proved to be the last gasp. The Giants would finish 4th in 1991, then 2nd in 1992, before Motoshi Fujita stepped down. Then came a problem. They didn't really have anyone to replace him with. So they thought, screw it, let's bring back Nagashima. Fortunately for them, there was a can't-miss power-hitting prospect in that year's draft. Despite Hideki Matsui growing up a Hanshin Tigers fan, he understood what putting on that uniform meant. While the Giants would have the worst offensive unit in their history, Matsui would get the benefit of regular playing time, and getting to do so alongside 2 of the best outfielders of the 80s in Lloyd Moseby and Jesse Barfield. The Giants would have their first losing season in nearly 2 decades. But in 1994, they'd be back. Replacing Moseby and Barfield as Matsui's mentor would be 40-year-old Hiromitsu Ochiai. Despite the Giants' offense being mid, the 3-headed monster of Saito, Makihara, and Kuwata would drive the Kyojin back into contention. And in 1994, there'd be a lot more to play for. The player strike in MLB ensured that whoever won the Japan Series that year would not only be crowned the best team in Japan, but would be the de facto best team in the world. The Giants wanted that feather in their cap. Badly. Despite collapsing down the stretch, the Giants and Dragons came into their final game with 69 wins and 60 losses. And they'd be playing each other for the pennant. The Giants' bats woke up, and a barrage of home runs gave them a 6-3 win and the right to play for the title of the best team in the world. Their opponent? Guess who? The Lions. Despite no longer being invincible, the Lions still carried an incredibly scary team, one that was managed by a former Giant, Masahiko Mori. Despite the Lions taking game 1 11-0, the Giants weren't going down without a fight. They clawed back to take the series lead. The Lions would take game 4 in extras, but the Giants' indomitable pitching would hold them down in game 5 and 6 and gave them Japan Series title number 18. The importance of this series cannot be understated. Hell, Lions ace Hisanobu Watanabe was featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated. It finally gave the Americans the impression that NPB was a legit major professional league. And now, the Yomiuri Giants were the best team in the world. While the Swallows would beat them to the pennant in 1995, the Giants would be back in 1996, easily taking the pennant from the Dragons. This was in large part due to grabbing Katsuhiro Kiyohara in free agency, and the KK duo being reunited did wonders for team chemistry. It was then the Giants would play another incredibly important Japan series. See, Hideki Matsui was the face of the CL. The face of the PL was Ichiro, and the Orix Blue Wave. After having their feel-good story ruined in the 1995 Japan series, the Blue Wave were hungry for revenge. So was their manager, as Akira Ogi had been in charge of the 1989 Kintetsu Buffaloes, who the Giants had famously reverse swept. He didn't let it happen again. The Blue Wave took the series in 5. The Giants wouldn't win another pennant until 2000, mainly because the once dominant pitching staff had finally begun to age out. Koji Uehara would win a pitching triple crown as a rookie in 1999, but the rest of the Giants' pitching staff couldn't pick up the slack. So in 2000, with much of NPB in financial trouble, the Giants just decided to start outspending everyone. They grabbed Kimiyasu Kudo and Daryl May to bolster the pitching staff, and Akira Eto and Domingo Martinez to help with the offense. In this case, buying a championship worked. The Giants won the pennant by 8 games and squared off against the Hawks in the Japan series. The Hawks were the defending champs, and led by none other than Sadaharu Oh. As you can imagine, the media hyped this series up to hell and back. The Hawks would take the first 2 games, but then the Giants would catch fire, mowing down the Hawks to take the series in 6. Shigeo Nagashima, with bragging rights now eternally secured, stepped down in favor of Tatsunori Hara. While Hara would take a year to get his sea legs under him, he'd guide the Giants back to the pennant in 2002, and this time, they'd look a little different. Not only did they have a new young superstar in catcher Shinosuke Abe, but gone were the iconic Tokyo away jerseys the team had been wearing in one form or another since the 1940s, and in its place were new jerseys that said Yomiuri. Everyone absolutely hated this, but Giants owner Suneo Watanabe, who'd been in charge since 1991, would allow for no dissent. He publicly clashed with players in the media who criticized the jerseys, even firing Yomiuri's staff. He even got into a very public feud with Hideki Matsui, where Watanabe belittled him in a press conference. This caused problems. And I will merely say that his resignation in 2015 was met with cheers from staff, players, and the fan base, and his death in 2024 was met with a collective shrug. If you know anything about Japan, that's about as close to dancing on someone's grave as you can get. Hara managed to navigate the controversy and keep his team together to charge for yet another pennant in 2002. In that Japan series, they'd be playing the dominant Seibu Lions, who rode a comically elite offense to yet another pennant. The Giants swept them, with none of those games being particularly close. That gave them title number 20. But all was not well in Bunkyo. First off, Hideki Matsui left, thanks in large part to Watanabe. This is despite the Giants matching what the Yankees were offering him. Despite acquiring Roberto Perugini to replace Matsui, the team was a shadow of itself. and the Hanshin Tigers were so dominant that the Giants were eliminated from pennant contention in late June. Hara would promptly step down, and Suneo Horiuchi would take over. Watanabe would continue to insist that his team throw money at everything that moved. Tuffy Rhodes and Hiroki Kokubo would be brought in. Adding two of the greatest power hitters of the era to a team that was already loaded with power had the intended result. The 2004 Yomiuri Giants set the NPB home run record with 259. Except baseball is more than power hitting. They finished third. Then things got worse. In 2005, the injuries, a foreign core that almost exclusively flopped, and arguably the worst pitching staff in Giants history, caused the Giants to crash down to 5th, only kept out of last place by a Hiroshima Carp team that somehow managed to have a worse pitching staff. Horiuchi would be fired soon after. He remains the only Giants manager with a losing record. Hara would be brought back in and immediately rip the team down to the studs. All of the big boppers they brought in free agency would be cut, bar Kokubo, and Hara would begin to espouse a balanced approach to the game, one that he felt had helped the Chicago White Sox win the 2005 World Series. Sure, the Giants still had power hitters like Abe and Sung-Yup Lee, but the Giants also focused a lot more on small ball and getting on base. They also began focusing on establishing an elite bullpen, something the Giants had generally lacked thanks to their practice of developing workhorse starters. Well, it took a year to get going. In 2007, the Giants would be back in first place, mainly because they'd gone out hunting in free agency again. To back up Lee and Abe, they grabbed Yoshitomo Tani from the Buffaloes, Alex Ramirez from the Swallows, and the piece de resistance, reigning PL MVP, Michihiro Ogasawara. As you can imagine, the Giants had an offense leaps and bounds above everyone else. However, that didn't mean an automatic trip to the Japan Series anymore. They would have to play the Chunichi Dragons in the brand new Central League Climax Series. They got swept. The Giants never seemed to live this down, and for 20 years, they have been using their influence to try and mess with the playoff system, much to the chagrin of other teams in the league. So in 2008, the Giants kept adding. Mark Kroon from the BayStars, Seth Griesinger from the Swallows, Shuichi Fujita from the Marines. They were doing everything in their power to make what was already a dominant team absolutely unstoppable. They would get their revenge against the Dragons in the CLCS to take on the Lions. Again. What followed was tough, suspenseful, hard-fought baseball, as Hara and his opponent, Hisanobu Watanabe, both had very similar philosophies when it came to team building. The Giants looked to have Game 7 in the bag late, until a bullpen collapse in the 8th gave the game and the series to the Lions. Well, what now? Well, the Swallows had another promising foreign pitcher in Dicky Gonzalez that looked like he'd benefit from the Giants' pitching lab, so they grabbed him too. In 2009, they'd finish first for a third year in a row and take down the Dragons for a second year in a row in the CLCS to face Yu Darvish and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters. After trading wins for the first 5 games, the Giants put on a defensive clinic in Game 6. Despite the Fighters picking up 11 hits, not a single one of those players crossed the plate, and the Giants took their 21st Japan Series title. The Giants remained a playoff team after that, but they couldn't get back to the Japan Series until 2012. By now, offense in NPB had cratered to record lows, and that made their elite bullpen even more comically elite. The highest ERA in that bullpen was Scott Matheson. He had a 1.71 ERA. While the offense was still led by Shinosuke Abe, by now he'd be joined by young superstar Hayato Sakamoto, and to get more help from Hisayoshi Chono and former BayStars slugger Shuichi Murata. After sneaking out a victory against the Chunichi Dragons in what is still probably the best CLCS of all time, the Giants would move on to the Japan Series to face the Fighters. Again. Except this time they didn't have Yu Darvish. The Giants would take the series in 6 for their 22nd Japan Series title. They'd be right back there the next year, and this time they had help, as Tomoyuki Sugano had finally been able to join the team in the 2012 draft. He had been taken by the Giants in the 2011 draft, but the Fighters had also taken him, despite him explicitly telling them that he only wanted to play for the Giants. Then the Fighters won his rights, effectively keeping him out of NPB for a year. With the Dragons finally collapsing, the Giants would smack aside the upstart Hiroshima Carp in the CLCS to make the Japan Series in back-to-back years. Except this time, they'd be playing a Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles team that was playing for a hell of a lot more than they were. The Giants fought the Eagles all the way to Game 7, but their bats fell silent, and the Eagles would be champions. The Giants would finish first overall yet again in 2014, only to get swept in the CLCS by the Hanshin Tigers. After another CLCS exit in 2015, Tatsunori Hara would step down as manager, and in his place would be freshly retired Yoshinobu Takahashi, who had no coaching or managerial experience. Things ended predictably. Though he was carried to a second place finish by high-end talent, Takahashi got utterly clowned by Alex Ramirez and the Yokohama BayStars in the CL wildcard. It was just the third time that the Giants had failed to make the CLCS, and the next year would be even worse, because the unthinkable happened. The Giants missed the playoffs. With Takahashi in the hot seat, he scrambled in 2018. He was helped by two breakout stars, Naoki Yoshikawa and Kazuma Okamoto. Despite only being 22, Okamoto would join Sakamoto, Casey McGee, and Shinosuke Abe to drag the Giants into third place despite their losing record. The Giants made up for it by beating the Swallows in the wild card, only to run into the brick wall that was the Hiroshima Carp. And with that, Takahashi would be done. And for a third time, Tatsunori Hara would be back taking the reins. He immediately led them back to first place, and after demolishing the Hanshin Tigers in the CLCS, back to the Japan Series. They'd be facing an old foe, the Hawks. It wasn't even a contest. The Hawks convincingly swept them. See, Hara's stubborn managerial style might have worked against the equally stubborn Central League managers, but against a forward-looking manager like Kimiyasu Kudo, who'd actually played under him in the early 2000s, it was exposed. Badly. And it got exposed even worse in 2020. The virus would see the Central League scrap the playoffs for that season, and the Giants would cruise to an easy Japan Series appearance. They got their rematch, only to get swept again. The aggregate score was 26-4. The Giants proceeded to collapse. 2022 and 2023 would see them finish in the B class in back-to-back years for the second time in their history, and Hara would step down in favor of Shinosuke Abe. Abe wasn't much better. While he dragged the team back into the playoffs in both years he's been in charge, both runs ended at the hands of the Yokohama BayStars. Abe also has a quite frankly awful habit of throwing his pitchers under the bus, particularly Shosei Togo, who was supposed to be the ace of the future.
Hey, it's post-production GB here. Since I've started editing this video, Shinosuke Abe has stepped down following a domestic dispute with his family, and Hideki Hashigami has taken over as the Giants manager. He's the first Giants manager since 1942 to have not played for the team.
Even then, the Giants' sheer force of will means they remain a good team. They're more than that. They're iconic. There are few teams in baseball that have a history as rich, as successful, and as deep as the Yomiuri Giants. There's a reason they are the first Japanese baseball team anyone can name, and have one of, if not the, largest international fan base of any Japanese team. The YG is arguably the third most iconic cap in baseball after the Yankees and Dodgers, and it is proudly donned by everyone from salarymen to skateboarders, tourists to idols, celebrities, and so much more. It means a lot to a lot of people. So much so that the Giants being good literally gives people a reason to live. They built the league and Japanese pro baseball from the ground up. Whether you want to call them the Bunkyo Bombers, the Yankees of the East, or just the Kyojin, the Giants will live forever.
The year is 2004. After a decade of Kintetsu being in crippling debt, the Osaka Kintetsu Buffaloes and Orix Blue Wave have decided to merge, shrinking the number of teams in NPB from 12 to 11. Now, it's safe to say that the vast majority of people did not like that this was allowed to go ahead. Not only did both fan bases hate each other, because their entire identities were based on the rivalry between the two clubs, but the players hated it too. It would lead to the first players' strike in NPB history, where the players would walk out on the weekend of September 18th and 19th, 2004, to protest the merger.
While they had a long list of demands, their main one was that NPB find a 12th team to put back in the Pacific League and maintain the balance. They threatened to keep striking every weekend until the end of the season if their demands weren't met. NPB caved after a single weekend. See, the league had initially approved the merger because they thought there was no way any company in Japan would buy a baseball team, and the old money owners in the league thought that no one would be able to handle the responsibility of owning a baseball team. They'd already been proven wrong. Firstly, multiple parties had shown a major interest in buying the Buffaloes when the merger was initially announced, most notably ISP and web platform LiveDoor, run by the eccentric Takafumi Horie. But there were others, including newly emerging e-commerce giant Rakuten, headed by Hiroshi Mikitani. And secondly, Hawks owners DeNA had seen the public backlash and backed out of a potential second merger with Lotte in order to sell the team to tech investment group SoftBank. The new money was in fact there and was more than willing to take on the challenge of owning a baseball team. So, after the 2004 season, NPB opened a bidding process for a 12th team, but there would be one condition: the team would have to play in Sendai. Sendai, the capital of Miyagi Prefecture and the unofficial regional capital of Tohoku, was by now the 12th largest city in Japan. It was the only city of over 1 million people that didn't have a team in it or the city next to it. Sendai had also previously hosted a baseball team, with the Lotte Orions playing there from 1973 to 1977. The thing that had caused the Orions to move was not so much lack of interest, but logistics, as Sendai wasn't connected to Japan's high-speed rail network until 1982. They already had a ready-made ballpark in the Miyagi Prefectural Baseball Stadium, which also had hosted the Orions in the 70s. While it was in need of renovation, it could already sit 25,000 people and easily had the space on the property to expand to over 30,000 to keep up with NPB standards. Both Rakuten and LiveDoor put forth bids to start the new team, under the names Sendai LiveDoor Phoenix and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. If you want to know what happened to the LiveDoor bid, Pierre Hedgehog did a video on it, but long story short, LiveDoor's financials were always controversial, while Rakuten had more transparent financials, a better outlook on building baseball in the region, and a realistic plan to expand and renovate Miyagi Stadium. They also already owned J-League side Vissel Kobe, so they had an idea of what it took to run a pro sports team. So Rakuten won. Given that not even 2 years later, LiveDoor would collapse when the scale of their financial irregularities became public, Rakuten was definitely the better choice. The name Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles came from a desire to represent the entire region of Tohoku, taking after teams like the Chunichi Dragons and the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters. Golden Eagles are also a common sight in the mountains of Tohoku. Since the name is kinda long and unwieldy, it is often shortened to Rakuten Eagles, even by the club itself. While the initial roster was made up mainly of cast-offs of the Orix Kintetsu merger, the Eagles would get some star power in the beginning. There were some players that were absolutely disgusted by the merger and thus had refused to play for the Orix Buffaloes. This gave the Eagles 3 faces of the franchise from day one: Koichi Isube, Takeshi Yamasaki, and Hisashi Iwakuma. The team's first manager would be Yasushi Tao. Tao had no real professional coaching experience and had mainly served as a baseball analyst on TV throughout the 90s and early 2000s. As we all know, this can only go well. Amazingly, the team would win their first ever game on the road in Chiba, with Hisashi Iwakuma powering through the Marines for a complete game victory. It looked like, despite everything, the Eagles had the makings of a real, legit baseball team. They suffered the worst defeat in NPB history the very next day, losing 26-0. To compound the embarrassment, they almost got no hit in that game until they were saved by a pinch hit single from backup catcher Kenji Nagasaka. They wouldn't win another game until their home opener, when Koichi Isube opened the scoring with the first home run in club history. They'd take that one 16-5. This was probably the highlight of their season. Takeshi Yamasaki was their only good hitter, and Hisashi Iwakuma was their only good pitcher. The results were predictable. The Eagles finished the year with a .281 winning percentage, 51.5 games back of the Hawks, and 28.5 games back of the Lions for the final playoff spot. It was the second worst defensive unit of all time after the 2003 Orix Blue Wave, with a team RDEF of negative 109.3. Yikes. As you can imagine, Nyasa Shitao was quickly let go, and in his place they would bring in Katsuya Nomura? Yep, the 71-year-old Nomura had been lured out of retirement to take over as skipper. This was partially a publicity stunt, and partially an attempt by Nomura to salvage his legacy. See, while Nomura had had success managing the Hawks and Swallows, he hadn't really built those teams. And his 3 unsuccessful years with the Hanshin Tigers at the turn of the millennium had made many people doubt his legacy. Plus, Nomura just loved being around baseball, and getting a fat paycheck from Rakuten was a nice bonus. He immediately cleaned house, and Rakuten would focus on signing more players with NPB experience, rather than the minor league cast-offs that had joined the team during the dispersal draft. Jose Fernandez and Rick Short would be brought in to help stabilize the offense. It sort of worked. Sure, the team was still awful and finished nearly 30 games back of the playoffs, but they'd won 9 more games than they had the previous year, so progress is progress. They'd build on it in 2007. Despite having the 3rd worst defensive unit of all time, the Eagles would still finish 4th, thanks in large part to Takeshi Yamazaki smacking 43 homers. He is still the only 40-homer man in club history. Hisashi Iwakuma also finally had help in the form of a teenager from Osaka named Masahiro Tanaka. Rakuten winning the lottery for Tanaka is widely seen as the most important moment in franchise history, and not for no reason. The 1-2 punch of Iwakuma and Tanaka finally made the Eagles competitive. Their historically awful defense was probably the only thing that kept them out of the playoffs. But things would not improve in 2008. So, with the team stagnant, the Eagles looked for outside help, and found it from the Oakland A's, who provided some advice and coaching in spring training. The Eagles would hit the ground running. Masahiro Tanaka was now the unquestioned ace of the club, and the addition of Todd Linden would help Takeshi Yamazaki with the offensive load he had to carry. Tepe Tsuchiya would also break out, putting up the best season by an Eagles position player ever. Yes, it was only a 6-war campaign. The weakness of the position player core will become a theme. The Eagles would make their first playoff appearance that year, finishing 2nd to the Fighters. This meant that Miyagi Stadium was going to host a home playoff game for the first time since October 15, 1977. To give some context on how long that had been, their manager was still an active player in 1977. Sendai showed out for their team's first gasp of success, and they were rewarded. The Eagles crushed the Hawks in the wildcard round to make their first PLCS, where they ran right into the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters and their ace, Yu Darvish. With the two teams being natural rivals fronted by 2 of the most promising young arms in the sport, everyone was expecting fireworks. Hell, Yu Darvish had gone to high school in Sendai, while Masahiro Tanaka had gone to high school in Hokkaido. The storylines wrote themselves. But see, the Fighters had something the Eagles didn't. An offense. They took the series in 4. With that, Katsuya Nomura would retire. He would be replaced by former Hiroshima Carp manager Marty Brown. They immediately crashed down to last place, and Brown would be fired at the end of the season. Seeing that hiring a manager from the 90s had worked last time, the Eagles brought Shinichi Hoshino out of retirement. Hoshino had 3 managerial pennants to his name, but his Dragons and Tigers teams had failed to win the Japan Series each time. He'd even retired after losing the 2003 Japan Series, feeling that any chance he had to win a ring was long gone. He was now 0 for 5 on the whole. In fact, he was part of the 1974 Chunichi Dragons that had famously refused to play Japan Series games in Sendai. The team would get a boost. Not only did they hire Kaz Matsui in his return from MLB, but Hisashi Iwakuma's posting had fallen through, as he'd refused to join the Oakland A's after they'd won the auction for his negotiating rights. But suddenly, baseball became secondary. On March 11, 2011, a massive earthquake and tsunami hit Tohoku's eastern seaboard. Over 28,000 people would lose their lives. Over 15,000 of whom were from Miyagi, the Eagles' home prefecture. The Eagles would immediately start taking donations from fans who visited their preseason games, and when the Eagles came back to Sendai nearly a month later, they were shocked at the devastation that lay before them. Shinichi Hoshino would tour evacuation centers, apologizing profusely to the victims of the earthquake for not bringing his boys home sooner. The Eagles would try and carry the torch for their city into the 2011 season. But despite Masahiro Tanaka putting up the most valuable season in franchise history and winning a Triple Crown, the Eagles still finished 5th, although they only missed the playoffs by 3 games. Hisashi Iwakuma would reach free agency, and much to the dismay of Sendai fans, he would sign with the Seattle Mariners. Most of the other signings were flopping too. The 2012 Eagles were basically Kaz Matsui, Ryo Hijirisawa, and Masahiro Tanaka. That's it. Even then, they still managed to finish 500, just 1 game back of a playoff spot, but it still wasn't what they needed. The feelings of failure were only amplified when Vegalta Sendai made a miracle run to finish 2nd in the J-League and secure a spot in the 2013 AFC Champions League. So, for 2013, they would sign Casey McGee and Andrew Jones to give themselves some offensive firepower, and while they did win the lottery for Yudai Mori in the draft, it would be their 2nd round pick that would make the biggest impact. His name was Takahiro Norimoto. While the team would take a bit of time to gel, by June they were in the fight for first place. They took that first place on July 4th, and never let it go, taking their first place finish in franchise history. Masahiro Tanaka would go undefeated and win his 2nd pitching Triple Crown. Casey McGee would put up just the 2nd 5-WAR campaign by an Eagle ever, and finish 2nd in the PL in home runs. Andrew Jones was 5th. They'd enter their 2nd PLCS with home field advantage and would use it to run over the Marines to make their first Japan series. And they'd be playing the defending champs, the Yomiuri Giants. You'd think that in a year that had seen Vladimir Valentin break the home run record, this Japan series would be a slugfest, right? No. Every game was pitching dominated and low scoring, with Tanaka, Norimoto, and Manabu Mimba on one side, and Tomoyuki Sugano, Toshiya Sugiyuchi, and Tetsuya Utsumi on the other. In Game 6, the Giants would be the ones to break Masahiro Tanaka's unbeaten streak, taking the lead on a 2-run shot in the 5th by Jose Lopez. But Tanaka would get one more chance to secure his legacy. He would be brought in to close out Game 7.
1ボール2ストライク、田中将大追い込んだ。4球目、空振り三振。東北楽天ゴールデンイーグルス球団創設9年目、初めての日本一。雨の仙台で東北が一つになり、そして田中将大が伝説になりました。
Sendai erupted. Their boys had finally done it, and at home no less. Shinichi Hoshino had finally commanded a team to a Japan Series title. Sure, they would lose Tanaka to the Yankees, but Norimoto was more than qualified to take over as their 3rd ace, and he'd prove it by winning 5 Pacific League strikeout titles in a row. But they also lost Casey McGee to the Marlins and had no one to replace him. The Eagles immediately crashed down to last place, and Hoshino would step down. They would promote their minor league manager to replace him, and that was Dave Okubo? Dave Okubo had previously been fired from the Lions for physically abusing players. And as a manager, his first pick in the draft was Tomohiro Onraku. In reality, Okubo was nothing more than a mouthpiece for Mikitani, who inserted himself into the team affairs and was sometimes directly responsible for managerial decisions. The results reflected that. So soon after, the team would go back to hiring a manager who'd won pennants on other teams, this time being Masataka Nashida. With the help of Carlos Peguero and Zealous Wheeler, plus breakout seasons from Agoro Mogi and new superstar closer Yuki Matsui, Nashida did in fact get the Eagles back into the playoffs in 2017. He would dispatch the Lions in the wildcard, only to faceplant in front of Kimiyasu Kudo's Hawks. After a disastrous start to the 2018 season, Nashida would resign, citing meddling from ownership. He would be replaced by Ryosuke Hiraishi, the first former Eagle to manage the squad. Hiraishi got the Eagles back to the playoffs in 2019, and sure, they got beat in the wildcard round by the Hawks, but it was Hiraishi was fired. Yeah, general manager Kazuhisa Ishii said he didn't like the lack of small ball in Hiraishi's game, so he fired him and hired Hajime Miki in his place. Since then, the Eagles have gone through mediocrity-induced hell. They've made 1 playoff appearance since then. They lost to the Marines. In the 2020s, it's been a rotating door of managers who can't seem to get the team out of 4th place. They have made exactly 1 starting caliber foreign signing since 2021, Luke Voigt. And even then, his 2026 has been yikes. They've also signed a plethora of over-the-hill free agents, and while most of them have worked out in some way or another, it has been at the expense of player development. That is not to mention the power harassment scandal that ownership turned a blind eye to. Mikitani has also been alternating between meddling with the club and being completely distracted by Vissel Kobe, or just the entire misplaced philosophy of Kazuhisa Ishii as general manager. But Rakuten fans have largely been able to look past that, because in 2013, the Eagles gave a broken region and a broken people something to cheer about, and something to be proud of. Time will tell if they break out of this funk, whether that comes from the prospects producing or the team ripping everything down to the studs and starting over. We'll just have to see. Until then, they'll always have that 2013 championship.
6試合連続ホームランを桑田から放ち、そして7試合連続の記録をかけて江川と対戦した。
18日ヤクルト戦高野、翌日荒木、その後中日戦各鈴木、平沼、おとといの巨人戦桑田から打って6試合連続であります。これはいった豪快、バース見上げるゆっくりスタート、ライトスタンド場外か、場外へ出ましたね。豪快な7試合連続、王監督に並ぶタイ記録であります。勝ち越しのホームラン、どうで